You've lost DeOrio.
Well, listen, DeOrio, whatever has transpired against us, let us know now that we are, from this moment forward, friends.
Best friends.
A bridge that could never be torn down connects me to you, my friend. So we love them, guys. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Hey.
It's been a minute. Now, I'm gonna just call my shot from the beginning because I feel like as this drama progresses, the worse it's going to get. So I just want to get in and get out before it gets dirty. I guess that's my opinion. That's where I stand. I have a problem with the video, okay? Out of all the other shit that's going on around this situation, I have a problem with the video, and I want to talk about the video. I want to make legitimate critiques of the video. That's the plan today. If you guys don't know, King of Nothing created his new Ethan Klein exposed video. Full biases out of the way, I think that Ethan Klein's last 2 years, probably, would you cap that off in 2 years? Basically, since I've been gone, he's been starting a rising arc. He's done his falling arc, but I think he's been rising, chat. We've been covering like a lot of this stuff via Twitter or in YouTube streams and such. And we've been mostly praising Ethan Klein based off of a lot. So when it comes to like the recent dramas, I've mostly sided with him. King of Nothing released his Ethan Klein Part 2. Like, I don't think there's an expiration date on topics. I think that you should be able to go talk about 2016 Ethan Klein or 2015 Ethan Klein in 2025. Okay, I have no problem with that. He's put out 2 videos, kind of similar in nature, if you've seen my channel, to like the Bunty saga, where it's like the first video came out, it did really well. It was like, it's 30 minutes long, right? And then he went back and kind of reframed it and then did like an entire downfall video for 2 hours and 10 minutes, rather, just extending the runtime a year later. This has been a very popular series for him. He's actually recently hit 100K off of the newest video in the saga. And look, 420,000 views in 2 weeks is nothing to sneeze at. That is a very healthy channel doing a very healthy number on a topic that I don't think is really in the news. I mean, it's Ethan Klein. It's always in the news, but it's like, it's not where he didn't post this in like peak Vosh drama where he probably would have done a million. I respect it. I make video essay content. I sometimes put out fucking stuff that I've worked on for months or whatever. And then that'll get released and stuff like that. Like, people who make video essay content, for the most part, unless we're talking about like the Sunny V2s, people who are crossing that 1 hour threshold probably give a fuck, I'd say, about the stuff that they're talking about, right? They probably care just a little bit, unless like they're not even engaged in the actual video making process. I don't know how you can create a video that's longer than an hour and not give a fuck about it. So I imagine this is something that he's fairly interested in. They're going through some of the same story arcs that the people from 2020, 2019, 2017. I mean, yeah, we've done it. Been there, done that. I think in this video, I've made comments about this. But like, for example, like we're tagged in it. Me, Tom, Willie are tagged in this video. I think Okinaru should probably get a tag too. I don't know. But well, that's neither here nor there. So King of Nothing sets out to make the definitive Ethan Klein exposed video, okay, for 2 hours and 11 minutes, and we are going to watch every fucking cent of it, Dark Viper. I don't care how many pages that you write about me, I am going to be watching exactly 2 hours and 11 minutes of this video, and I will be suffering through it for my lovely chat.
Chances are you've probably already seen tons of YouTubers calling Ethan out over the years. I'm sure you've seen people calling him a hypocrite, a liar, a manipulator, etc. But to be honest, I don't think many YouTubers, if anyone, have ever fully encapsulated the sheer quantities of toxicity, hate, and hypocrisy that I'm about to show you.
Okay. I'm trying not to zoom ahead when I say this, but fuck, man. You know, there are times when you go, I just found this. I have no idea. Like, there's times during research, it's been me too, where you go like, holy shit, this is so nuclear. Why has no one ever covered this in a video before? And then as you look through it and you start to weave through like the lines of argumentation that you would need to make a point like that, you go, oh, now I get why people have never said that. Now I know why people haven't criticized him for that. Because I'm looking at this really surface level, and when you take like 30 seconds to engage with what actually happened here, it's probably not worth listing besides all of these like slam dunk talking points. There's a reason why some of the most watched YouTube... There are videos that are 5 hours long that do very well. There's a reason why the impactful videos are the ones that are between 30 and 45 minutes. And it's not because it saves people time. It's because they cut out all the excess fat. It's because they're releasing a video that is damning from start to finish. And when you start to go like, all right, let me add a bunch of shit that people have never said before. How did everyone in 2016 miss this? This is one of the most covered YouTubers in history, right? Like, I don't think they really missed that much, dude, in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. It's been covered to death. That's kind of a red flag.
Dude, you are literally empty inside. You're the ugliest dude I've ever seen. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not one to bully, but
is he 2xing this? Oh, fuck me, dude.
Ugly. That's what a loser you are. You're so unappealing.
Why are you 2xing it? Now I can't 2x it. Oh, kill me.
Disgusting, inside and out. The most vile, disgusting person.
That should be illegal, chat. If you 2x somebody in a video to make it harder for me to 2x your video, that should be fucking illegal.
Probably ever walk this earth. I mean, with all due respect, you're gonna die alone. Dude, you're gonna die alone without a family. I mean, that's sad, bro. One of the most embarrassing human beings ever. You are the most unfuckable, repulsive creature. Sad. You are a vile slime of a human that nobody will ever want you.
Sheesh. And despite this blatantly vindictive and, at times, egregious behavior that he records himself doing, Ethan often tries to claim that...
I'm just wondering, nuclear take, again, I'm pausing too much in the beginning, but I don't really care, it's my fucking stream. And some of you guys have already seen this video, so... Question. Genuine question. Could you make, like...
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto-fascist dudes, too?
Couldn't you go and make that exact same intro with, like, clips of me shitting on people? Could you not find clips of me, like, calling people subhuman and making, like, an identical fucking... At this point in my career, like, do you think that, like, that's possible? I feel like you could fairly easily. It's just me, like, insulting people as if it's, like, a bad thing. I feel like the reason why those clips are bad are based on context and the situation and the things that the reasons why he's saying it, not just the train of like, he's so toxic. I think a lot of the issues in this video, there are a lot of issues in this video. I think one of the major issues in this video is that like these criticisms that he applies to Ethan can like accidentally swing and hit friendly fire on people that he's friends with. 'Cause I mean like, all right, dude, Ethan Klein is the most toxic YouTuber I've ever seen. Boblax does 400 streams on Tipster back to back. Is he just not hated enough to do that too? I don't. What is toxicity if not like the encapsulation of his own friend? You know?
He's a completely different person than how he...
Dude, imagine when he discovers any RFC stream. Can I give you backstory to this? I don't know this guy. Are you familiar with the term, the no new friends arc that I went on earlier this year, last year? For a while, actually. It's like, we're just not making new friends. I think Chud Logic was the last legal new friend that we've added to the group. Queeman has kind of slipped under the rug and kind of like snuck his way in. But like, we're not really accepting new friend applications in the like in my immediate circle. I'm not saying in the commentary community because it encapsulates a lot more than what I'm like engaging in. But like, we're not. I don't want new people in my group chats that I don't know. And like, I think Josh tried to like add him during like after he met him at VidCon or whatever, and I was like, I don't know this guy. I don't want him in my group chats. It's no like attack on him. I think I've spoken to this guy on Tom's streams before. I have no qualms with the King of Nothing fellow. From what I understand, like I don't know, Agmids is telling me on Twitter that his fucking Keemstar video sucked. I saw bits and pieces of it. I didn't think it was that bad as someone who's even friendly with Keemstar. So maybe I totally fucked Keem over and that video sucked balls too. But from what I've heard, this is like a lot of his content, and I'm kind of glad that I dodged the bullet. If I'm being honest, I'm kind of glad I dodged the bullet.
He acts.
I'm constantly maturing and growing and trying to do better, you know?
But I've been quite patient with this guy, and to be honest, the man is only getting...
Now, all of you guys are my friends, dude. Just YouTubers. Well, that the No New Friends arc applies to exclusively YouTubers because they're all vindictive monsters. You guys are all my
Nicholas
closest
DeOrio
friends and
guy, like
family.
one of those fucking crypto
Worse and worse
fascist,
as
dudes,
time
too.
goes on.
Sorry, I had to clarify that. No, I'm talking about the spineless, blood-sucking vampire YouTubers. My bad. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's, I didn't mean to insult you, chat. It's exclusively YouTubers.
You see, over the years, Ethan has somehow managed to go from one of the most well-respected creators on the entire platform to subjective internet bad guy to a straight-up scam artist.
Bro! Oh, God, he opened this here. Wait, how did he go to a scam artist? Are you, like, predicting how well your video is gonna perform?
Entire platform to subjective internet bad guy to a straight-up scam artist.
Dude, I'm gonna go off. I'm ready to get... I can't.
Gambling is such a...
Dude's calling his shot like he's fucking Babe Ruth pointing to deep right field. Like, this video is gonna be like the culture-changing thing that sends Ethan Klein to his early grave.
Fucking venomous. It's just such a toxic, poisonous activity. Today's episode is sponsored by DraftKings. Thank you to them. He put out the NFT, as all scammers and cons have been doing lately. So it's the Vape God token and the Vape Nation NFT, one of one. Bro, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
One thing that we're going to point out every chance we get is that King of Nothing doesn't understand satire. It's not that he doesn't think a joke is funny. It's that he has no fucking... Like, he lacks the social awareness to understand when something is being said in jest. And he plays clips knowingly. Like, unless there's an editor that fucked him over royally in this video, he plays the context that proves what's being said as a joke while playing the clip as absolutely serious. And he does this throughout the whole video, and it drives me fucking crazy.
As you could probably tell, Ethan is not exactly a man of...
Look, Alright, I don't want to be ableist right off the bat of this fucking video, okay? People will make mistakes on stuff like this, but I've seen it enough in this video that it's actually difficult to just give a pass to. Alright? If you don't understand social cues, and you can't tell when people are joking, you should not be making a 2-hour exposed video. I'm going to be totally fucking honest here. If you can't understand when something is being said satirically, you should not be making an exposed video on fucking anyone. You're not cut out for whatever this is. I'm sorry. Like, that's just insane to me.
Principle. He's a man of profit and personal gain, and he'll do and say just about anything to get what he wants.
It's hard to explain just what a existential threat.
He has autism? Okay, dude, there's 10-minute commentary videos for those. I'm sorry. It's not compatible. You can't break down someone's fucking entire life and go through all of their shit and just completely miss the point on every topic and me go, well, it was a good effort. He really tried. There's some shit you just can't do.
This guy is.
Or you gotta have people come in and be like, no, dude, that's a joke. You gotta, and like take that advice. But like, I don't know.
People he hates. And that's why I talk about him so much, is because he thrives on bullying people and like destroying people's lives.
But I'd argue that the real scam is in the way that he acts. For example, Ethan has been pretending to be a left-wing political commentator since 2016. Yet, when he was recently asked to list one good thing that Obama did in office, Ethan immediately forgot how to speak English.
Personally, I think Obama was a great president. What do you think about that?
You're playing.
No, he did a lot of great things. Talk about hope. He gave people lots of hope.
What did he do that was great?
What did he do that was great? He was chill.
So, although
I think that if you ask that's a funny clip. I think if you ask a general, I can't tell you one good thing that Trump did in office. Now, there might be reasons for that, but like if I say like one good thing Barack Obama did, my brain would immediately go to the fucking Osama bin Laden mission, like just like sending them off, making that call. That was probably like that's probably the most iconic thing of Obama's presidency, I think, right? Wouldn't that be most people's jump to point if they're like immediately jumping in and talking about Obama?
Ethan tries to present himself as authentic, the reality is actually quite different.
I've never been more honest I've never been more authentic.
Yeah, buddy, and I'm a billionaire. He's actually never been less honest and less authentic. I mean,
wait,
just
what? Hold on, I missed that.
Honest.
as authentic, the reality is actually quite different.
I've never been more honest. I've never been more authentic.
Yeah, buddy, and I'm a billionaire. He's actually never been less.
That's like the Nerd City thing. If I don't know where that clip even came from, what the context of it was, I have no idea. I can't vet that because I have no idea if he was being serious.
Honest.
I'm gonna read donos probably at the hour mark of this video, and then I'll read them again at the 2 hour mark, and then we'll cut off we'll get the last 10 minutes in.
And less authentic. I mean, just think of everything that your least favorite YouTuber has done and multiply that by 10, and we have Ethan Klein. From exploiting.
So like EDP. Wait, Ethan is 10 times worse than EDP. Ethan is 10 times worse than Austin Jones. Ethan is 10 times worse than Lion Maker. Ethan is 10 times worse than Logan Paul, and that's not even a joke! That's not even a joke, chat! No, I get it, though. He's selling it. He's selling it. That's not that bad.
His own friends for financial gain and social credit, to making fun of others for the loss of their loved ones, to starting a political podcast with the second biggest fraud in all of American politics, only behind himself of course, to running one of the most unethical businesses on all of YouTube, to scamming
the most unethical business on all of YouTube.
Give a big shout out to Nicholas DeOrio.
I'm getting triggered because I know shit happens like an hour from now. I gotta get through the intro, bro. Holy shit.
To criticizing others for all of the exact same things he does. I could go on for days here.
Because I got a fucking files on top of files.
To put it frankly, Ethan has become a problem. A problem that I now have to deal with.
Dread it, run from it, destiny arrives all the same. And now it's here. Or should I say...
Okay.
Go back.
Alright, so at the 4-minute mark, the old H3H3, okay? We're now going through all of the Gokunaru pre-prepared talking points, which, again, I've done it too. I don't know. It's not a huge fucking criticism. It's just that, like, there's not going to be much here for me to engage with in the first half of this video because it's just going through all the Gokunaru stuff. There is a few things I want to add to it, but...
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those crypto fascist dudes too?
In order for us to fully understand Ethan's fall from grace, we have to first understand who Ethan is, or more importantly, who he was.
Yes, we live in Israel.
Wings just dropped out of IRL lolcow. The only one going now is Boogie. Yeah, Boogie goes every year. Boogie goes to Retropalooza whether fucking Keem asks him to or not. So Keem's gonna go hang out with Boogie at the lolcow meetup event where they spelt the word lolcow wrong and they just fired their new editor of 2 weeks. Yeah, I was totally wrong about that show. My bad, guys. I could not believe how wrong I was about them.
Can I say something to you, Nick? I really like you.
Why?
Yes, we're Jewish, you fucking bigots. We're not religious people, okay? We're not political people. We're just some dudes who, you know, want to make funny videos, man.
In early 2013, Ethan and Gila started posting videos to their YouTube channel, H3H3 Productions, initially focusing on YouTube poop-style videos.
Cover all 9,000 taste buds. Aerate it like cream.
Content. While I understand reaction channels get a bad rap nowadays, Ethan and Gila weren't just regular reaction YouTube.
Good, because I wasn't asking for your consent.
Their videos were unique, with Gila behind the camera and Ethan as the on-screen talent. And together as a team, it almost...
We're gonna just... yeah, we're gonna 1.5 this, I think. 1.25 at least, until we get to the new stuff.
Seemed like
I don't care about any
come on, this isn't on the...
And most importantly, Ethan was rational, nice, and humble.
I want to support you both directly. Start Patreon, please. Thank you so much, Dakota. Appreciate you.
Is there one single person in the chat who's so new to YouTube drama you don't know anything about this, or can we zoom? Can we schizo zoom to Cutie Cinderella? Is there one person who's like, who the fuck is Ethan Klein?
We're so mixed feelings on Patreon because I don't even describe it.
Lolcow fired the new editor? Yeah, they did. They fired the new editor. They did. That's not a joke. They wouldn't tell me after all the shit that I've talked about the show. They wouldn't tell me. but they did.
Like, we're not poor. I feel like starting a Patreon insinuates somebody that we're poor, and so we would rather you guys support other people who aren't, like, we're making way less money than we used to, but still we're not poor. So I would find other YouTube channels that are struggling to make ends meet and support them. It feels selfish to open a Patreon, is what I mean.
And by 2016, they had surpassed 1 million subscribers, and Ethan established himself as a voice of reason within the YouTube community, from exposing CSGO Lotto for the
Every voice of reason in the YouTube community sucks dick, and if they pretend, like, I don't think anyone actually does this, but, like, they're not good people. All YouTubers suck, me included.
Absolute scam that it was, to raising money for Humongous's cancer diagnosis, to giving condone a platform to share his story, to the Matt Hoss lawsuit where they certified fair use as a matter of law in the US. Ethan did a lot for the commentary community back in the day, and people in general loved him for it.
Let's be fair, no one likes Soulful and Tony on the internet, and H3H3 seems to be this demigod that's descended from the heavens sharing his fupa with everyone, so everyone praise the fupa, please.
Even when it came to politics, Ethan had this incredible ability to stay calm, cool, and collected about extremely divisive issues.
Stop thinking about everyone as the devil, okay?
How did he keep calm, cool, and collected about issues when he made, like, anti-SJW content back in the day? Content that I willingly watched and enjoyed, mind you. But, like, he's calm, cool, and collected when he's just, like, openly mocking feminists and shit like that? Or was he just someone who was, like, politically, ideologically closer to the people who made those criticisms at the time? Is there any way that that could possibly play into it at all? Now, I don't think he was willingly like, oh, I'm going to do the right-wing grift or whatever before it was, before it was cool. But, like, it's very obvious that Ethan Klein had more of a rightish slant to the way that he covered a lot of stuff. And it felt like he went through one of those neo-YouTuber arcs where he's like, oh, I apologize for all of the things that I said previously. You're going to see it with the PewDiePie stuff, right? PewDiePie, John Tron. Like, he was fine with edgy content creation. He leaned into the anti-SJW culture war a little bit. But then, once he established that he was 30 years old and he learned what words mean and found out that he was actually, like, super woke and based, he realized the folly of saying the N-word at the ripe young age of 30 years old. That is a joke, King of Nothing, in case you're trying to decipher what I mean by that. He realized that he grew up and then came out and started spewing a bunch of lefty talking points. Is that not, like, what happened? I don't know. People like to say that there's, like, this weird... Like, I feel like you kind of have to come at it from that angle to, like, want this old content back, because some of the stuff Ethan was making in this time frame was probably more toxic than the stuff he says now. We just liked it more, I guess.
The person on the left side from you and on the right side,
there's, like, a certain level of, like, disdain that people have, justifiably so, for the iDubbbzes of the world, people who turn 30 and then they gained a moral complex or something like that, and then they just happen to, like, their morality is lined up with, like, exactly what would be profitable on YouTube, right? Like, it's like, Joji wanted to change for his career, so he made, like, decisions to distance himself from his character, but always kind of stayed chill with his friends and showed up at events and stuff like that. Whereas everybody else kind of spit on their old content, which felt like they were spitting on their old audience, and then they were pushing for more of the whole lefty sphere. Like, hey guys, I love all this stuff, actually. I'm actually, like, super fucking chill. Actually, like, bullying children is wrong, and all this stuff, after, like, doing it for years and profiting off of it. So they've chased their own audiences away, in a sense, where it feels like it's more of a personal attack on you, the viewer, because this person is acting like they're so much better than everyone else because they've just kind of cucked to whatever the current thing is.
As human as you are, I promise. They have a reason for thinking and feeling the way they do. Maybe put down your fucking pitchfork, okay? Lower your emotional shield. Don't get triggered and listen to them.
But obviously no one's perfect, and over time, the public's perception of Ethan started to deteriorate for reasons that almost no one could have predicted. In March of 2016, Ethan released the infamous Leafy rant, which Ethan made in response to growing concerns within the YouTube community about content that was seen.
You know what my biggest problem with this video is? It's not that we're retreading everything Gokinaru put in his first video. It's that I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, I could own this if I'm wrong, we're not spending enough or at all, we're not spending enough time or any at all with like the very public response that Ethan gave, where he went point for point for point with all of these talking points. So not only are we just sitting here going through shit that I watched in 2015, not 2015, but like shit that I watched in like 2019 or 2020, right? We have to go through it, and he can't even include the stuff that came after it, where Ethan goes through and starts arguing it. Because whether you disagree or agree with Ethan's explanations for all these arguments, it's inherently more content, right? To sit there and just go through all of it. You know? Can you not fight with this? Oh god, I'm retarded.
As bullying or exploitative of vulnerable individuals. And Ethan had positioned himself as the voice of reason on YouTube. So who better to make a video on Leafy than Ethan, right?
So what happened? Leafy made a video about a guy like he usually does, calling him a fucking asshole, cringy, weirdo, you know, whatever, all the stuff he usually does. And it turns out that this guy is actually autistic and has a YouTube channel. He's a YouTuber. So essentially, he has...
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
I'm going to tell you right now, this is probably the biggest, deepest, darkest secret on YouTube that everyone knows, okay? Every YouTuber bullies disabled people. Every single one of them, whether they realize it or not. The vast majority of these lol cows are like mentally deficient retards that wouldn't be able to function if they weren't given like a small YouTube gathering for to play video games online. The normal people don't usually get caught in these situations and have to engage in these dramas. Like Tipster is retarded, just to be clear. If you pretend you're above it, you're probably not. You just are delusional. And that most people here are just bullying fucking dumb people or people with disabilities every single day that they're on this fucking platform. So yeah, there's no moral high ground to be had here. People who sit here and engage with you over and over and over and over again are obviously not right in the head. And tons of people get into social media because it's easier to talk to a camera than it is to talk to coworkers, and they get trapped and then they become unemployable and then now they're there. So like, that's just how this platform works.
Has made fun of someone who actually has a mental disability. And I mean, if you look at Leafy's channel, all he does is make fun of kids and like vulnerable people, like Joey's World Tour. There's no sport making fun of these people. They're just
like, yeah, I don't know, dude.
It's just sad.
I would assume most people didn't have any problem with the substance of the video itself. Defending children and people with autism should be a pretty clear-cut issue.
Bro, you do not know the fucking demographic. Like, you were not here for this. Dude, that's... Hold on.
Substance of the video itself. Defending children and people with autism should be a pretty clear-cut issue, but the problem...
Bro, this guy does not fit in. I'm sorry, this is gonna be the most unpopular take to a normie who watches this VOD back, but you would literally like shrivel up and die if you watched one after hours stream. Holy shit.
Was the fact that Ethan was not exactly the right...
Dude, the only reason Tommy NC 2010 was treated differently than Tipster is because Tommy was like, he struggled to speak and he looked more retarded than Tipster. That's the only reason. I'll diagnose Tipster right here. That's the only reason, is this guy struggled to speak, he looked the part, he wore a fucking fedora, and he looked autistic. Otherwise, if he didn't look autistic and he carried himself well enough, he would be praised for beating the shit out of him publicly. It's all, you have to look a certain, you must look this retarded for me to get the pass to cover you in drama. It's all visual. Visual and vocal.
Guy to be delivering that message.
All he does is make fun of kids.
Okay. Ethan, you sure you want to make this point? You really the same in this matter? You really not a hypocrite with this?
Clean cut. I wouldn't exactly call it clean cut. He's got the hair of a fucking 60-year-old dude with a goddamn shitty toupee.
To be fair to Ethan, that is a Lego haircut if I've ever seen one, and I can say that now that he's an adult, but that kid was like 14 when Ethan made fun of him for 7 minutes straight in front of 7 million people. And that kid, Timmy, actually ended up deleting that video after Ethan's video absolutely roasting him came out. So this wasn't exactly a good look for Ethan, and on top of that, Ethan also clearly stated that he and the person that he was currently criticizing at the time were friends.
I'm actually friends with these guys, so it's off.
It feels like he's not saying that. So when most people, and Gokunaru and Tom covered this stuff, their argumentation is that this is hypocrisy. Okay, the reason why that Ethan is bad in this clip is because he attacks Leafy for bullying children when he himself has bullied children, and that's like the age-old point. King of Nothing's angle is that this is horrible. This is fucked. this kid had to delete his video because he got made fun of. Who cares? If it's not hypocrisy, who fucking cares? Who would criticize this? Half the people who are watching this video who hate Ethan probably liked Leafy back then. Like, so you're not really hitting the... You're looking for, like, the... This is a video explaining the Gokunaru talking points for, like, lesbian women who watched the H3 podcast in 2021. Like, that's the demographic this is hitting.
It's uncomfortable.
And that made him look even worse in the eyes of the general public than he already did. Now, Ethan did later correct the record, and he said they were more friendly versus friends.
Ethan, we spoke privately. I told you privately, like, as this was happening, I was like, I seen it as a backstab. You literally called this dude his friends, and you said, well, we weren't really friends, we were friendly, but that's not what you said in your video. That's not what you publicly said. And you know, when Leafy says, we are friends, we talk all the time, and he did this to me, you know, who am I gonna believe?
Yeah, it's fine. I f***ed myself. That video was bad. It was in a way, I don't blame you for thinking that. I f***ed up in that situation a lot.
Obviously, we all make mistakes, but if you watch the video without knowing the additional context, you would have just thought Ethan made a video publicly calling out his own friend for being a bully instead of just reaching out to him directly. And regardless of whether or not they were or weren't friends, just a month or so before Ethan made that video criticizing Leafy, he was messaging him directly and glazing him about how incredible he is.
A month ago, he literally said this to me. Happy for you blowing up. You got a unique style and personality, man. You worked hard to get where you are, and you deserve it. And yeah, I was making the same exact videos.
I was gonna zoom through this, but he's I don't know if I'm being overly critical because the video is bad for the rest of the way, or like it feels like he's not hitting these well either.
When he sent me that, as I do now today.
Nothing about Leafy changed at all in that 1 month time period between when Ethan was telling him in writing how much he loved his videos and how he was the cancer of YouTube. If you thought he was the cancer of YouTube when Ethan made that video, you also thought the same thing when Ethan was telling him how great he was. And Ethan's streak of turning on his friends continued in February of 2017 when the incident happened.
What a fucking... Jeez, oh my god, what the fuck?
And unlike the Leafy situation, PewDiePie and Ethan were actually friends at the time, so Ethan's response to his friend saying the N-word one time was quite shocking, to say the least.
I don't think Felix is a racist person, but god damn, he really kind of just was really comfortable using that word. That really just kind of... like, you're reaching for all these words, right? You're like, oh, let me just, like, context. At this point, he should know better than... And beyond that, he's freaking PewDiePie. He's the biggest...
Alright, I'm hoping he's just gonna go through the hypocrisy angle in this one and not be like, dude, it's fucked up that he said the N-word. Hold on.
He represents all of us, and he needs to be more responsible, especially after we all...
I totally understand what Ethan was trying to say there. At the end of the day, if you're one of the biggest YouTubers of all time, there's just no positives that can come out of saying the N-word.
Oh man. Who fucking cares?
It can only ever hurt you. I mean, who in their right mind would ever want to make a video like this?
I'm making this video to talk about the most...
Alright, well, so he's saying that you shouldn't say it because it'll fuck up your image. That's still not terrible.
Regretful and shameful thing that I've ever had to talk about publicly. There's a video that's out that's a compilation of me saying the N-word.
Oh, shit. But Joe Rogan was saying it in the context. Ethan was saying it because he loved saying it. Those aren't even comparable, are they?
But just like the Leafy video, it wasn't necessarily that Ethan was objectively wrong. It was the fact that, one, PewDiePie was literally his friend at the time, and I think it's more than fair to be a tad bit biased towards your own friend and defend them as long as you're still being reasonable, and two, of all people, to be delivering this...
Dude, I'm so glad I didn't fucking befriend this guy in January so I can critique his video right now. Holy shit, dude. Imagine if I had to stay quiet on this one, or Gunt Guard, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Message. Ethan is literally the second last person on the entire planet who can speak out against excessive usage of the N-word.
Is it racist to refer to black people as blacks?
Because to the best of my knowledge, the only other massive YouTuber who said the N-word on video more than Ethan is his friend iDubbbz, and at one point, even he had to calm Ethan down from using the N-word too much.
I love that I can just say nigger though.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like you're using a little liberally.
I love...
He's like laughing when he says it. He's joking. That's like, is that number one? Is that the first one of the video? He had to calm him down. Like, come on, man, calm down. Don't you think that, like, he could have just talked to him privately and cut that section if he felt like it was... If Ian really pressed the issue and said, hey, dude, I think this is going to be bad for both of our careers, you don't think they could have just cut that segment before they aired it? Or they wouldn't have just left that in?
Hey, it's so wonderful.
He's like, you think I'll leave her without them Doritos, dog? Nah, fool. You ain't holding down shit. Nigga broke. You ashy as fuck.
So to anyone who wasn't swayed by the Leafy video, I think the PewDiePie situation clearly exemplified to everyone exactly how dishonest Ethan truly is because of how quickly he was willing to switch up on those that he knows for views and social credit.
So he's a snake too.
Now, these two situations actually ended up doing severe damage to Ethan's reputation in the grand scheme of things, because these events highlight a massive issue with Ethan's character. You see, Ethan has this incredible habit of pulling the ladder up behind him. He glazed Leafy in private, told him how great he was in writing, and then he turned around and made a hit piece on the guy strictly because he felt it would be profitable and socially acceptable to do so. He befriended PewDiePie and collaborated with him and literally has made tens of thousands of dollars as a direct result of their friendship. Then, the same second Felix started getting pushback.
I agree with all this.
Serving opportunistic man, and he has always been that way from day one. He looks at every situation only through the lens as to how he can use it to benefit himself, rather than looking at things through the perspectives, hey, for me to do X, Y, and Z at that
in a nature setting, like
whoa, whoa!
Same
How do we jump that far?
thing now.
women are in a nature setting.
Not okay for you to do. It was okay for me to do X, Y, and Z at that time, but it's certainly not okay for you to do that exact same thing now.
Women are in a nature setting, like to be conquered.
True!
Ethan was 32 when that was recorded. I'm
fucking 27, bro. This is funny.
24 now, and if I said those exact same words on a podcast in the exact same tone, this is what Ethan would say.
This is just misogynistic, just fucking trash. Just trash.
A perfect example of Ethan pulling up the ladder.
I will say, the best part of this video is his attention to detail with the music, alright? If you hear, did you hear that? Did you hear that 1 second I let play before I paused it? Did you hear the 1 second of the video I let play it? Because I could tell you instantly, I know exactly what topic he's going to talk about based off that song, but it might just be me as someone who's made this video before.
Just fucking trash. Just trash.
A perfect example of Ethan pulling up the ladder behind him is his...
I mean, you know this is going to be about Keemstar because he's playing the Content Nuke song. And that is awesome. That is my only positive comment about this video, is it hits tone perfectly.
Fucking trash. Just trash.
A perfect example of Ethan pulling up the ladder behind him is his relationship with Keemstar.
I'm more than gay. I'm bestiality.
Now, I want to make this clear.
This song is like synonymous with fucking Keemstar. Honestly, I regret using it in other videos because like anytime Keemstar comes up, I thought it was like synonymous with like Ethan and stuff like that, so I used it in those videos, and I think I used it more recently. Now, like every time I hear this, I just think of Ethan Keem Content Nuke, because it's the song that Ethan used in the Content Nuke. It's like his main song when he like replays clips over and over again.
These two were never friends or anything, but they were in fact peers, and in 2017, Ethan brought Keem onto his show as one of his first guests ever.
One of my questions for you is how do you fucking afford all this shit? What? Because you were driving like fucking fancy ass cars all the time. You got this big beautiful house. I'm like, how this motherfucking G Fuel ass drinking afford all this shit? Like, I know G Fuel doesn't pay that well. Goddamn.
They take care of me. They're good.
Well, I never see what that G Fuel has.
And it's
dude, if I had to rank this, it's like content 2. Fucking script writing 1, fucking musical score 10, boys.
Energy drink, check it out, Cokie.
They had a reasonably normal conversation despite some disagreements, but the real issues began to arise after the podcast was released.
I did the H3H3 podcast. It was good. I mean, he was really nice in person. Like, I had a good time. I thought it was great. I had no problems whatsoever. And then when he uploaded the podcast today, he left this comment that said, I understand a lot of you do not like Keemstar, but that's why we had him on the show. It's good to have conflicting views and opinions. Hate him all you want. We do too. But he's an interesting character,
that was so
and that's
scummy.
what this show is about. God bless. The whole we do too. Like,
dude, people still pretend this isn't like insane to fucking say something like that.
Like they hate him.
Like, why would you have him on the show if you fucking hate him and then like not bring that up? Like, it's okay to have someone you hate on your show, but why wouldn't you use that as like a thing? It's like, here's all the reasons I don't like you or whatever, and make that known. Why does Keem find out that you hate him off the stream?
Like, what the fuck?
Like, they were on Baited and stuff like that. It just sounded like he was fucking cringing to his own audience because they're like, hey, why did you go on with Keemstar? That guy sucks. And they're like, oh, we're getting a lot of hate for this. Just tell them that we hate Keem too. He'll probably not mind. You know?
someone, you should not need to make a comment clarifying that.
Stop saying the video is very bad. We're only 16 minutes in, and these are all of Gokunaru's arguments. We're not even at the part of the video that this guy's fucking brainchilded yet. That hasn't happened yet. We don't know it's bad.
You hate your guests because you got an ounce of pushback. You should tell them right to their face and make it abundantly clear. Realistically, what was Keem gonna do? Punch him? No, it's a podcast meant for entertainment purposes. You're supposed to communicate with the other person.
His fragile little clown heart was hurt when we did the podcast, and then I said afterwards in a comment that I hated him.
Yes, that's a totally reasonable thing to be upset about. So one thing is for certain, Ethan is a snake for this, and yet again, he is 110% at fault here. And as a result of Ethan being so objectively wrong in this situation,
it's shit like this that makes me like, every time people say they want the Hassan video from me, I roll my eyes because I'm always afraid of releasing something like this. I don't think there's something inherently wrong with releasing a video that's topically this dated, but dude, I feel like I'd roll my eyes the same way if you're like, oh, I finally got the Hassan video from Nick, and he spends 10 minutes talking about how Hassan fucking didn't pay his editors. Legitimately, it's been like one of the things that has pushed me from making that project like in the past.
Two clowns then decided to have a half-a-decade-long internet beef, which ended up culminating in Ethan releasing the infamous content nuke on Keemstar. And in that video, he specifically made sure to mention Keemstar's sponsor, G Fuel, on more than 5 separate occasions.
How would G Fuel still sponsor this guy, by the way? G Fuel.
Dude, I'm shocked that I agree with all these talking points. Oh wait.
Daniel Keemstar, sponsored by G Fuel.
Yeah.
The obvious way that he did, he single-handedly set the precedent that it's totally okay to attack the sponsors of any content creator.
Not single-handedly. I believe, was Pokimane not predating this? I don't know my YouTube history as well as I used to. But he definitely was one of the big players.
As long as you're beefing with them. And because this is Ethan Klein we're talking about, he did that while simultaneously...
I am not someone that supports going after somebody's sponsors to try to cancel them.
Yes, you are.
For some... In every video, he's got it on the desk, and the fact that G Fuel's on his talk about that.
How are you supposed to not talk about G Fuel? Well, luckily, I don't think anyone can answer that question better than me. I've literally made a 45-minute video criticizing Keemstar extensively, and there's not a single mention of G Fuel in that video. I can tell you from first-hand experience, it's actually pretty easy to criticize someone and not mention their sponsors in a way that was clearly done with...
100%. This is good. It's so good.
We work with Spotify.
Arbiter of justice to spam his advertisers to get him to drop them.
Making good arguments. Of course,
it's a sad day. It's a sad month for you. H3 podcast. We have no sponsors today, so we have no sponsors today because they're heartless. Today we have no sponsors because I am an existential threat to gay rights and all progress. So of course, so we have no sponsors. So
dude, this was the funniest shit ever. Is like right after that whole drama when the sponsor fight started. So like I don't know how it happened or whatever, but Ethan lost all of his fucking sponsors. Like he just and he was complaining publicly about how he lost all his sponsors because to him what he was doing was like a virtuous quest to like destroy Keemstar. When the reality was he was just opening the door up for everyone to get fucked. But usually when you say stuff like that and you're like fear mongering, because I've done it myself, it's like, oh, you know what's gonna happen? This is gonna happen to you, right? You never get that karma. Something I heard recently, I think Destiny said it, was like you shouldn't wait for karma because sometimes bad people win forever. And if you always sit there obsessing over like life is gonna ruin this guy's life for you because karma or whatever, for the most part, there's like most of the time nothing bad is ever going to happen to that person, and you're just like contingent, your own happiness is contingent on whether someone else's life suffers. You should just focus on making your life better and bettering yourself, which I think is generally good advice. For me, I find that if I wait for karma to rear its ugly head, it usually takes people out. I mean, I waited years to see Illuminati burn, and then she did, so that was great. But sometimes it doesn't happen, true, I agree. In this case, it did. Ethan got, like, giga-raped by sponsors, like, shortly after this drama, and all of us laughed hysterically because it was just like, I can't believe that this actually happened. We all joked about it happening, and then it fucking happened. It's crazy.
In like 2 weeks. I don't know. I think the left and the right are all colluding to make sure I have no sponsors now. I love and appreciate the never support.
The left and the right are colluding to make sure I have no sponsors now. That was funny, dude.
So helpful at this time when we're losing pretty much. I mean, we probably lost like 80% of our sponsors.
And it actually gets worse. Not only did G Fuel drop Keem then went on to replace his G Fuel sponsorship with a MyBookie sponsorship. So at the end of the day, he's most likely now being paid more money than he was with G Fuel, and instead of selling energy drinks, he's now shilling gambling to his child audience.
You're gay. You're gay and cringe, and I hate you. You suck, and you you don't belong here. Holy fuck, dude. He's shilling gambling to his child audience. Fuck you. I took that sponsorship and I'd take it again. And I'd shill it to my whole fucking chat. Dude, if you're not fucking 18 years old, you don't have a credit card. You can't play my bookie. If some fucking 14-year-old kid loses your house on fucking my bookie, it's because his parents suck. It's not fucking Voldemort, okay? Gambling ads are on like fucking UFC streams, bro. I can't watch a hockey game without them interrupting the play to talk about sports books, okay? It's fucking gambling. It exists. Holy I hate this so much, bro. Your child audience. Think of the children. Think of the parents. They don't fucking do enough. Yeah, the Zoomer iPad kids are having a hard time. Whose fault is that?
On Snapchat. So yet again, this is a perfect example of Ethan being objectively and unequivocally in the wrong, and it ended with Ethan yet again being objectively and unequivocally wrong, pulling up the ladder behind him, and at the end of the day, it only ends up—
Think of the children! Bro, what do you think age demographic is watching an Ethan Klein hate video on the reg, okay? You're probably talking about racial slurs and fucking gambling to them right now anyway. If the target audience is to go to fucking, like, Ethan Klein's audience, because you're gonna get to the point where he starts chilling draft book shit, right? You're just reminding them what it is. YouTube drama is not synonymously watched by 30 fucking year old men. It's watched by kids. You're talking about it too. Oh, but I'm talking about it negatively. Yeah, my parents talked about alcohol negatively, but I still drank before fucking 21. I had a fucking fake ID at 17, okay? Everyone knows kids shouldn't drink alcohol. That's why they do. Oh, wow, this King of Nothing guy really doesn't want me to do sports betting. Better go steal my mother's credit card. Dude, it's just so gay. All of our content is viewed by minors. We're talking about rape. We're talking about pedophilia.
backfiring on himself.
It's just a snake eating its own tail of people being mad on the internet.
Right, that's interesting.
Yo, I got a little podcast, and we're gonna come through with the podcast. I gotta get the news on plan. I'm talking about shrimp penis. I'm talking about food, fast food.
My favorite cope by YouTubers like Ethan, who've lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers as a result of nothing but their own actions, is that they've somehow changed and grown and matured and evolved.
It's been a long, painful, hard journey for myself. It's been a tremendous
Dude, nothing
growth for
triggers me more than people who, like, you're regurgitating all the Gokinaru talking points, but you're doing it like a soylent freak. Like, it's so fucking gay.
myself. I've matured so much. It's actually incredible.
Unfortunately, those are nothing but empty words. When it comes to maturity, I will admit, Ethan seems to know exactly what to say and when to say it, but he never seems to actually show anyone exactly how he's matured.
How? I have hundreds of clips of Ethan saying all the wrong things. You literally have played clips of him saying all the wrong things. Every apology he's made is not good. Like, he's made good ones, sure, but like, I don't think that's true.
He just verbally says it out loud. And in my opinion, if you have to constantly go out of your way to remind people that you've matured, you most definitely haven't.
Dan, you like this?
The thing is, this King of Nothing guy buys into it. It's not just, oh, I've matured, guys. I'm better now because I am subscribing to current thought. It's not like, oh, guys, at 30 years old, I realize slurs are bad. He's saying, like, dude, good job. You matured. Yeah, you're a late bloomer, you finally did it, but, like, he buys into this bullshit.
You like this, bro? Bro, you like this? Wait, there's kids here?
Laugh it up. Laugh it up, everybody.
But I think I think I got banned already. What?
Yeah, see ya.
Imagine if I consistently went out of my way to mention what a good person I am on my channel. You'd probably think I was the exact opposite of that, right?
I need you to tell me that I'm a good person. I know that I can be selfish and narcissistic and self-destructive, but underneath all that, deep down, I'm a good person, and I need you to tell me that I'm good. Diane? Tell me, please, Diane, tell me that I'm good.
That is exactly what Ethan does in terms of maturity. Fundamentally, we have to understand, if you're a YouTuber and hundreds of thousands of your own fans who already know, like, and trust you are mass unsubscribing from your channel, specifically a channel that you don't even post on anymore, that is an objective metric that clearly indicates that you've gotten worse in one way or another. Because it's not like Ethan is making new or worse content, there hasn't been any new content to not like on that channel.
Or it's because he was like the first big YouTuber to quit making daily, or not daily, but semi-weekly videos, and then start a podcast, which is a completely different medium than everything else he's created. and then he left that main channel dormant. Yes, there is the aspect where he started shitting on his old fan base.
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
You know that you lose subs when you drastically change your medium from sketch comedy to podcasts too, right? Like that's gonna happen.
In my opinion, this indicates a deep disapproval of his character on a mass scale.
Everyone thought, wow, this guy's really changed. Yeah, he has changed. For the worse. The much, much worse.
Because losing more than 500,000 subscribers isn't just numbers on a screen going down. Those are all individual human beings who once resonated with Ethan.
Yeah, they're the same individual human beings who unsubscribed after Toddy Westbrook's video and then resubscribed after James Charles's response, only to then unsubscribe 2 years later from James Charles when he got outed again. You act, oh, these are real people with real ideas. Dude, most of them are retards who are sitting here watching the daily update on the fucking beauty community makeup fucking Toddy C vitamin gummy controversy. Okay? Like, dude, the YouTubers, I'm sorry, no offense to this audience in particular, I'm sure you're different, but like, generally, YouTube audiences, there's a 5% sector who will flip, like, on first dawn, okay? They don't care what happened. Oh, okay, everyone's unsubscribing, I'm unsubscribing. That's like ultra fucking common. YouTube audiences are so synonymously flaky and not fucking what is it? What's the term? I don't know, dude. It's just the reality of the situation. YouTube audiences jump ship faster than any other group I've ever seen before. They're like goldfish. By the time their fucking stupid fish head gets to the other side of the bowl, they've already unsubscribed from the YouTuber and forgot why they even did it. There's like a certain 5 to 10% of your sub base that will always be goldfish.
Now saying they want nothing to do with Ethan, even for free. So it's actually the exact opposite of what Ethan claims.
This is a time of peace for me. This is a time of maturing.
He hasn't matured. In fact, he's only lost that many of his own fans over time.
Dude, if you're telling me that Ethan hasn't matured and he's actually still the same guy, that's awesome. You know what? Honestly, that's wishful thinking. It's probably not true. He's still probably like not the same person, but like I would welcome that with open arms. Most people, when they talk about Ethan Klein's decline, are like, damn, I miss the old Ethan. This guy's like, dude, the new Ethan sucks just as much as the old Ethan. And it hurts my brain.
Because of his abject failure to grow and mature.
It's like, I wish new Ethan was fucking as good as he claimed.
As time goes on. For example,
King of White Supremacy in the chat is a fucked up name, and I don't support it.
Right around the time that he dropped the content nuke, Ethan had this custom puppet of Keemstar made. And I will admit, as a Keem hater, the puppet
You're saying YouTube viewers are majority NPCs? Yeah, basically. Well, not majority, but I would say, like, there's a percentage of your audience that's a literal NPC. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
He literally moved to LA from New York. He is such a libtard.
Wow,
he is the definition of what happens when a libtard moves from New York to LA. Hypocrite!
However, this same guy who goes around yapping about how he's matured so much got so angry at Keemstar at one point that he started attempting to go inside of the Keemstar puppet using a select body part in a now deleted video.
What the fuck is on my screen right now? I just glanced to the right. What is that?
Which, of course,
Jesus Christ. Think of the children, King of Nothing. You just put Kermit the Frog. Fuck it, you're sucking Kermit's dick.
I saved.
Keemstar, get in on it. Come on, here, let's double team this.
Alright, this video was taken down.
Come on. This guy always crossing the line.
Yeah, I think Keem is the one crossing the line in this situation. There's not a single person who could ever watch that full video uncensored and think anything other than,
what a cringy, he's just an embarrassing human being. I mean, he's older than me, he's 40, almost 40. And he's trying to act like he's 18.
How old are you?
He's 40!
I won't talk about it. 38.
You're 40 years of age!
Or Nathan Barnett at Creator Clash, one of Ethan's...
Oh, finally! We're at new... Alright, guys! Gokunaru's video has ended. Now, these are all new. This is all new shit. I haven't seen this shit before. Well, some of it I pre-watched, but I haven't seen this shit before. Let's see all the new shit, chat! This is it! This is why we're here! If you're late and you're just getting here now, don't worry, boys. We're 25 minutes in. The content has started, chat. The content has started.
Employees AB fought a creator named Dad, or Nathan Barnett, at Creator Clash 2. Now, Dad had previously gone on the H3 podcast before Creator Clash 1 to promote his first fight, and when he went on the podcast, he felt comfortable enough sharing his experience of when he unfortunately lost his girlfriend.
The love of my life passed away 9 months ago, and like,
who did?
Wait, what? I mean, yeah, I'm like,
wait. Who passed away? the love of my life. I'm not trying to get into any weird stuff, but like I'm just talking to you guys. I'm getting amped up right now, and this is legitimately going to be the biggest day of my life, and I'm going to do it for her. So, and I'll get redemption for everything that's happened to me for 20 years.
What happened to Dad was tragic, and it's one of those things that literally every single mature adult would agree should be treated with nothing but respect. So before Dad's fight at Creator Clash 2, Ethan went on to say this.
This whole video is virtue signaling the entire time. Every section of the remainder of the video is virtue signaling gay shit. It's all like this.
About Dad.
He came on our show to promote his fight against Matt, and he was just like, he's an animal. My life is a tragedy. I'm fighting for my dead girlfriend. I was like, whoa, dude, I don't fuck with
Yeah, you don't want a dead girlfriend punch.
No.
Nobody wants a dead girlfriend punch to the face.
No, but I would pity anyone who gets in the ring with him, dude. That would be a fucking disaster for anybody.
Now, I'm no expert in maturity. In fact,
Scott Schaefer, oh man, I thought I had the worst drama video of 2024. Gonna have to win that title back. Actually, I think I was wrong about, I don't think I said it was the worst video of the year, but I think I was wrong about that one. I think that you probably brought up a lot of decent points about Caleb Hammer. I was misinformed on that drama. I don't know, I have to go back and look at it, because I didn't really give that situation as much of a, I don't think I gave that situation as much of a look as I should have, because the people who were telling me went like, oh shit, I think we're fucked. I think we're wrong on this one.
I'm actually quite immature. But when I think about maturity, the last thing that would ever come to my mind is a 40-year-old man who openly mocks the death of other people's girlfriends who he personally knows.
But like when he had Anthony Fantano on the show, he's saying stuff like, Dad has dead girlfriend energy, and he's referencing Siobhan.
Dude, I'm sorry. Dad has dead girlfriend energy is one of my favorite sentences so far of the year. Dude, I'm sorry. Come on, bro.
But like when
did he even say that? I don't even think they said that.
Anthony Fantano on the show, he's saying stuff like, Dad has dead girlfriend energy, and he's referencing Siobhan, my girlfriend who did pass away. I was like, this is the joke? You're saying I have dead girlfriend energy? And he just kept saying it the way he said it. Was just throwing it out there. It was very casual the way he was saying it, and I felt it was kind of insensitive, because like, imagine this was Flip, and I said something, and something like this.
Wait, Smaggle! I never,
Something to him. And I said anything, like I would get torn apart on the internet. But like, it's just throwing it away like that, saying calling her a dead girlfriend, and it was really sad to me.
I've actually never seen someone have a more valid concern about
you've never heard a more valid concern than that?
Anything than Dad saying, hey, maybe that was a little insensitive, yet this delusional and allegedly mature adult still went on to say,
I've tried my best to avoid having to talk about this, and I'm not kidding. If I have to talk about this, Dad is gonna look like a fucking idiot.
No, he's not actually. It's been a year, and still to this day, he definitely doesn't look like the idiot in this situation. Ethan does, because he lacks maturity.
We both used to be like edgy comedians, and we were a part of the larger commentary community. And as we've aged, we've realized that, you know.
Did he fucking, alright, did he say that to his face, or was that on Anthony Fantano's show? Did he go up to it like, or did he even say that at all? Was he making jokes about, I don't think he showed it, did he? Okay,
friend, I was like, whoa, dude, I don't.
Yeah, you don't want a dead girlfriend punch.
No.
That was Fantano.
Friend, and he was just like,
he's an animal.
My life is a tragedy. I'm fighting for my dead girlfriend. I was like, whoa, dude, I don't.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Is that the whole clip? Like, does he say more than that, and he didn't include it? Because I listened to that, and that sounded rather tame to me.
Want a dead girlfriend punch?
No.
Nobody wants a dead girlfriend punch.
Wait, was that it?
To the face.
No, but I would pity anyone who gets in the ring with him, dude.
Dude, he's fighting for his dead girlfriend. I wouldn't want to stand in front of a guy who's doing that. I wouldn't pity that man. What? Wait, is that it? Is that this whole section?
Creator Clash 2,
I thought he didn't show the clip yet. It never came.
Then went on to say this about Dad.
He came on our show to promote his fight against Matt, and he was just like,
timeout, game
my life
over.
is a
Hold
tragedy.
on.
I'm fighting for my dead girlfriend.
I need to pay
was
attention
like,
more.
Dude, I don't.
Yeah, you don't want a dead girlfriend punch.
No.
Nobody wants a dead girlfriend punch to the face.
No, but I would pity anyone who gets in the ring with him, dude. That would be a
Isn't this
disaster
Nicholas DeOrio guy
for
like
anybody.
one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
Now, I'm no expert in maturity.
That's it? And then fucking Dad comes out?
Death of other people's girlfriends who he personally knows.
But like when he had Anthony Fantano on the show, he's saying stuff like, Dad has dead girlfriend energy, and he's referencing Siobhan, my girlfriend who
You guys suck, so I hate everyone. I fucking hate everyone. He didn't even say that.
I'd like to give a big
He's
shout out
making
to
a comment
Nicholas
that he's
DeOrio.
fighting for his fucking dead girlfriend, and you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those punches. Like, why are you guys fucking being so gay about this? What is wrong with you? Is that really it? Is there another clip? Chat, what did he
have a more valid concern about...
I'm at a loss for words. This is point number one. Because all that other shit's been said before. This is point number one. This is the first time I'm hearing this argument. So you're telling me he goes on stream and talks about his dead girlfriend, and then Ethan mentions it to Anthony Fantano, saying like, bro, he's good, like he has dead girlfriend energy, even though he didn't actually say that, right? He said he went on my stream, he started talking about his dead girlfriend, bro, it was like fucking intense, dude. Yeah, you don't want a dead girlfriend punch. I think like the most pointed comment there was made by Fantano. Someone else who's like smoking the same California Kool-Aid that Ethan Klein is, right? And they both, like, that's it. That's the whole clip. And it's like, yeah, well, I can let you know right now, Ethan Klein, that Dad doesn't look bad. It's only you for this heinous fucking, wait, what does he say?
Anything. To me. I've actually never seen someone have a more valid concern about anything.
I hate this guy. Oh, fuck, dude. I've never seen a more valid concern about anything ever than the dad clip.
Then Dad saying, hey, maybe that was a little insensitive, yet this delusional and allegedly mature adult still went on to say,
I've tried my best to avoid having to talk about this, and I'm not kidding. If I have to talk about this, Dad is going to look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's going to play the two clips back to back and say, that's not what I fucking said.
No, he's not actually. It's been a year, and still to this day, he definitely doesn't look like
using her death as a joke, pretending she was never a person. Oh, man.
The idiot in this situation. Ethan does because he lacks maturity.
I lack maturity. I'd laugh about his fucking...
We both
whatever.
Used to be like edgy
I'm laughing about it now
were...
because his comment is so fucking ridiculous. Ethan did nothing wrong in that clip. Nothing.
A part of the larger commentary community. And as we've aged, we've realized that... you know, you want to conduct yourself differently.
You see, to Ethan, conducting yourself differently just means being as cruel and inhumane as humanly possible.
True! That's so awesome for him.
In that exact same podcast episode, where he was bragging about how he conducts himself so well, he goes on to mock the YouTuber Dr. Mike for the loss of his mother.
I've been boxing for 10 years, ever since my mom passed away, and it's been such a...
He's fighting with the spirit of his dead mom.
You can have muscles, but be soft.
His mom died, though.
Slap the shit out you, nigga. Saying that stupid ass shit.
I can't believe I even have to say this, but true maturity and just basic human decency is treating those who are going through profound loss with the utmost respect.
I'm sorry, they put it in the fucking documentary. Why would you say that if you don't want people to talk, like... Oh, bro.
And empathy. I know for a fact Ethan would be
Do you know how hard I have to lay it on to even argue this is a rational thought?
Severely upset
if I said those exact words that came out of King of Nothing's mouth, my audience would know I was lying.
I said the same words in the same tone.
If I said the same words in the same tone, I wouldn't even get shit for it. It wouldn't even be a Tuesday for me.
About his dog Shredder, who recently passed away. In fact, he would most likely cry. Yet, he turns around and does exactly...
No, he's fighting with fucking Shredder energy. Who cares?
That to other people's moms and significant others?
This is what
bro's gonna lose his mind when he hears about the Josh Pescatore drama.
Growth is. This is what maturing is.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like. And sadly, it's almost become a virtue today, at least in American culture, to not change.
Ethan has to do this bizarre set of mental gymnastics to make it seem like the entirety of today's culture just revolves around the fact that nobody wants anyone to change, when literally everyone knows that's just not true.
No! I don't want people to change at all! I like the status quo. All the people who change become less funny.
Change is not a problem. Nobody is gatekeeping becoming a better person.
I am! I'm gatekeeping it! All the YouTubers who do it suck now! You literally have a fundamental a fundamental misunderstanding of why people don't like Ethan Klein, and you're the guy trying to make the definitive video for it. No, it's because they liked what he did before, and then they didn't like the stuff in between, and now he's doing that stuff again, and people like him again. You don't understand it at all.
Aside from the straw man arguments that Ethan invents in his own mind.
Those are legitimate grievances.
Maturation is good.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna. Who can really tell me, like, oh, maturing means saying the N-word more? Like who's gonna make that argument?
Literally all it comes down to is the fact that people in general expect positive change and not change for the worse. Filthy Frank and PewDiePie.
What is positive change? Define positive change. Okay, is it becoming a fucking self-centered douchebag who acts better than everybody else, who acts like because he decided to like pivot his life and then stab everybody else in the back on the way up? Is that what you describe as like, hey guys, I'm 30 years old and I realize the N-word offends people. Hey guys, I'm not going to say fag anymore because I realize that it offends people, and I'm going to now go and be like the #1 police force member going, actually, you want to see what maturity is? I'll show you what maturity is, chat. We drag it back. We always drag it back. We're going to go look at some peak maturity. You want to talk about some peak fucking maturity? This is it, chat. You can show the real maturity. Is when you start being like, this is exactly what Ethan Klein did, but if we made it about Tipster instead. Okay? So, at some point, after March 22nd, 2023, Tipster realized that calling things gay was offensive. So here he goes, this community's so fucking gay. You can run around and talk shit all day, but then other people are crazy mad, spurging when they... Okay, look. And then, 3 months later, 2 months later, he's like, imagine saying you're gay as if that's even an insult.
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto?
You're calling me a homosexual as if being gay would be a bad thing, not a good look. It's like, well, yeah, but if you go back 2 months, you were calling shit gay on fucking Twitter all the time. But now, because you're better than everyone else, you're the moral arbiter over how people insult other people, even though you were doing it 2 months ago. That's why people don't like Ethan. That's fine. But now you're going around fucking policing everybody else as if this wasn't fucking you. And that's why we pull up clips of Ethan Klein saying the N-word. That's why we pull up clips of Ethan Klein saying that he conquers women. It's because he comes out to be the moral arbiter of everything after he himself has done all of this stuff not so long ago. That's the criticism. That's why the 2020 videos are structured like that. You got it now? I'm taking you to school, King of Nothing. I'm teaching you the ways.
Have both changed for the better over time, and they've actually matured and become better versions of themselves.
What do PewDiePie and Joji have in common that iDubbbz and Ethan don't? Oh, they didn't piss on their old fan base. That's the only reason people like them now. If they did the same fucking shit as Ethan and fucking iDubbbz, they would be equally hated by all of their audiences. It's entirely based upon how they police others. Yeah, Felix changed. He stopped making Nazi jokes in videos because it was getting him canceled and he was losing money. And then he never talked about it again. Joji went on and became a music content creator and did a bunch of other shit outside of his current base. Yeah, he changed, but he didn't go and become a fucking preacher. What Ethan Klein does and what iDubbbz does is try to tell other people how to live their lives after they profited off of the things that they did to get to where they were and make the money that they're making. They got up to the top and they told everyone else, you're not allowed to come up because you don't meet the current day standard. That's why they don't like those people.
They've aged, unlike Ethan, and as a result of that, the general public, including their old fans, still respect them both for who they are today and also who they were in the past. The difference between them is that unlike Felix and Frank, Ethan has changed for the worse. A perfect example of Ethan...
No, if Ethan got worse, we would like him more. That wouldn't even be a problem.
Clearly changing for the worse was when the Twitch streamer Cutie Cinderella...
Oh, fuck me, chat. We're here. We've arrived. The Cutie Cinderella drama. Who knows about the Cutie Cinderella drama, chat? It's not a tale Ethan Klein detractors will usually tell, okay? I mean, if I'm going like Star Wars at it, it's not a tale the Jedi would tell you. Cutie Cinderella got on stream and cried because she found out one of her close friends was beating off to her AI nudes. One of the funniest stream clips I've ever seen in my entire life is Cutie Cinderella bawling her eyes out because AI did the equivalent of photoshopping her face on someone else's naked body. It is one of the funniest fucking moments of like that year.
For the worse. A perfect example of Ethan clearly changing for the worse was when the Twitch...
Like, that guy cried. He's like, I'll do better. I've learned... He donated to, like, an anti-AI fucking thing. And he's like, I'm sorry I jerk off to my friends. It was great. It was hilarious. Great content.
Streamer Cutie Cinderella found out a certain website had been selling...
Dude, imagine going up to your buddy and be like, bro, are you jerking off to my AI girlfriend, dude? That's totally not cool. Bro, I was just pulling my dick out and like, you know, I mean, it wasn't really her, you know, it's artificially created, you know, it's just like, I'll just picture myself topping your girlfriend, bro.
Inappropriate fake videos of herself and other Twitch streamers, and she streamed her reaction to it, and as you would expect, Ethan had the most mature response possible.
This is what it looks like. This is what the pain looks like.
This is what the pain looks
like. Ethan had the most mature response possible.
This is what it looks like. This is what the pain looks like.
Ethan's biggest L, I agree with you, Pocaloco. His biggest L was apologizing to this fucking drama queen. This is Mrs. Excuse me, can you not stream my award show that no one cares about where I give Hassan Best Political Streamer after he said that Russia wasn't going to invade Ukraine? Can you give me money for it? Because I don't know if we can do it. Yeah, I hate this girl so much, bro. She sucks. She's the epitome of these stupid fucking upper class
Isn't
Twitch
this
stream
Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those
Okay.
fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
Why?
This is, dude, King of Nothing is playing this as if, like, he's playing it straight, as if this is the worst thing he's ever heard.
Why? Why? What is going on with you?
I'm sorry, don't mind me.
If you were able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of
Dude, he just keeps playing chestnuts roasting on an open fire over the girl crying hysterically about her fake nudes being leaked onto the internet.
being seen sexually.
You're a monster, dude. You guys are crazy.
Why did you do that?
Zach, what the fuck, bro?
Bro, this is like King of Nothing's personal 9/11 that a woman is being mocked for being over dramatic about something that doesn't really matter. Obviously, no one is saying that AI nudes are like 100% fucking like on the up and up, and like totally a normal act to do and post publicly, especially, right? But like it's so drowned out by her overdone fucking crying dramatic response on Twitch.tv.
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
Remember, guys.
Dude, that picture!
Zach,
Do you remember this?
Fuck, bro.
Dude, it's like the one woman on the podcast is just like fucking death staring Ethan.
Remember, guys, Ethan Klein is a self-proclaimed feminist.
Wait.
Remember, guys, Ethan Klein is a self-proclaimed...
Dude, the one woman on the podcast is like, how fucking dare you mock this girl? This is the worst moment of her life.
Remember, guys, Ethan Klein is a self-proclaimed feminist who's apparently so passionate about feminism that at one point he even wore a shirt that says, Dad, husband, feminist.
He said he wanted to debate a feminist.
There's no fucking way that you edited this video. If you did, you don't belong in commentary. Hold on, wait, can we watch this point again?
Feminist who's apparently so passionate about feminism that at one point he even wore a shirt that says, Dad, husband, feminist.
He said he wanted to debate a feminist.
Coward.
Tell him I said he's a coward.
That is the most obviously played for joke I think I've ever seen. And you edited this together to show me the context, because I wouldn't have known. I don't know where this is from. I wouldn't have known this was a joke unless you played the clip that shows it's a joke. And you're playing it as if this is legitimate. That he's such a devout feminist that he wore this show to the podcast to show how much of a feminist he is.
Remember, guys, Ethan Klein is a self-proclaimed feminist who's apparently so passionate about feminism that at one point he even wore a shirt that says, Dad, husband, feminist.
He said he wanted to debate a feminist.
At some point, you need to realize maybe I should have people pre-watch this shit. That is so egregiously bad. I don't know how this got from the scripting phase to the collecting clips phase to the editing phase to the upload phase, and you didn't realize that you're posting fucking clips that are contradictory to the things that you and your video are trying to sell. It looks like somebody's debunking you. It looks like I set that clip up to play it against you, but no, that's the raw video.
Coward.
Tell him I said he's a coward.
Like, he's drunk gathering clips. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. Who said that? Mr. Johnson.
Coward.
Show him that shirt. Make sure he sees
Take
it.
a picture of me and send him and say, Ethan says you're a coward. You want to debate a feminist.
The clip just keeps going. Like, it's just so obvious. This is fucking satire.
I'm serious. Take a picture. Right now.
So he's more than happy to profit off of feminism, both.
Dude, that's not the clip that shows that. I don't doubt that there might be a clip that you could find that shows that he's profiting off of feminism. But that's not a hypocrisy. You showed a joke and then another joke.
Monetarily and in terms of social credit, yet in a moment that clearly called for a little bit of basic human decency.
No, it didn't call for basic human decency. This clip is funny. This is a funny moment. This girl is being dramatic. It's hilarious.
To a female, Ethan couldn't even pretend to be compassionate towards Cutie.
Why would I be compassionate for her? What compassion is justified? She's already getting showered in subs from her fucking fans. She wasn't fucking raped. Like, someone posted a fucking AI nude of her online. Am I going crazy here? This is not the worst day of her life.
Hard to even imagine he's a real person, you know? It's like, damn, there's a real person out there like that. It's wild.
On another note, let's take a look at what the content creator Brittany Broski had to say about her appearance on the H3 podcast.
What's the nastiest thing you've seen on the internet?
I recently went on fucking H3 and Ethan showed me a video of two prolapsed assholes rubbing against each other. So that's actually really awesome that you asked that, because I had an answer ready to go.
Yeah.
As you just heard there, Ethan has this really bizarre habit of asking his guests awkward relationship questions or showing them adult content.
This is so
live on his show. I have to keep this PG, but for example, Ethan brought this adult actor named Hunger FF onto his show. And
dude, I have to keep this PG. Cuts to a picture of a guy wearing a shirt that says ass meat.
But for example,
it says ass meat on his chest.
Well, Ethan brought this adult actor named Hunger FF onto his show and had him show off some of his talents to his guest at the time, Howie Mandel.
You just go ahead and do it right now?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Everything you
Thank you.
requested.
Now we want
Let me take off my shirt. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Fascist dudes too.
Oh no! No! No!
Do you know why this is happening? Does King of Nothing understand this joke?
You can. Oh! Wait. I made sure I had some hand sanitizer because on hand just in case.
That was actually really impressive.
He's probably done that exact same bit more.
Do you know why that he showed Howie Mandel a prolapsed asshole? If you don't understand this lore, it's gonna sound crazy, but it was actually in context to show Howie a prolapsed asshole. I understand if you don't understand the joke. That one makes sense. I understand why maybe King of Nothing's researching. He should understand. Howie Mandel lost sponsorships because he posted a picture of a prolapsed asshole on social media and said, "Is this COVID related?" And it was like a viral meme. If you've heard of the "Is this COVID related" meme where he posted a prolapsed asshole, that's the joke. Is that Howie Mandel lost sponsorships over this joke. That's something that he did. So the reason why Ethan Klein is showing him a prolapse asshole video is literally that reason. Okay, and to act like, oh yeah, that girl in the first clip isn't indicating that she was like disgusted or she would never go back on the show again, or it was like if these people had grievances, that's more, I guess that's more valuable to me. I could actually look into that, but it doesn't even sound like she's bothered by this. And he's acting like this stuff is like, I don't know, dude. Were you guys ever fucking 15 years old showing your friend 2 girls 1 cup? Were you ever kids on the internet, the early internet, or whatever, looking at all these fucking gore videos and shit like that when you were like stupid teenagers and being like, bro, you should totally check this cool video out. It's like, whoa, dude, this is like a video game? Nah, dude, it's like a guy getting fucking killed, lol, and then making them get like really uncomfortable. That was like, I don't know, early internet shit. I mean, it's obviously weird to look back on, but I don't think it's inherently weird to show something disgusting to somebody. You're not doing this for like sexual pleasure. It's like, this is shock value humor. Right? I mean, I don't think I would do that in current day with like fucking 2 girls, 1 cup. But like, I don't really see it as deranged for Ethan to do this.
Than a dozen times at this point, and the reason why he constantly does really weird stuff like that is because Ethan and his podcast are essentially just the dollar store version of the Howard Stern Show.
Dude, how do you say that with a straight face after regurgitating all of Gokinaru's talking points for the past 30 minutes? Like, I get it. Yeah, oh, he's the dollar store Howard Stern, big zinger. Meanwhile, like, the first talking point that you made after going through all of Gokinaru's ones fell flat on its face. I don't understand this. Like, it's actually insane, the ego of that.
Howard was like my inspiration for the show, not really podcast.
Like as soon as he has to fly, like and jump off the out of the bird's nest after the mother spoon feeds the worms into its mouth, he then slams right into the grass and he can't get back up into the home.
My dream was to have more acts and more stuff going on, which I think we can build up to.
He even paid tens of thousands of dollars in an attempt to copy Howard's set inch for inch at one point in his life.
Oh, Klein. Embarrassing.
And the problem with Ethan trying to be...
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, if you don't understand, like, basic... Dude. You're copying Ethan's thumbnail. Like, I'm sorry, bro! Dude! Like, if you don't understand parody, I do this with all my fucking content. I understand it, okay? Bro, Everybody Hates Leah is literally like a ripped Ethan Klein thumbnail. Everybody Hates Ian. It's the same, it's the thumbnail thing. It's fucking Everybody Hates Ethan. Is that... No, wait, or is it... Hold on. Oh, it's Everybody Loves Ethan. He's like parodying... Oh no, is it Tom's? It's Tom's thumbnail. He's doing Tom's thumbnail.
Scares.
It's Tom's thumbnail. Like, you get that, right? You're parodying Tom's thumbnail? Like, you understand, right? And that, like... That's like an Internet of J thumbnail. Like, I'm just like, I don't. It's Tom's thumbnail.
A Howard Stern clone is the fact that Howard got famous by being controversial and edgy.
You ever listen to my show, Howard Stern Show?
Yes.
You do? You like it?
Not particularly.
No, what don't you like about it?
You're rather crude.
I'm rather crude?
Yes.
Oh, how do you mean? Give me an example.
You're rather disgusting, and I don't care to give you an example.
So Ethan is trying to uphold himself as some paragon of moral virtue while simultaneously ripping off every aspect of someone who got famous for being an edgelord. And unfortunately, Ethan isn't as witty, funny, or charismatic as Howard was in his prime, so Ethan tries to copy Howard's early 2000s edgelord shtick, and it leads to some very odd and uncomfortable moments.
Liver King, now, do you have to have sex in a certain position? Because you're so big, and sometimes fat guys have a problem. They have to go into a certain position. Yeah. I mean, you're massive, right? So, and also, I don't know how well endowed you are, but like, what's the situation with your what position? Do you have to go in a position, or are you guys fully flexible? Because you're both very muscular.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Never talk about my wife in this context.
And by adopting a style that's similar to Howard Stern's Shock Jock era, Ethan not only does things that are the exact opposite of maturity, but it's also genuine.
Who cares? If this is what maturity is, why would you want that for your podcaster? Is maturity... Should Ethan Klein's podcast just be sitting there talking about, like, taxes? Should he be talking about, like, the Israel-Palestine conflict more? Like, is he not talking about that enough? Like, what do you want from him? He can't bring on guests to the show and do fucking funny bits because that's not the peak maturity levels that you're expecting as a fan? Like, I don't understand this at all. Maturity could be not saying the N-word. It doesn't mean that you have to live your whole life as like a fucking NPC.
Hurtful in some cases. For example, Howard famously had his whack pack where he'd get people like Beetlejuice.
Like, where does it end? Yeah, dude, Ethan Klein said the N-word, and then he said saying the N-word is bad. So let's play all these clips of him saying the N-word. How did that get stretched all the way to Ethan Klein said saying the N-word is bad, so here's all these clips of him saying the N-word, and now he has midgets on his show and makes fun of them for being short. Who fucking cares?
To be on his show, so him and his fans could just laugh at them.
Spanish, man? Yeah, I speak Spanish.
Hey, Pete, you know.
And it's like, he's not even arguing, like, making a parallel between this and Tommy NC 2010, even though that's, like, sitting right there. You could argue that. He's not.
Yeah, fuck you piece of...
Hey, yell at him in Spanish. Yell at him.
Yeah, you motherfucker, you motherfucker.
And remember how he criticized Leafy for making fun of that autistic man?
Oh, no, he did. I'm sorry. I got just fucking pause champed. He does.
And I mean, if you look at Leafy's channel,
my bad.
Fun of kids and like
that's what I get for reacting live.
Vulnerable people like Joey's World Tour. There's no sport.
Wait, he went for Joey's World Tour?
Making fun of these people. It's just sad. They don't need to be made fun of.
Bro, it was right there. Tommy NC 2010 was right there. Bro, Joey's World Tour just eats food.
Enough, Ethan now has...
That's like, oh, bro, you said you can't watch Badland Chugs anymore.
His very own whack pack called the Goof Gang.
He just eats food for fucking children.
And he now does exactly what he criticized Leafy for 8 years ago, almost every week.
We're gonna have to celebrate this beautiful man, Gabe. the White Claw.
Do you think he talks like that offline? Where he's like, it's Joey from Joey's Super Cool Food Reviews! No, he probably talks like a normal human being. When Tommy NC turns off the camera, he's still Tommy NC 2010.
In the world, the one and only, in my nostrils and pooping it out of my ears. How about this? How about this? Snorting and spitting it out of my mouth.
Yeah, snorting. Oh my god.
And this isn't just about one clip or one isolated incident, but rather the consistent pattern of behavior. Ethan has made more than 8 hours of content just making fun of Gabe, mocking him, and just straight up treating the guy like a circus clown. And it's not just Gabe he does this to. There's Jimmy Lee, Shoe Nice, Shirtless Eddie.
Shoe Nice, dude. We've insulted Shoe Nice too much. It's over. Your fun card has been revoked. You can't bring Shoe Nice on your stream anymore. Tommy C, you're a bad person for abusing Shoe Nice, someone who needs to be coddled by King of Nothing.
And many more. Yet, when the Goof Gang gets compared to Howard's Whack Pack, Ethan has the audacity to get offended by that.
I don't like the comparison. I'm not saying anything. I want to make it clear, though, because the Whack Pack's a Howard Stern thing. And I feel like the people that he brings on like that, he's way more, I want to say, judgmental and rude to. I hope that we have more of a mutual respect.
Unlike Ethan, I am not going to pretend like this is something that it's not. The interactions that Ethan has with his Goof Gang is just straight up implicit bullying, and there is no debate to be had there. All of the proof—
Do you think just platforming a retarded person is just inherently bullying? Do you think that, like, just having a retarded person within your, like, within, like, 20 degrees of separation from you in your room is just, like, there's no way to interact with these people without bullying them? You can't make, like, I don't know. Alright, whatever.
Is on video.
You know, these are like adults, right? He's not bringing on children, right? He's not bringing on like 15-year-old kids to bully or something like that, right?
And it's undeniable. He's taking someone who he has 100% full control over due to his position as a large YouTuber and having them say and do things strictly because he's in the position of power, and Ethan and his crew and his audience all sit there laughing at and not with the members of the Goof Gang. Audience all sit there laughing.
It's Keemstar! Dude, it's fucking Keemstar and Papa Gut had a child. It's Papa Keem. It's Keem Gut.
At and not with the members of the Goof Gang.
Have you ever gone down on a girl, Gabe? Stop.
No.
Have you ever? You haven't. Is that something you're looking to try?
Yeah, someday.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
I practice in front of the mirror.
Oh my God! Can you do it right now? Pretend you're in front of the mirror. Oh, you have a lot.
Is Ethan's audience harassing these people to tears after they get off stream? Like, or is this like a? What do these guys think? Does Gabe think that he's like being abused or whatever?
Keep practicing, buddy.
There you go. Oh, you're ready to go.
Because I don't know. I don't know the lore of this. Is this like I consent, I don't consent type of thing? Or is this like a genuine issue on his show?
Go, Gabe. You're going to make a girl very happy.
And not only is this behavior absolutely reprehensible, but it also normalizes cruelty towards those who might be more susceptible to manipulation.
Oh, fuck, man. I'm so done with this fucking guy. I hate this guy. It normalizes cruelty. Like, dude, every time I log on, I'm normalizing cruelty. Every time I cover Tipster, I'm normalizing cruelty. Like, what are you talking about, dude? This is like insane.
For example, just a few months ago, Ethan brought a man named C-Man onto his show.
Dude, there's no way you're playing C-Man like it's a real fucking name. Dude, holy shit.
Asked him for a picture of his regional area.
Dude, he asked Seaman for a picture of his regional area, dude. This is a great video.
On numerous occasions.
Can I ask your permission for something, C-Man? If you will permit us, can we tweet out the photo of your so the audience can see it, and then we can get kind of the audience's opinion? Because there is a lot of...
Maybe later.
Listen.
Maybe later.
We've got through the niceties. Let's cut to the meat here, the girth of it. Can I tweet the picture of your...
They supported him. The fans made him a bunch of money on Cameo. Nice.
I mean, you are... So there's a picture, one public video that you made. It's you with two dudes, and you all are having a good time. And you pan down to your real fast. So that's the photo. I was going to ask for your permission if I could post it to Twitter so that the fans can share their opinion on the size of it.
They want to share the opinion, that's fine. I don't mind. You can do it.
You would have thought that maturity would mean understanding that if someone says no or is clearly uncomfortable with what—
Dude, he thinks that because Ethan Klein grandstanded about maturity when he first flipped over or whatever, he's now no longer allowed to be funny. There's no joke that can be made. He has to be peak pillar of maturity or else he's like an ultra omega hypocrite. And the only way that we can prove that Ethan has hypocrisies is to attack him every time he does something funny for the rest of his life.
You're asking, you drop it, but Ethan actually managed to do the exact opposite right there. He pushed and pressured C-Man to send him a photo of his private area on—
No, he didn't push him. It's a public video that your own fucking stream just told me. It's a public video that was uploaded, and he's taking a screenshot. Is it
a live stream in front of 40—
Did the guy like pull the phone out and make a new dick pic? Chat, can somebody give me context here? It sounds like he literally just got that wrong from his own video.
40,000 people just so he could tweet out the photo for millions to see, all as an attempt at humor. Now I see—
Did he take a new picture, chat? Is anyone watching this? Or was it the fucking public video that he shot a porno?
Why the guy needs his fans to make his jokes for him.
I want your guys to stop. Help me be funnier.
Because the video tells me he did a porno and panned down to his dick. And I don't know what happened in between. He didn't show the context. But supposedly now he's pressured him to take a new photo of his dick and tweet it out? When did that happen?
I'm not funny. I don't have the time to make segments. You make segments for us.
And guess what? It actually gets worse. C-Man then went on the H3 subreddit and stuck up for himself and essentially said he didn't feel good about what had happened on the show, and of course, Ethan and their crew then immediately permanently banned him from the H3 subreddit, and they haven't had him on the show since.
Cool.
Like it's a fucking cult. Like he actually cuts people off.
As another example, last year they brought a man named Shirtless Eddie on, and as soon as he got there, they did an hour-and-a-half long bit where Ethan pretended to go to the bathroom, but in reality, they just left Eddie in the studio live all by himself.
Who cares? That's funny!
For 45 minutes.
Okay, I'll be right back and then we'll hop into the next segment. Thanks.
Let's do this. Yeah.
Oh no. You're a fan of the show and have you seen some episodes? I trust Eddie.
The fact of the matter is—
oh my god, this guy just doesn't understand jokes. Oh, I don't know. Now I know how people are struggling to get through this fucking video.
Ethan is a
He just doesn't understand fucking humor.
Bully who only selectively targets those who he perceives as weak and vulnerable, like C-Man or Gabe. Then he implicitly clowns on them and makes them the butt of every—
You know this guy just covers trending topics too and just talks about everyone, right? Like, none of this makes sense. This just does not make sense to me.
Joke. And I find this—
It's like Ethan only bullies retards. He does nothing else other than bully retards. His show is a non-stop nasal drip of bullying the newest retard. Cool. Love it.
Bullying to be hilarious coming from Ethan of all people, because the last time someone exposed Ethan for the absolute lolcow that he is, he immediately retreated and adopted the position of understanding and acceptance like the little weasel that he truly is.
We wouldn't know that because you went through all of Gokunaru's talking points and you just didn't include all of Ethan's responses that he made since then. Do I think you have to include those? No. I do think it would make it a bit more interesting to hear the same tried and true Ethan Klein talking points if you included the only new thing that has happened in the time between when that fucking script was originally written and now was the fact that Ethan watched it point for point. I think that would benefit, because again, I said this earlier and we're all the way through the section and I didn't see any of that stream, and I to this day still haven't seen most of it. That probably would have been the only cool way that you can go back and go through all that shit again where I wouldn't have minded it, but it's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. There's like an hour of footage that you could have siphoned through to make some kind of cool point to talk about like Ethan's modern positions on these arguments. It's not like he went through and apologized for everything Gokunaru said. He doesn't agree with it. So you could absolutely use a more modern, I say modern, but this was still 2020, a more modern version of Ethan's arguments instead of kind of just guessing.
What have people been saying about me recently? That
I'm pause champing again? Oh, does he
I'm a
does it
hypocrite.
now?
That I prioritize money over everything else, that I've thrown friends under the bus, that I'm ignorant and poorly informed, and spread misinformation, that I'm arrogant.
Because either way, the way I was in, like, if I ever made this video in fucking 2024, the way I would do it is I would go point by point, and then I would weave in clips of Ethan's current response whilst I'm explaining it. to show that as I go. That's how I would do it. Because there's so much there to use. It's not like a 2-second clip thing.
I cannot handle criticism and that I've used people. And let me just say this, okay, for the record, that I am guilty of all of those things.
The guy was actually so scared of Gokanaru that it took him 2 full years
wow, it's here.
just to react to his YouTube video about him. So he's more than happy to bully others, but when he gets obliterated in front of millions, suddenly the guy can't even engage with the very behavior that he has spent years perpetrating.
A little rat, a little weasel, a little hard man in groups. I've met many of them through my years. A man who grows in numbers, but on his own and when confronted in a similar situation, cowers away.
Oh, and of course there's a hypocritical
So he's gonna talk about it now.
aspect to the Goof Gang. He's also extensively
Wait, he didn't...
criticized David Dobrik for participating in...
Wait, I'm sorry. Was that it, Smaggle? He doesn't actually show it? He just mentions that it exists, that he knows it's there? Was that the pause chant moment, or does he go into it later? Wait, was that... Okay.
relationships with unfair power imbalances.
Of course, Seth never got the clout, just like this guy Jonah and Big Nick, is because people only get as much clout as David wants them to, because he portrays Seth and Jonah and Big Nick as the punching bags, as the jokes, and of course they're not going to be respected by the fan base. So of course they're never going to get their own fans, because people who do follow them probably don't respect them to begin with, because they're coming from David.
And last but certainly not least, the #1 thing that definitively and irrefutably proves Ethan's blatant lack of maturity and growth as a person is the fact that he had to pay $20,000 for a button to cut out the garbage that he says when he's live so he doesn't get canceled.
Okay, he just doesn't get humor. This guy's just turbo retarded. There's just no way. I can't do this, dude. Holy shit, we're not beating the ableism allegations today.
Every other episode.
We're getting a very expensive piece of hardware that they use in like the NBA, and it allows you to erase part of a live stream. It's very interesting. It's high-tech stuff.
It's not high-tech at all. It's existed since the 70s.
Oh, come on, bro. I'm trying to... It's expensive.
Yeah, everybody's familiar with it on a level. I mean, it's a dump switch. It's what prevents people, if they curse on broadcast television or something, so that they don't get banned or fined by the FCC.
Yeah, so we're going to implement that.
Yeah, most of us just use the free version of that. It's called pausing for a second to think. The reality is, if...
This guy sucks, dude. I don't ever want to watch anything this guy fucking makes again. Oh, wait, am I... Oh, I'm not subscribed. I was gonna unsubscribe after that. Wow.
Ethan had actually matured or changed for the better like he claims, he wouldn't say so much messed up stuff that he even needs a button in the first place.
I don't attack my dad, right? I can at least defend my dad by saying he didn't abandon me, right? In a gift basket to the neighborhood orphanage. There's a lot of sadness there. And he's an orphan. I don't mean that as an insult. It's just a statement of fact. That's a lot to deal with.
I think like
that brings a lot of damage. I wish I could make fun of his dad. I just don't know who he is. And sadly, neither does he. I mean, I think because he's an orphan, he has like deep abandonment issues. I'm just making educated guess here. He was literally an orphan, and I'm not saying that to be insulting. Yes, you are. It's just a statement of fact. Like he ended up an orphan. His mom clearly didn't want him, and if abortion was,
I don't know where you're going with this point. I don't think I'm making the point.
If abortion was right, and it's not Kim's fault. It's his dad's fault for being a deadbeat.
Obviously, everyone is gonna make mistakes, especially when they've been making content.
This isn't a mistake. These are the only funny things he said in the last 2 years. I need to establish this over and over and drive this home. This is the only good stuff Ethan has done in the time frame when he wasn't doing funny things. These are the good things. I like
for as long as Ethan has. But these situations aren't all just mistakes or coincidences. These are intentionally bad things that he does and says as a fully conscious, sober, fully grown adult. An actual mistake was what Ethan criticized his friend PewDiePie for. In 2017, he said the N-word one time, apologized, and to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't said it again. In Ethan's case, what I've presented here is a clear pattern of behavior where Ethan verbally claims to be mature and his fans eat it up like hotcakes because they have parasocial relationships with him, and that ends up feeding his ego through confirmation bias.
Maturity
so he thinks
is
he's
I can't make jokes anymore. That's maturity is when you're unfunny. Maturity is when you don't engage with any sort of humor in live streams and fucking do the show about the stock market.
Actually matured, and then he turns around and acts like Prime Leafy when he was 19.
This guy was a snitch in high school. I don't want this guy around me, dude. He's gonna expose me for making too many retarded jokes on stream or saying fag.
Except Ethan's not 19, he's 38.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna shoot up anything,
don't make it.
Ethan
is edgy and shocking, which is a really cool thing for a 50-year-old guy to be. Isn't it cool?
At the end of the day, maybe the real maturity is in recognizing when to laugh, when to reflect, and when to call out nonsense.
If you give no effort, if you got no...
Alright, guys, this is going to be the best part of the stream. I'm going to quickly run through donos really fast and give the oh wow, we're at 1,500 viewers. Hello! Wow, I thought I fell off. Just kidding. Viewer activity, let me quickly run through. I think there's going to be an ad in a minute anyway, so let me just run through donuts real fast. Where were we? Somebody, $5. It's time! Dude, imagine how much this pussy would cry if I fucking played that. Imagine if he was sitting there and he just saw Ultimate Rape Review unprompted. What would this guy think of me? Unironically, what would this fucking guy think of me if he watched one of my live streams? And this guy is like, he goes on Turkey Tom's show and shit like this. This is crazy, dude. Total woman moment. Somebody $1 gifted. Somebody $2. It's not time. Tipster nudes. Simpman, 20 months of memberships. Having tech issues, contact DeOrio, IT support. Mike the Bike, thank you for the 2 months. King of Nothing, worth to say. It's been ages since I caught a live. I hope you're well. Thank you for the 2. And someone just chats, why don't we ask him? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm not doing this anymore. Maybe I'm like a huge piece of shit, but there's no fucking way, dude, that I'm getting on a fucking Discord call to talk about anything like this ever. Ever, dude. Oh my god. Just go on somebody's stream. I don't care whose stream it is. Could be mine, could be somebody else's. We can talk about it there. But like, oh fuck, dude. You need to like, there's no. I knew where this was going. I knew where this was going the second I saw it. I knew exactly what was going to happen. No, I'm not adding you on Discord to talk about this privately. I've heard how that's gone for other people. No.
Money, then I get. Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
Blueberry, thanks for the 1 gifted. Somebody, $5. The roller coaster rise of Ethan Klein. Will he fall again? Fuccuccino, $2. Did you know Max BTS show died? No. Is he really dead? Wasn't he like a teenager? He must have watched one of Ethan Klein's videos. Max BT show. Is he dead? 4 months ago. The truth about Max BT show. I'm alive. Okay. I had many strikes and wasn't able to make uploads. So he's not dead. He was alive. But I mean, like, immediately I found out he died and I made like 3 jokes about it in rapid succession. Like, this is the point. I don't know, dude. I don't know how this guy's compatible with anybody here. Mike the Bike, $10. Just hit 2,500 subs. Congratulations, Mike. The Divorce Anthem was a banger. If you think of an idea for King of Nothing, hit me up. Have a great stream. James the Frog, $5. Sent you a video of you doing the awesome Fortnite gritty on YouTube. The stream was the cure to my boring work Saturday. Thank you so much. Buzzsaw, 4-month membership. So what you're saying is that all 760 of us aren't your close friends? Teddy, $10. A man of profit and personal gains. I was kind of expecting him to show that clip of him saying, I will wear a suit of money during the Vosh drama. Valorian, thanks for the new membership. Teddy, $5. Ethan is 10 times worse than Elliot Rodger. Hair buyer by, thanks for the new membership. Allison Lee, thanks for the new membership. Somebody, $5. I've made my money. I don't need you plebs anymore. Be gone. Teddy, $10. There's no positives to come out of saying the N-word. Hey man, iDubbbz' problem started when he stopped saying the N-word. King of White Supremacy, $5. Should I respond to this guy? Teddy, $5. I've seen people praise this guy before and I never got it. King of White Supremacy, $5. Get ready for URR soon. I'm coming after you. Okay, Jesus. So, Joe Mega, $5. You ever up unprivating old... No, I need to do that. Blueberry, thanks for the new membership. Damn! Teddy, $5. Okay, this guy would lose his mind if he saw what Augie did to Hassan's dog. Bro, do you remember K911? This guy would have a fucking seizure. Oh my god, dude. Or how about all the jokes we made about Augie's dog? You got fucking kibble on his last day, and he got fucking executed in the background of the stream when I was debating fucking... Dude, there were 2 deaths on the Rewired Soul debate. There was Augie's dog in the background, and then there was me owning the Rewired Soul. I wonder how that guy's doing. I like him. Somebody, $5. I don't know, Nick. Making comments about not wanting to fight a guy for his dead dad's girlfriend is more cruel than labeling a guy as a pedophile. I mean, there are just so many better arguments. Does this video talk about Trisha at all? Like, any of the Trisha shit? At all? Like, if you want to talk about someone making, like, content... Like, here, that's the perfect example of him using mentally disabled people for views. Is just bringing Trisha on. And Trisha won, dude. She was just retarded, and then she ended up fucking his brother-in-law, and now she's, like, in his family. Trisha beat him at his own game. No Trisha shit in here. Jesus Christ. Buzzsaw, $5. A funny side note is that H3H3 came back and collaborated with a Lego channel. That's the guy who jerked off to his friend's fucking AI nudes. King of Yapping, James the Frog, $2. Teddy, $5. He's using the Shane Gillis. Oh yeah, because Shane Gillis is a good person to argue against immature, edgy humor. Toki, membership 3 months. You have a healthy relationship with pinball machines? Jaws was delivered yesterday. I haven't set it up yet. I'm done with pinball for a little while, though. I think that's enough for me. Jaws Premium is in the house. Alright, guys. Are you guys ready? This is not like an ultimate rape review, but I'm going to hit the intro anyway, because this segment is going to send me through a wall. So, someone's saying, did you see the pinned comment under the video? Like this video if you're not a hypocrite. Did he pin something new while
It's
we were
edgy
live?
and shocking.
No. Oh, God. Can we talk about this? Before we get into this, I have to give you the disclaimer, okay? This video is an opinion and should no way be constructed as statements of fact. Scam is a subjective term that means something very different to different people. Yeah, but calling someone a scammer is pretty fucking clear, dude. You want to talk about him being a scammer? Talk about how he fucking lied about his membership shit at the beginning of his channel. That's real. Talk about how... You want to talk about how he's bad? Talk about Britbong. Talk about how he sucked Britbong dick to go after Keemstar. Like, there are so many arguments where you don't have to sit here and grandstand about Cutie Cinderella crying on stream and pretend it was, like, worse than, like, fucking making fun of a rape victim. If you're gonna call him a scammer, yeah, have the balls to own it. Because, I mean, he's calling him a crypto scammer. We're gonna go full screen for this whole section.
Reflect and when to call out nonsense.
If you give no effort, if you got
This is the scammer allegation.
no money, then I got a cheap method. Crack it open, throw it in a pan and let it cook, bitch. Now that's a real education. Fuck books.
Ethan Klein has been scamming his fans for years now, and
Okay. Point number 1. Hold on. Can we get a notepad open? Okay, here.
Isn't this Nicholas DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
Okay. I'm gonna bring this back up.
I find that to be quite ironic, given the fact that he's been simultaneously calling other YouTubers out that entire time for every single type of scam that he's ever personally done.
David Dobrik has fallen off so hard. This man is he's involved in a crypto scam called Bored Bunny NFT. Down bad.
Of course, if you want to call out scumbags like David for scamming their fans, I'm on your side. But if you're gonna call someone out for doing something indefensible like that, you can't just turn around and do the exact same thing that you just called someone else out for.
It's like being slapped in the face, and because it's so obvious.
So obviously we're setting up some massive crypto scam here.
Feel that it's so disingenuous.
So the first scam I want to cover is the H3 NFT collection, which Ethan seems to have really gotten away with.
Ethan has gotten away with the H3 NFT scam.
Because I've never seen anyone calling him out for this, and I think the main reason why Ethan got away with this is because he pitched this to his audience as some sort of a joke, so he could make it seem like he was selling them ironically.
Alright, so he uses jokes here. He understands what the word means, I think. or at least he's used it before. Someone has said the word joke in his vicinity. That's what I'm able to prove here.
We have a lot to talk about here. We got some fucking tokens up in this bitch. I feel like I'm on the BitConnect side of selling. I'm gonna make so much money right now from you fucking suckers. BitConnect! I'm gonna be straight up BitConnect!
Unfortunately, this just wasn't a joke at all.
If you want to say that selling NFTs is immoral, I disagree with you, but sure, that's a point you can make. I don't think anyone really have a problem with that per se. I still think in this there would be an issue, but it wouldn't be as bad.
Jokes are typically free. What Ethan did with
jokes are typically free?
Unfortunately, this just wasn't a joke at all. Jokes are typically free.
Are you like the arbiter of humor now? The guy who's too retarded to understand any of the jokes throughout the entire stream so far? You're the arbiter of what is allowed to be a joke? Anything that's paid for cannot be humorous?
What
You ever hear of a gag gift?
Ethan did with his H3 NFT collection is the exact same thing that Logan Paul did.
Okay. All right.
With his Dink Doink scam.
Okay. All right. So, Ethan Klein is now being compared directly in a one-to-one comparison with one of the most prolific crypto scammers in recent history. Someone who's been involved in multiple crypto scams who rug pulled a cryptocurrency. Okay?
Where he pretended like he was shilling Dink Doink as a joke.
Suck my dink, bro.
Dink?
Dog's had a little bit of a suck my dink. Nah, it's freaking Dink Doink.
Oh my god. This Dink Doink shit are you talking about?
It's a crypto meme coin, and it's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Which, of course, Ethan absolutely lambasted Logan for. So, although the marketing could potentially be considered a joke in both cases, the part which involves exchanging money wasn't a joke at all.
You're like an animal.
Because Ethan and the...
Like, I'm talking to like a fucking beaver right now. This is not a human being.
Sold about $150,000 worth of these NFTs.
Okay, you can't compare NFTs to cryptocurrency. You can't compare it to, like, dude, these Pokemon cards are the same as fucking British pounds and quid. Like, that's not the same thing. It's not even close. It's not even remotely similar. Telling someone that this coin's going to be really good and it's a get-rich-quick scheme and you're going to make a shitload of money and it's so funny and you should buy it and it's awesome, and then rug pulling your entire audience is not the same as a pending transaction. You buy my NFT, it's never going to be worth anything, is not the same as, dude, you're going to get in this crypto coin, it's going to be huge for you, right? Like, you know, there's a huge difference between buying something at auction or from a standing marketplace, or buying something with the intention of making more money as an investment with a cryptocurrency. Right? Like, there's an obvious fucking difference there. These are not comparable things. They just both have to do with crypto. It just sounds like you don't know what an NFT is. Again, you could think you're stupid. NFTs are stupid. Yeah, they're floor prices. The entire industry bombed, and they're all worthless now. Sure, yeah, 100%. But, like, no, every YouTuber who's done an NFT, like, fucking thing is not, like, Logan Paul, right? Like, that's not rational. That's not a rational thought. Like, there's no fucking way that you could compare an NFT scam to a fucking crypto rug pull. Even if it was a scam, which it's not. He could charge whatever he wants for these. At some point, if you're gonna look on screen here. So you're seeing these, right? These are 5 NFTs and then like a super NFT. I believe these were all being sold at 1 ETH. Or this one, I don't know if it's sold for less, but that might be after. That you could buy, I think, 5 of each of these for 1 ETH each. I don't know what 1 ETH was worth at the time, but I know they made about $180,000 total, right? The big one that people were bidding on was the Vape
Isn't
God
this Nicholas
one.
DeOrio guy like one of those fucking crypto fascists?
If none of this is
dudes,
making
too?
sense to you, I'm sorry. I'm not like a crypto expert. But basically what happened is these were sold at 1 ETH each. I don't know. Is that what Nerd City's NFTs sold for? Or less? Or 2? I don't remember what that was. But the main one people wanted was Vape God. And this sold for 33 ETH. So I don't know how much exactly that was, but I know it's like slightly under half of the... This sold for like at least $60,000. Okay, this one singular GIF image. And that price was not dictated by Ethan. That was dictated by Ethan's audience, who 100% knew what they were getting. They knew this is like a stupid fucking meme coin, and they own, quote unquote, the Vape Nation video now.
So where is the joke? I'm looking for the punchline, but for some reason, I just can't seem to find it.
Can somebody tell me how Ethan Klein isn't a straight scam artist?
And he's cutting Ethan like this is some good point. He's a scam artist because the crypto market died.
Artist, looking at this chart.
Do you understand? Like, I have to show you this because it's driving me insane. Do you know how many YouTubers get caught in the crossfire if you just market every single person who bought an NFT is as bad as fucking Logan Paul? Oh, no, I'm sorry, sold an NFT. Like, I mean, Ricky Berwick was involved in Flirks. Go back and look. I don't know how many content creators there were. I'm pretty sure a lot of fucking content creators had Flirks. I think Dick Masterson was in this. I think some of the more notable ones from like outside of Stone Toss Comics' thing were involved with the Flirks and stuff like that. That means Ricky Berwick is as bad as Logan Paul by the same metric, because he was involved in an NFT project. Like, you have to realize that as much as you don't like NFTs, NFTs are not inherently scams just because they exist. It's not a currency. You're not expected to use this as a form of payment.
Really rug pulled immediately.
I mean, here, you know what is a good analogy for this? I bought, anybody ever play Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon? I bought a Dragonic Diagram for $79.99 because I wanted to play the True King deck. Is that what it was called? True King? I forgot what it was called. I bought Dragonic Diagram for $79.99 and I wanted to play the True King deck. And then at the ban list, Yu-Gi-Oh banned Dragonic Diagram or limited it to one, making the... No! They banned the monster. Okay, now my Dragonic Diagram is worth $6. Even though it's the same rarity, it's the same card, it's in my collection. I own it. I paid $79.99 for it, and now something has happened and my card is now worth nothing. Yu-Gi-Oh didn't scam me. I'm not scammed. I wanted it because I wanted that card. If you buy something with the expectation that you'll be able to sell it for more, you're probably not going to have a good time because most things depreciate in value the minute that they're sold. NFTs had the potential to be worth a lot more. That's what news articles portrayed. Just because you're purchasing an NFT doesn't mean you should be expecting to be making your money or greater back. You can spend, especially on that bidded one, what makes sense for you, what you would feel like you could pay for, right? And that's what Ethan's audience went in with. Ethan's audience went in knowing this is a stupid project and throwing fuck you money around. That's literally it. Nobody bought this expecting to make their money back. Whereas when you subscribe to the fucking Dink Doink coin and you're buying Dink Doink, you're expecting that this coin is going to go through the roof because Logan Paul is telling you about, like, hey, dude, I'm not going to let you, I'm going to let you know this little secret, industry secret. This currency is going to be like the next Dogecoin, bro. This currency is going to go through the roof. That's a crypto scam. That's what a crypto scam is.
How is, guys, can we talk about how Ethan Klein is literally a scammer?
There is no punchline. No one has bought one of these NFTs in 3 years.
Yeah, because crypto's dead. Like, not crypto, but like NFT sales are like dead.
So these investments, which he sold to his fans for thousands...
They're not... Wait. They're investments because you pulled up the dictionary definition? He's going around saying these are worthless on stream. These NFTs were investments because everyone knows they could just screenshot and screen record NFTs for free. So they paid money for the... No, that's not how it works. You're adding that context. He's telling you it's not worth any money, dumb fuck.
Investments, which he sold to his fans for thousands...
They're investments because they make my argument better?
...of dollars each, are now worth $0. And now that these NFTs are down 100%, Ethan has completely stopped talking about this NFT project, and he also...
Or it just ended.
...hasn't refunded a single...
Why would he refund them? They bought this!
...person...
knowing what it was!
...who he scammed as a joke.
Your fans, your audience that trusts you
got scammed.
And instead of taking accountability for his actions...
Oh, this guy's drinking fucking straight soy, bro. I can't.
He's just moved on by instead criticizing other influencers for also scamming their fans through NFT projects.
You know, launch a NFT, girl. That's what everyone's doing.
And do you know how the money was distributed? It was paid 5 ways. Like, everyone profited off the show. AB profited. Like, all the cameraman fucking profited. They all made an individual NFT project and then put it all together. It's not like Ethan pocketed 180,000. He pocketed probably a quarter of that.
That's what all the shady pieces of shit are.
Don't you think? Yeah, someone just wrote this. I think Trud said this yesterday too. He wants to be CoffeeZilla so bad. Dude, don't you think if there was a chance CoffeeZilla could have made money going after Ethan's crypto scam, don't you think he would have found it first? If CoffeeZilla saw that Ethan was as bad as Logan Paul and that this was a total rational argument, don't you think that in the last few years he would have investigated it? Like, I mean, you know, this is not something that's scarcely talked about. I mean, there's plenty of Reddit threads you can go through of people bitching about it. It doesn't make it a scam. Dude, this whole video is like, wow, I can't believe nobody's ever talked about this. Not even taking a second to think, like, is there a reason why these arguments aren't structured this way for anyone else? Is there a reason why this looks so wide open right now? No, fuck it. Go straight ahead.
Let's get you on the crypto.
Now, of course, it's not like the issue of scamming your fans is exclusive to just Ethan. If you guys didn't know, Jake Paul also created an NFT project himself, and I'm not gonna lie, it's actually one of my favorite NFT projects of all time.
What up, you dicks? The community, violation. The community has grown like crazy over the past 24 hours. We're almost at 10,000 spermatosa on the Discord community, and we are just getting started.
Predictably, stick dicks are now down 100%, just like the H3 NFT. And I'm bringing this up to ask this.
You know you can't, like, rug pull NFTs, right? Like, if everyone else bought them, unless you were buying a certain amount of them with the intention of, like with different accounts and shit like that. If it's just an auction like this where your audience is the only people who bought them, right? Like, you can't pull all the money out. Like, rug pulling involves, like, you have invested a certain amount of money that when other people put their money in, you pull your money out. You profit immensely while everyone suffers. You can't do that from, like, a marketplace unless you've bought a bunch of them secretly. There's, like, insider trading shit going on.
One question. Looking at these...
He has no comprehension of the difference here. He thinks these are a one-to-one comparison, and he's speaking so confidently, it's insane.
2 charts. How in the world is Ethan any different from Jake Paul?
It's just straight defamation, yeah. How is he any different?
Case scenario. He isn't. They did the exact same thing. They both created NFT projects with 0 utility.
And one of them told you that his NFTs are worthless and this is just like a stupid project.
Which everyone knows you can just...
Can I say something to you, Nick? I really like you.
Why? Like, I feel like I'm talking to a retard on Twitter who's like, you have Twitter blue! Like, that's what this guy seems like, a fucking screeching Twitter retard. You could just screenshot this NFT. First of all, they're GIFs, but that's besides the point. You probably could still get them that way. Sure, 100%. That's not the point. Like, that's not why NFTs exist!
And owned for free, but they both sold out of them because they were sold to their...
Yeah, dude! I can go print a fucking Pokemon card! Oh, you have a fucking base set Charizard? Wow! That's all... Dude, the way he's talking is that people only buy Pokemon cards, especially old Pokemon cards, because they can make a profit later, which is like the most retarded thing you could do as a card collector in any fucking industry. Okay? This is like the Wada Games equivalent of, like, arguing this talking point. Bro!
Can I say something to you, Nick?
There's a reason why people don't just print out Pokemon cards and say they have a base set Charizard, Shadowless Border, bro. That's how, like... Oh my god, dude, this guy's so fucking stupid.
Their fans as investment opportunities. And as a result...
People just collect shit! Yeah!
Of them both consciously deciding...
Bro, you have a base set Charizard? Dude, my printer didn't have enough ink to get my Charizard. People look at you like you're crazy!
Who take advantage of their fans, they both made a ton of money, and their fans ended up losing 100% of their money on that investment. So just to make this as clear as possible...
Like, I'm sorry we're nerding out a little bit, but the easiest way to compare, The easiest way to debunk these arguments is just to talk about tangible things that you can pick up with your hand. There's a reason why people prefer the Pokemon cards that come from fucking Pokemon to the cards their grandmother buys that are ripoffs that they sell in dollar stores. Yes, dude, now I have all the fucking Exodia cards. The problem is, they're not real. I can't use them. I can't, like, look at them and go, wow, look, I have these fucking cards. I can't collect them because they're fucking counterfeits. Right? Like, to act like screenshotting an NFT is exactly the same in any capacity to owning the real thing just means that you don't understand any sort of trading or a trading card game or a collectible item or anything like that. Yeah, you can make anything you want.
Possible when it comes to exploiting fan loyalty for monetary gain, Ethan Klein is the exact same thing as Logan and Jake Paul.
No, it's not. You're an idiot.
Ruthless, cutthroat, morally bankrupt, and all rocking a haircut that makes you wonder if their barbers are also in on the scam.
You know Jake's like covered in sweat, right? Like in this picture.
Maybe say your joke again and
what's wrong with his haircut?
we can all remember to laugh. Say it one more time, we can just all laugh afterwards, just so you feel good about yourself. Say it one more time for us.
And he's so immature, he's a crypto scammer. True, yeah.
All rocking a haircut.
Would you shut the fuck up?
After the NFT debacle, Ethan then decided to funnel his fans' money into an even bigger scam, Kraken Crypto, which is a crypto trading platform which allows users to buy and sell crypto. And the CEO of Kraken, Jesse Powell, actually ended up buying one of the H3 NFTs.
So he's the guy who spent like 60 grand on the fucking main one or something. I don't know how much it was actually sold for, but he paid 33.1 ETH. I know that. I don't know how that translated to in the day because all this stuff is volatile.
So Ethan went out of his way to have Jesse on his podcast so he could promote Kraken.
You really think it's still early?
I think so. I think
Really?
Bitcoin is going to be $500,000.
Oh, stop it.
Within the next few years.
Huh.
Yeah, well, look at how much money
500,000?
printing's going on.
Hold on. He knows for a fact this was never going to be true within the next few years at least. Thanks for qualifying that, dumbass. But he has a monetary incentive to say it, so he just lies. Is this just what your feelings are? You're just gonna throw context like this as if this is how you feel about the situation. Why don't you say it with words then instead of putting it in like a descriptor like that? So like as if it's like a real thing.
Stop it.
Within the next few years. Yeah, well, look at how much money printing is going on.
This is like, I hate crypto, so everyone that uses crypto is bad. And I'm not going to elaborate. Don't ask for an elaboration.
Yeah,
so, this guy definitely bought an NFT expecting it to make him money. Yeah, 100%. 100%. This guy got raped over the coals, dude.
Easily, we're going to get to $1 million in Bitcoin.
And not only did Ethan bring the CEO of Kraken onto his show, he then went on to accept Kraken.
Wait, I don't get it. What's the problem with bringing him onto the show? Not only did he bring him onto the show, was that supposed to be the damning part? Was that he had a crypto person on the show after they just sold a bunch of NFTs to talk about it while they were doing a whole section learning what NFTs were and then making them? Is this not like the natural conclusion?
Crypto as an official sponsor for the podcast.
Oh wow, he took money from the crypto people.
And Ethan started shilling Kraken.
I'm sorry, what do you think happens when someone loses all their sponsors? Is this what year is this? I'm like, again, I think this guy would like lynch me for doing my bookie, but it's a sponsorship.
Like his life depended on.
Do you think that the children are going to start stealing their mother's credit card to buy Kraken next?
You know,
sorry, not buy Kraken, but use Kraken to buy crypto next.
Kraken Exchange, owned by our good friend of the show. He's the man, Jesse Powell, the man from Kraken Exchange. Thank you to Kraken so much. We love the Kraken. Hey guys, if you're interested in investing in cryptocurrencies,
does anyone know what's bad about Kraken? I'm not familiar. I haven't seen this section of the video yet. Did Kraken like scam their audience? Not audience. Why do I say audience? Did Kraken like scam their users or whatever and not pay out or something? Or did they go under? What do we got here? Never heard of it?
Sure, where to get started. Go to Kraken.com/H3 to learn more or search for Kraken. Jesse Powell, friend of the show, is the owner of Kraken. This guy is a solid, awesome dude, friend of the show. I would not hesitate to send everyone over to Kraken.com/H3. Go to the Kraken app. With Kraken, you can buy and sell over 50 of the most popular cryptos like Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and Ethereum. Guys, a friend of the show. We love Kraken, so if you're interested in crypto, please consider.
Keep in mind, he shills Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and Ethereum. Doge being the only one that's a little dodgy, but at that point, I'm sure it was still up.
Go to kraken.com/H3. The sound of our most beautiful sponsor, Kraken, friend of the show, trusted partners. We love the Kraken. Guys, once again, I'd like to emphasize Kraken, friend of the show. Jesse Powell was on the show. He had a great appearance. He's a great guy, and Kraken is one of the most trusted companies in the game. So if you're interested in crypto or exchanges or whatever, please use Kraken.
I just want to re-emphasize, according to Ethan's own words, Kraken is a friend of the show. He highly recommends using Kraken, and it's the best option to buy crypto.
And?
Obviously, none of that is true. Kraken is one of the shadiest crypto exchanges out there, and that is proven definitively by their 1.48 out of 5 Better Business Bureau rating.
Dude, this guy's saying this right now knowing Bo Black shilled Scentbird. That's so funny if we're talking about Better Business Bureau.
In addition to being horrendously rated by their own customers, Kraken was fined 400...
Wait, was it like that when Ethan had him on, or did that happen after? I feel like that's kind of important to know. If Ethan, like, intentionally brought this guy on and shilled him when their entire fucking company was in the dirt. Is that, like, right now, or is that then? Did we... Hold on, let me go... I'm in the middle of a gunfight right now. Let me kill this guy. When were those... They put dates on that,
It's the best option to buy crypto.
Okay.
Obviously, none of that is true. Kraken is one of the shadiest crypto exchanges out there, and that is proven definitively by their 1.48 out of 5 Better Business Bureau rating. In addition...
Why is he making this wider? Okay, there. 2022. So it's possible these
to
are
being
around that same
horrendously
time.
rated by their own customers,
That sounds
Kraken
about
was
right.
fined $400,000.
November 29th, 2022. When did he have the CEO of Kraken on? H3 podcast. So he had him on in 2021, full calendar year before this. Oh wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. So all of these reviews in this video
rating.
Are
in addition to being horrendously
22,
rated
426 2022
by their
411
own
2022
customers,
47 2022,
Kraken was fine.
And if you go to the article, it's November 29th 2022, and they spoke on March 20th 2021. It's like the article came out like a year and a half later. So wait, if I promote a VPN and then they get breached, is it my fault? If I have a conversation with the CEO of NordVPN and they get breached a year and a half later, am I liable for that now? When did he stop promoting Kraken? Because that's the one saving grace here that could explain this argument, is if he was still promoting it for a reasonable time after, where he would have to have seen it. Let me see. You should just be able to look up H3 podcast Kraken, right? Because most people don't check the Better Business Bureau when they fucking pick a sponsor, realistically. Let me see. Oh, wait. I think we actually might be able to cheat here. Let me see what he said about it. Live. Oh, I can't see because I'm not on members. I was wondering maybe he just addressed it, because it's going to be easier for me to find that than that. Kraken. I thought the Kraken was like a thing people use to shotgun beers. The hardest episode I ever had to make. So he promoted Kraken 2 years ago, on September 23rd, 2021. Is there anything more recent? All right. So we have an episode. I'll pull it up on screen so you guys can see my research. Well, my research is watching YouTube videos, something that's too difficult for some. So this one, if I open it, hardest episode I ever had to make was a Kraken sponsored episode, September 23rd, 2021, prior to any of those reports being put in that he shows in his video. This one is an After Dark episode. This one's August 27th, 2021. This one is a real reason frenemies broke up. Wow, it's after frenemies. June 18th, 2021. We need to talk. That's not Kraken. That's not Kraken. That's BetterHelp. BetterHelp 2 years ago. That could be interesting. Hello, Kraken. Guess who's high off the rails? So it seems like he's done a lot of October 20. These were all in rapid succession that I'm seeing here. Kraken off the rails 9.
2.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. We are
August 26, 2021. Here, Shane Dawson. October 1st, 2021. And then the major Kraken conversation. I don't know if... Because I saw it here before. Maybe it's in the... It seems like most of this is a full calendar year before that happened. Because this is 2022. Yeah. Yeah. I thought the Kraken was hold on. I was like, they did crypto? Yeah.
How to use the Kraken like a pro. Hook it on the bottom of the can, tilt the can downward. If you miss this step, you'll get sprayed. Start with just the tip. Now slowly push until you're fully inserted.
Dude, I thought that was what the Kraken was, bro. He was doing the Kraken. Okay. I don't know. We have to look back more into that. I'm not going to say that that's a good enough answer to say that he definitively, like, this is definitive bullshit, because I am looking at this live for the first time in this section, but...
Find 400,000.
It doesn't. It seems like based off a few Google searches, this claim is a little less than reputable.
$1,000 for violating U.S. sanctions against Iran. In February of 2023, Kraken also.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what?
$1,000.
Hold on. Wait, how did Iran just show up in here?
For violating U.S. sanctions against Iran. In February of 2023, okay. Kraken also settled a $30 million lawsuit.
Wait, in 2023?
Lawsuit with the SEC because they failed to register the offer and sale of their crypto asset staking.
Yeah, I bet Ethan knew all this stuff individually. He's like, God, I wish I could rape my fans with this. I would love to collect this money so I can fuck my fans in the ass for crypto. That's totally what happened here. You're 100% right, man. You're good at this. He's probably thinking of all the ways he can make his fans homeless when he took this deal.
As a service program where investors would transfer crypto assets to Kraken for staking in exchange for advertised annual investment returns as high as 21%, which would literally break the entire world's economy if that was actually possible. Then, just a few months later, in November of 2023, Kraken...
Dude, we're going later now. We're just getting closer to current day, as if he's actively still promoting this brand.
Was officially charged by the SEC for operating as
hindsight is 2020. No, apparently it's hindsight is 2021. He should have known better.
An unregistered securities exchange, where it's alleged that Kraken has deficient internal controls and poor record-keeping practices.
Dude, my bookie sent me $6,000 to make 2 tweets about UFC fights. I have no qualms with doing that. I have none. There's no moral issue. I'd do it again. To make 2 tweets for $6,000, I would love it.
Which could potentially...
My bookie, if you're actually listening.
Lead to losses for Ethan's fans and Kraken's customers. It's also alleged that they commingled their customer funds
King of
with
hindsight.
Their own, which is essentially what Sam Bankman-Fried is in jail for right this second. So
yeah, dude, he's as bad as Sam Bankman-Fried. Good one, dude. That's another... Dude, let's bring back up... I don't know how to spell this one. Oh, fuck. We're gonna risk this. Dude, we're in there. We're in.
Basically promoted FTX.
I might have just...
Ethan should go to prison. Yeah, honestly, I think he should get fucking ass fucked in jail, dude. That's what up. Dude, fuck him, bro.
A bunch of misinformation.
This video's great.
See if that's true.
We made this one up. It's a total fabrication.
In all seriousness, where was Ethan's due diligence into this company before accepting Kraken as a sponsor? Because
suck my... Yo, why didn't he have the future goggles to prove that this hadn't happened yet?
From the outside looking in...
Dude, where were you reading those 2022 Better Business Bureau reports? Can we, like... It's possible it was bad back then, but when you want to show, like... an archive link that, like, correlates... Because realistically, for me to hate Ethan, you have to show me that the Better Business Bureau links were bad in, like, 2020. For, like, a reasonable amount of time to have passed. Because, I'm sorry, no YouTuber I know looks up the Better Business Bureau when they take a sponsorship. It's the same reason I don't call Bo Blacks a scammer. It's insane.
Looks like he took the money Jesse threw at his NFTs and immediately started unconditionally promoting Kraken without even thinking about it twice. And once again, he's done and said absolutely nothing to right his fans that he's wronged.
Yo, this guy, do you think?
Dude, he has to give reparations to those people he's made money off of. Fuck you.
Klein is such a freaking scammer. I hope this guy goes to jail.
By promoting volatile investments like crypto without transparent disclosure of risks to his millions.
Bro! Do you have to sit there and be like, guys, crypto's bad, and I hate it, and crypto sucks, and you're gonna lose all your money and be homeless, but if you want to do crypto, here's my code, Ethan Klein, fuck you in the ass for 5% off your initial investment. Is that the only way to ethically fucking promote anything crypto? For people like that act like a Twitter NPC this hard?
Millions of followers, Ethan has not only personally...
Dude, yeah, like, dude, they took the first half of this video from Gokinaru and the second half from the Ethan Snark sub. And it's like, yes! Dude, the two parts of the video are at odds with each other. The first half of the video is like all the arguments you'd make if you liked Ethan's old content and you wanted him back. The second half is what would like happen if you snorted fucking Soylent milk and then acted like a total pussy for an hour and a half. That's what we're watching right now.
Capitalized on his audience's trust in him, but he also led certain members of his audience to literally invest into Ponzi schemes, even by his own admission.
Outside of like Bitcoin and Ethereum and like a few other ones that are really reputable and have like, I would just, dude, I feel like these are all Ponzi schemes.
Bro, you showed the clip in this video of him saying you could buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Dogecoin. Okay, and Dogecoin probably in 2021 was probably like up there in terms of value. That's before it crashed, right? Dude, I'm sorry, this guy's not a scammer.
Where people are just trying to trick someone else to buy so they can sell it.
He didn't tell you to buy fucking N-word coin or Dink Doink.
Higher.
Ethan's promotion of Kraken wasn't just the endorsement of one singular crypto scam like Aiden Ross did with MILF Token or his friend Tanamon.
Wait, one singular scam? Are you saying that Ethan is worse than Aiden Ross? What level of delusion do you have to have, bro?
Did with Titscoin. The promotion of Kraken was a direct endorsement for his fans to buy and sell not just one specific crypto, like Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's how payment processors work, retard. Wow, his endorsement let him buy any crypto he wanted. Yeah, like Bitcoin?
Or Ethereum, it was him producing income directly off of his fans buying and selling all cryptocurrencies, which is a major...
Wow! You're telling me that he promoted a place where you can buy cryptocurrency and willingly choose which one you wanted? It's totally his fault you got scammed, dude. Great idea. Great fucking argument, bro.
Contradiction to Ethan's words about crypto when he's not being bought and paid for by our guy Jesse. And I just love this thing Ethan does.
Dude, that's like, it's so insane. Bro, how dare you use fucking, what is it called? Coinbase, you piece of shit. You know, you shilled a currency that could be used to purchase currencies that are bad. You shilled Coinbase, you fucking degenerate freak. Do you know someone bought N-word coin from Coinbase after you told them that you could buy Bitcoin there?
Where he intentionally positions himself as the good guy because he's lost out on...
Are we watching Dollar Tree Coffeezilla? Yes.
Sponsors as a result of them...
The confidence this guy is fucking crazy. Yeah, I know. Dude, could you imagine, bro? Everyone's telling you, take the video down, take the video down, take the video down. You're like, bro, I'm gonna tell Bo Blacks what to tweet. Bo Black says that he didn't get sent, but he tweets like, I talked to King of Nothing, and he told me. It's like, bro, tell King of Nothing to take this down. This video sucks.
Not working with crypto companies anymore.
I'm still crying over all the Bitcoin sponsorships we've lost, though. All the crypto sponsorships we've lost as a result of changing our stance.
Yeah.
Wait, and you're admitting he changed his stance on crypto? And he stopped taking money because he no longer agreed with it?
Well,
why would you put that in the video if it goes against your narrative? Why would you put your narrative in the video if your clips go against it?
Did your bank account change its stance back to the level it was at before the crypto scams, or did you first...
Do you think that people have to be married to a position forever? That there's no room for deviating from that position?
pocket hundreds of thousands of dollars before just verbally changing your stance. I am a YouTuber. I get offered to—
Dude, what is hundreds of thousands of dollars? Yeah, he made like a grand total of like 200 grand or whatever. Maybe like 300 if we're being fucking super high strung on how... I don't know how much he made from that fucking crypto thing. Bro, how much content do you think that actually is for him? That's a drop in the bucket compared to his fucking net worth, dude. And even in that $300,000, you have to take into account that probably 100,000 of that was distributed amongst his fucking, like, team. Like, AB profited off of this.
to scam my fans. There's always a crypto casino or crypto project or gambling website emailing me, and I never respond. And it's certainly not...
Bro, I'm going to answer every sponsorship email from now on. Maybe not the crypto ones, but I'm going to answer... Bro, dude, I want to play all the shitty mobile... You're a piece of shit. You shilled Coinbase and not fucking... terrible mobile game 67 that makes all of its money off of whales fucking jumping on there and putting their entire life savings into the game because they have no self-control. And by the way, I will shill more of those.
I'm a good person. In fact, I am horrendous. I'm the guy who consistently team kills my teammates in Fortnite.
What? That was such a bad joke.
Good person.
I'm now the arbiter of jokes. I've taken it back.
In fact, I am horrendous. I'm the guy who consistently team kills my teammates in Fortnite. Yet, despite me...
Yeah, this guy's retarded.
Being so awful, I still cannot bring myself to stoop so low for money that I have the urge to financially ruin the lives of the people who are the only...
Dude, I hope everyone becomes poor next time I promote Raid Shadow Legends. It would make me so happy to know that you have lost all of your money because I have put a trance on you and forced you to spend money on coins and Raid Shadow Legends, the freemium mobile game that I'm willingly promoting for free from Plarium Games, my favorite Israeli developer. I think you should put all of your money. It's a good... Honestly, I'm a financial advisor. Put your money in fucking... in coins and fucking... I'm actually not a financial advisor. Please don't sue me. But buy fucking... coins and Raid Shadow Legends, you fucking cretins.
Only reason why I even have a career for personal gain, unlike Ethan.
If you don't give a fuck how you make your money, then if you're an influencer, you know, crypto's a great spot.
Look, it's one thing to scam your fans, but it's a...
None of these things are scams. Just to be clear, selling NFTs are not inherently a scam because you don't like NFTs. And shilling a payment processor isn't inherently shilling shitcoins because you think that other people could choose to spend their money on crypto that you don't like.
Whole other level of psychopathy to then turn around and criticize others.
And he's a psychopath because you don't understand basic fucking crypto. I'm not like a crypto expert, but I'm pretty sure anyone can come to this conclusion.
Exact same thing that you know for a fact you've already done.
I was talking about how crypto and NFTs are pretty much scams and I'm over working with them, or I mean I've
and then you say, dude, you're being like fucking super judgmental about things you yourself have done. And then you play a clip where he's acknowledging the fact that in the past he's made NFTs and worked with crypto companies, and he now no longer does that in the future. Did somebody edit this maliciously towards you to make your video worse and you just didn't know it? Who did you hire to edit this video for you? Because there's no way that you sat there and put these clips together thinking they sounded good.
Come to the real... It's been a slow coming realization. I mean, obviously there's been like... shit coins like SafeMoon.
I mean, we sold NFTs here on this show.
Right, that was just like an experiment.
Oh, okay, guys, it was just an experiment. So, according to Ethan, stealing about $150,000...
He didn't steal that money. Like, what? Oh my god, bro.
$1,000 and railing your fans with an NFT that's now down 100% and promoting Ponzi schemes for money is totally fine.
Do you think that this guy should be sued by Ethan? Unironically, I'll introduce it here. If you guys don't know, Ethan was watching the stream, and I think he was jovially doing it, but it's possible he's actually dead serious. Where he's like, dude, I'm gonna fucking garnish this guy's wages, bro. This guy's fucking slandering me. This is absolutely insane. There's no way someone could be this stupid to come to these conclusions by accidentally or whatever. This guy's gotta be malicious. Fuck this guy. Poll the chat. Poll the chat. How do I fucking do this? Poll. Start a poll. Because I hate YouTube lawsuits. There. Start new poll. Get in there, boys.
Fine, as long as it's just an experiment. How can one individual live for such an extended period of time and...
Oh my god, dude, this is actually insane. Now the least self-aware commentator is literally sitting here talking about how Ethan is unself-aware. I'm gonna kill myself. By the way, King of Nothing, if you're wondering, because I know you're severely autistic, I'm not actually going to kill myself. It's actually just a joke in reference to how much I hate you in this video.
Isn't this Nicholas
and it's
DeOrio guy
destroying
like
my
one of
mental
those
health.
fucking crypto-fascist dudes too?
How can one individual live for such an extended period of time and somehow manage to actually become successful in that period of time, yet lack self-awareness to this degree? To actually become successful in that period of time, yet lack self-awareness to this degree.
You see, guys, the satire is that I killed myself.
He unironically just hit us with the "it's just a prank, bro," as if he wasn't one of the people who literally popularized making fun of prank channels who say it's just a prank, bro.
You have to love and appreciate that he dropped a "it's just a prank, bro."
And
it's just a prank, bro. No, it's obviously a fucking joke to anyone who saw it. You know that you can make jokes about things that you don't like, right? Like, it's like you can do that.
And enough, we also have the fact that Ethan has promoted gambling on his channel in the past, which of course he now explicitly speaks out against.
Gambling is such a fucking venomous act. It's just such a toxic poisonous activity.
Dude, there's still another hour!
Aiden specifically is very young. He's willing to turn a blind eye to hooking kids to gambling, which is extremely dangerous, damaging vice. I learned the other day from a son, actually. It's the worst of all. Exactly. They call it the deadliest vice because the most amount of people commit suicide from getting addicted to gambling.
I agree with him 100%, but as you probably know by now,
I think that you should do gambling. Honestly, you should do gambling now!
Because the most amount of people commit suicide from getting addicted to gambling.
I agree with him 100%, but as you probably know by now,
lolly?
the guy just can't handle having a good take without being a hypocrite.
And if you have not tried DraftKings yet, head to the app store.
Gamble!
How about no?
Gamble! You should gamble now!
Like, no?
Now, Ethan didn't promote DraftKings extensively like he did with Kraken, which is definitely still bad because of the hypocrisy, but it's not the worst thing in the world like XQC or Trainwrecks who promote it constantly. However, my issue with his promotion of DraftKings is the fact that he completely lied when he tried to defend himself from people criticizing him for this hypocrisy.
Oh yeah, and I did one DraftKings ad, must have been 6 years ago. We did one DraftKings ad for fantasy football.
On the podcast?
Yeah, we did one DraftKings ad a long time ago, and the thing was,
bro,
fantasy football.
I'm fucking watching the Islander game through the other screen right now while I'm streaming, and they've promoted fucking DraftKings 6 times! Kids watch this shit, dude! Kids watch it! Think of the kids! It's hockey! It's kids!
Football league. I didn't know, or I had clarified, is this sports gambling or is this just fantasy? And I think I was under the impression it was just fantasy. We did one ad with them and never worked with them again.
Almost every single word in that statement is verifiably false. First of all, they didn't do one DraftKings ad, they did 2.
And
oh! You're fucking done, Ethan! You did 2! Oh, shit! Oh, boy! No! He's a liar, too! And a hypocrite! Oh, fuck! No! Oh, fuck!
In one-day fantasy sports is putting you back into poverty.
Lying on video like this is egregious.
I Is it possible it was one sponsorship that was over the course of 2 videos? Fuck me, dude. Oh, fuck me, bro.
Speaking into a microphone, looking directly into a camera lens, and
maybe he just doesn't remember. Was it like fucking years ago?
Just lying through his teeth, then posting the proof of him lying to the internet, knowing for a fact that one day someone like me would debunk it.
It's like just lie, lie, lie.
Dude, you're like the God's gift to commentary. You're such a fucking smart person. You're so smart.
Lie, lie. Whatever it is that you need, just lie about it.
Thank you. He's a real psychopath. This is like really psychopathic
Dude,
behavior.
king of nothing going on in this top region, dude. Holy shit. Bro, it's so over. It's so over.
Yeah, I agree. That is psychotic.
You've been debunked! This guy's like a Wojak in real life. Like, I can't, bro. This guy unironically loved The Last Jedi.
Ethan also claimed
and The Rise of Skywalker. This guy cried when he watched the Rise of Skywalker trailer. That's what I think.
That he didn't know DraftKings was gambling. He thought it was just fantasy football, which I have a really hard time believing.
I don't believe that for a second either. I agree with you.
A quick Google search proves that DraftKings has been in the sports gambling business since 2018. So either he's admitting that
Wait, what did he say? What's the clip of him saying it though?
Even an ounce of due diligence before he accepts a
Wait,
sponsor,
I'm so...
or he quick Google Kings was gambling.
Psychopathic behavior.
Yeah, I agree. That is psychotic. Ethan also claimed that he didn't know DraftKings was gambling. He thought it was just...
Wait, why are we not getting the clip of him saying that? Why do I not trust you? Are you gonna make me look this up?
Fantasy football.
I don't trust you. No, wait, what did he say?
Which is
Lie about it.
Thank you. He's a real psychopath. This is like
lie, 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 lie. Whatever it is that you need, just lie about it.
Thank you. He's a real psychopath. This is like really psychopathic behavior.
Yeah, I agree. Fact. And just one day,
can somebody link me this? Does anyone know what this fucking video is? 'Cause I'm gonna have to look for it. Where does he say
someone
this?
Like this is egregious. He's
the leader in one-day fantasy sports is putting you.
They didn't do
work with. Or I had clarified, is this sports gambling or is this just fantasy? And I think I was under the impression it was just fantasy. We did one ad with them and
okay, there it is.
On the podcast?
Yeah, we did one DraftKings ad a long time ago. And the thing was, it was for a fantasy football league. I didn't know, or I had clarified, is this sports gambling or is this just fantasy? And I think...
Okay, alright, then he's retarded. Got it.
Lie, 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 lie. Whatever it is that you need, just lie about it.
Thank you. He's a real psychopath. This is like really psychopathic behavior.
Yeah, I agree. That is psychotic. Ethan also claimed that he didn't know DraftKings was gambling. He thought it was just fantasy football, which I have a really hard time...
Wait. Hold on. So what is this? Well, obviously he knew you had to pay for it. What is this? Fantasy football puts you closer to the game than ever before. Draft a lineup of NFL players while staying within the salary cap. Then watch as they rack up points and touchdowns. So you choose your content, draft your content. Play in these exciting daily fantasy football. So they do fantasy football, but it's obviously paid. Now, I don't think he meant that as like... I think he means like a difference between sports betting as in just jumping on and saying like the kind of like the Take 5 stuff that... What is it? The parlays and shit like that. I don't know. Because obviously Ethan knew it was paid. Like you don't just do like fucking... I don't... View terms. What is this? I didn't know they did a fantasy football thing. I mean, it sounds very similar to their normal gambling, but I don't know. I've never done it. Huh. I don't know.
I'm believing. One quick Google search proves that DraftKings has been in the...
Do you guys want to do a DraftKings stream where we gamble and then we tell everyone that you should do it too?
Gambling business since 2018. So either he's admitting that he doesn't do even an ounce of due diligence before he accepts a sponsor.
Dude, you're talking about doing due diligence, but you just showed a fucking example of him doing a crypto sponsorship fucking scam where all the scammy parts happen after he did this fucking sponsorship. So I don't really know.
Or he's lying. Either way, not a good look. Next, Ethan says the ad was like 6 years ago, which again is a lie. That clip is from 2023, and the clips of him promoting DraftKings are both from 2020. In what...
Oh, sorry, it's only 4 years ago. My bad.
What world?
We have 60% saying that King of Nothing should be sued to poverty.
Could a
This is like, it's turbo autistic. Like 6 years ago. No, sir, it's actually 4 years ago. Potentially 5, depending on if you did them in January.
Year difference be considered like 6 years ago. He could have potentially forgotten small details. At the end of the day, he's human. But notice how every single thing he just so happened to misremember benefits himself.
Yeah, dude.
He's actually wrong about everything he's saying. It's incredible. You could just say anything you want, and people just, for some reason, listen.
Ethan and Gila's next quest to milk their fans out of all their hard-earned money is their merch company, Teddy Fresh. And in my opinion, it is by far the worst...
Dude, alright, if you haven't seen this video, what do you think this section's going to be? Because I thought it was like they steal designs. Bro, this is about to be one of the funniest fucking segments I've ever watched in a video, dude. Holy shit. This fucking segment is insane.
Most manipulative,
hold on, we gotta get out of the game. Out of the game.
YouTube merch company ever created. I'd even go as far as calling it a scam.
By the way, we're 2.5 hours into this stream right now. We're at 2 hours 47 minutes. And we are watching this video. We're watching it at 1:25 and we're only an hour into the video. Jesus fuck me in the ass Christ.
But first, let's set the groundwork and take a look at exactly what the problems with Teddy Fresh are. First things first, we have the fact that you basically need to have a parasocial relationship with Ethan and Gila to ever buy one of their merch items.
Dumb fuck, they sell this at Zoomies in the mall. You don't have to have a parasocial relationship with Ethan to buy fucking Teddy Fresh merch. It's sold in fucking stores, dumbass.
If we take a look at their website, there is not a single reasonably priced piece of clothing.
Who cares? Wait, I'm sorry, what do you mean? Are you the fucking arbiter of clothes now? Are you the arbiter of fucking clothing lines? Dude, this guy he browses the Supreme store, he's like, there is not a single shirt in here that's affordable to the average kid.
On the entire website, ranging from this $145...
There's not $144 of stitches in this!
Magic the Gathering jacket, whatever the hell this is, for $120, or this Fursona hoodie with bear ears that they're selling for only...
Yes, their merch is ugly! That's the argument, I agree. Next point.
$105.
Ugh. Brother, ugh.
Ethan made a bunch of jokes about him, like, oh wow, the Jew made money. And it really starts to feel that way. Because this whole thing went from Ethan's immature, and then his mission statement is Ethan milks his fans for money. And I know it's not. I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all whatsoever. But these sections start to feel like, dude, the fucking Jews making money. Maybe it's just all the fucking Palestine colors behind that guy with a beard. I don't know, bro. Maybe it's like the worst time to pause.
What's that? What's that, brother?
Dude, bro, watermelon Twitter.
I can't even begin to tell you what that is. These are so bad and so overpriced. Ethan and Gila owe both you and me money.
That's stupid, Nick. I'm sorry, dude. He's just like, look at Ethan making this money, and he made that money, and he made this money. Bro, he's saying he's worse than Aiden Ross and Logan Paul, and there's no argument to be made. I don't think that he's fucking anti-Semitic, but I don't fault Ethan in watching this video being like, bro, you're comparing me to the worst fucking people on the planet, making outrageous comparisons to make me look as bad as them, and you're bitching about, oh look, he made all this money, he made all that money, he made all this money. I don't blame Ethan for coming to that fucking point.
For even having the audacity to make us look at this garbage for free. So this is where the parasocial relationship aspect starts to come in. You see, Ethan makes well over 10 hours of content a week, and he doesn't do that because he's so passionate about podcasting. The guy is lazier than my dad on a Sunday night.
That's one of my big problems, frankly, is I have a crushing disease of just being lazy.
Dude, it's just like, hold on. I gotta pull this up. Because we're making the meme. I don't care. Fuck you, chat, if you get offended for it. Yes! Is this one? No. No, where's, hold on, wait, where is it? We're doing it. He's streaming for 10 hours per day, huh? Whoa! And he's very lazy. He's not doing that for for any reason like that, huh? Oh no, I don't think so.
That's been the obstacle my whole life. It's just persistent, aggressive laziness.
So it's not because he has some insane work ethic. Making the amount of content that they make is a calculated move that they've made in order to deepen those parasocial bonds with their audience. And when someone develops a parasocial relationship with their favorite creator, they start to develop things like the illusion of friendship with the creator. And that leads to people being—
oh, they gonna think we are friends, huh? We gonna make them money, eh?
Things like buying a $150 hoodie or two, or maybe even an—
oh, you buy my hoodie, huh? Nico, we go bowling,
they really try hard to lean into the parasocial aspect as much as humanly possible. For example, some of the show's employees were literally just fans of the show before they were hired, like AB, who Ethan only knows because he made a video defending—
wait, that's not my music, that's his music.
I really like you.
Pause. That's his music.
AB, who Ethan only knows because he made a—
I thought that was my music playing there for a second.
Defending Ethan from Gokanaru in 2018. And that leads fans to believe that they could potentially get hired there too. Ethan also refers—
wait, that's his music, bro!
refers to his fans as family.
My hand is off the keyboard. I'm not doing that.
Family.
Sounds like a bar mitzvah is going off in the background.
Family.
Stop!
We're like a weird cult.
Yeah, very parasocial, eh? It's like a cult in the background, like a fucking bar mitzvah's going off, and everyone's wearing the fucking hats. Yarmulkes all around.
The friendliest of cults.
Absolutely.
Which I find to be hilarious, because the last people on Earth I would ever want to scam or promote gambling to would be members of my family, but I guess Ethan disagrees. He also consistently reads the chat while they're doing the podcast live, he checks the comments on their subreddit on the show live, and that leads to posts like this. Did they order food today? I'm trying to decide on dinner, and I'll probably get whatever they ordered today while watching the episode, which should be a crime. Almost every other week, there's a new post which claims that
crypto fascist
Nick, it's a Vin Diesel meme. He's making a parasocial Vin Diesel joke. Yeah, so am I, dude. Yeah. I love family, eh?
This person who consistently takes time out of their day to post comments and make posts on Reddit when on a date, which is obviously inherently impossible, and then they almost always mention how their date didn't like Ethan and how that's a deal breaker for them, which is just insane to me. Imagine going on a date and the first thing your date brings up is this cringe podcast they listen to for 20 hours a week. That is crazy.
Yeah, I get it. I posted a lot of these to Twitter. I get it. Yeah.
My superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass. I will.
It's so funny. The dawn of comedy. Put another good sketch in.
And speaking of insane, how could we forget the greatest H3H3 production subreddit post of all time? I got Ethan tattooed, which I am absolutely—
dude, oh my god,
not gonna be making fun of this person for.
I'm not upset with y'all because I know
Ethan and Gila intentionally do things to ensure that they build parasocial relationships with as many of their audience members as humanly possible. Then they exploit those parasocial relationships for profit through excessive amounts of content creation and high prices for their garbage merchandise. That is their business model. It is unethical, manipulative, and
Why is it unethical? Because you say it so? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Talk about how Teddy Fresh stole their designs or something. Please, save me.
Consumer. And while I understand building a community—
dude, it's just like any YouTuber who has merch is unethical now. That's the bar. The bar is you make content, your audience loves you, they watch your shows, and you sell merchandise to them, so you're unethical.
Community is
That's
central
literally his whole argument.
to content creation, exploiting those who support you—
is this Nerd City's son? It might be.
through irrefutably overpriced merch is scummy no matter how you cut it.
I agree. 100%. Yeah.
Another major issue with Teddy Fresh is the fact that the company is inherently hypocritical, which of course it is. It's co-owned by Ethan Klein, but Ethan
Isn't
and
this
Gila
Nicholas
both
DeOrio
do
guy
this
like
act.
one of those fucking crypto fascist dudes too?
Holy shit, dude. People are honestly, they're looking at like, look, Pib, This guy's obviously made up his mind. Maybe we should just get out of here. That's like how I feel right now, dude. Holy shit.
Where they pretend to be against what's called fast fashion.
Do not shop at Fashion Nova. It's bullshit. It's fast fashion. They make it in China.
affordable.
It's disposable.
If you can't afford religion, $100 jeans.
Fast fashion is literally the most polluting, one of the biggest polluters in the whole planet.
Not everyone can afford $70 jeans. Fashion Nova offers them for $12.
Just buy one.
This video's pro Trisha? Wait, is that?
And instead
Up
of
to size 20.
Bro, you know when you're buying jeans for $12 that somebody's dying.
Bro, what subreddit did he get all this research on?
Fast fashion is essentially...
Is this like the Trishyland subreddit or something?
Companies who emphasize...
Oh, they hate her, right? I forgot.
Speed and...
I don't know who hates who anymore.
Low cost to deliver frequent new collections, which often leads to significant waste and exploitation of labor, which sounds like a pretty
Warming. Oh, that's crazy. They don't use high water usage and don't pollute. Wow, dude, that's what I look for when I buy my YouTuber merch. Which, by the way, Teddy Fresh is like an actual brand. It's not YouTuber merch.
Significant waste and exploitation of labor, which sounds like a pretty noble thing to be against. However, despite the selective outrage, Teddy Fresh is literally a fast fashion brand.
Ela, it seems like TF is turning into a fast fashion brand.
Huh?
And I was like, that's why I wasn't listening to you, because I was like, what? And it's with the pace at which you guys are...
They release new clothing monthly.
Coming out with new stuff, is it even fair trade and environment friendly?
Anyone who would ever write that to me, I would instantly ban from my chat.
Same as it's always
been. It's the same as it always been, and it's the same as any other fashion company. We work a year ahead, and I mean, it's nowhere near fast.
No. Nice try. I don't know what you're even talking about.
Unfortunately, pretending to be confused by a straightforward and reasonable statement like that just isn't a valid defense.
What? Why is he so confident in this?
Fast fashion doesn't literally mean it's designed fast. It's the concept of constantly shoving new products in the consumer's face and convincing them that they need this new style or trend, and because most normal...
I thought fast fashion was when you fucking have child slaves making your products. Isn't that what fast fashion was? Now it's like, oh, because now people who have zero impulse control might buy it, it's bad.
Normal people who don't live in $10 million mansions.
Oh wow, dude, I'm so mad he's rich. Can you believe that Ethan guy is living in a $10 million mansion? Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe it.
Have limited amounts of closet space. Some people end up...
Pick a definition and run with it. Yeah, I don't know what's happening right now.
Buying new clothes and throwing out the old clothes that they have, and sometimes those clothes end up in landfills.
Hey, Ela! We made sure they buy the new clothes, huh? Ah, yes, we don't want them wearing their old stuff too long. No such thing as hand-me-downs in this business! Oh, God.
On a mass scale, that contributes significantly to environmental pollution. Fast fashion is not just about how quickly the clothes are made, but how the behaviors of the fast fashion companies...
Oh, it's their behavior! Yeah, they're not ethical in their behavior.
Negatively impact the environment. Also, keep in mind, this is the same company that sells shirts like this that says, "Our planet is dying, the ocean is rising, the air is poisoned."
Dude, why are you playing this as a joke? This is 100% what you actually believe. You're like making this, this whole video is virtue signaling. You believe this.
And I can't find a date. Now, the end is obviously a joke, but the shirt in general is an attempt to...
He wants to just say it straight up. Yeah, he's not mad because this shirt's cringe. He's mad because a guy he doesn't like made it first.
Profit off of virtue signaling about how we need to save the environment. However, as we can clearly see here, this is the entire...
Oh no, they fly a plane! Who the fuck is this guy?
H3 crew on a private charter jet, which is inarguably the worst possible thing.
Worse than Taylor Swift!
Things for the environment. Now, obviously, it's their money. They earned it, and they can do...
I never want to talk to this guy in any reasonable capacity. Fuck me, dude. Get out of here. Go away. Leave me alone.
Whatever they want with it.
I'm blackballing this guy from my DMs. You will never DM me again, sir.
But what you can't do is hop on a charter jet under any possible circumstance that's not an absolute last...
Someone wrote, look at them so happy to be on the flight to Epstein's Island. Thank you, Jodo.
An emergency, then turn around and sell merch that insinuates.
Did you ever talk with him? I think he sent me like a few DMs or something a while ago, but it wasn't really relevant to this.
Company care about the environment. Either care about the environment and ride in a regular plane with the rest of us peasants, or get on a charter jet whenever you want and just don't say a word about the environment or try and profit off of environmental virtue signaling. It's really not that hard. Teddy Fresh's decision to manufacture their clothing in China also raises some significant ethical questions about the company. Now, obviously, just because something is made in China does not in any way automatically mean that the clothes are bad quality, nor does it
Thank you for putting the disclaimer out that not every person in China is like fucking about to kill themselves because they're making 3 fucking pennies an hour to work. Or whatever. Some people actually make good stuff there.
That they're definitively using slave or child labor to manufacture their product.
Dude, he had to make sure that you don't think the Chinese people are bad at trade. He had to give a full disclaimer that there actually is some good Asian merchandise. Thank you. I needed that.
Unless you ask Ethan, of course.
Trust me, that shit is made by children slaves in China. Don't sue me, please. Peace and love.
Stop the Asian hate.
Wait, is his shit made by children slaves?
But their choice to manufacture their clothing in China does tell us a lot about the brand's lack of integrity.
What?
The primary issue with Chinese manufacturing
I say
is
something
the
to
fact
you,
that
Nick?
the Chinese
I really
government
like you.
exerts
Why?
full control over labor unions, which severely limits the ability for workers
Dude, this guy is like a Hassan viewer in disguise.
to form independent
Why is this? How did this video turn into labor union discourse?
unions and effectively advocate for better conditions and rights. And that is a real problem with Chinese manufacturing that Ethan and Gila will conveniently never even begin to acknowledge because it's the absolute truth and there is no valid argument that you can make to defend that. And as a couple which pretends to
So
espouse—
does that mean that he has child slaves making his merchandise? Is that criticism hypocrisy? Like he said that there's child slaves making. By the way, I don't think he knew that for a matter of fact. It sounded like he's like, yeah, fuck those guys. They use child slaves. But let's say he's saying it as a definitive degree. Is child slaves making Teddy Fresh merchandise
progressive values? I'm not gonna lie.
Did he take the joke seriously? Well, we're just assuming that at this point.
I would have thought they would at least place an ounce of emphasis on the importance of pretty simple things like workers' rights, fair wages, etc. for the people that they produce income off of. If Ethan and Gila truly cared about the values that they pretend to preach, the US has plenty of manufacturers that can
Wait, you have to bring it back to the US or you're unethical now? You can't
ethically produce their significantly overpriced clothing.
Who cares if it's overpriced? Why are you throwing that in there?
My favorite socialist and Ethan's former podcast co-host,
Hassan Packer,
has a totally not capitalistic merch brand where they manufacture all of their clothing in the US and their prices are still significant.
It's not a merch brand, it's a clothing brand. That's a fucking merch brand.
Lower than Teddy Fresh. So I have to give credit where credit is due. Although the guy is definitely a red-blooded American capitalist, Hassan's merch line somehow manages to fit the vision of Teddy Fresh.
Bro, there is a god in heaven that is punishing me that you weren't born into one of the Chinese slave working unions. Holy fuck, dude, it would make my life so much easier. Why were you not a sperm inside of some Chinese dad's fucking penis, dude? Holy shit.
1,000 times better
if there was a fucking god on earth
than Teddy Fresh.
You'd be making the merch
itself does. And now that we have undeniable evidence that you can ethically produce merch in the US and still produce income off of
wow, dude, like what a crazy profound argument.
What exactly is stopping Ethan and Gila from at least
the background music? No, I don't know, bro!
Trying to work with a union shop in a country where we could come as close as possible to ensuring safe and regulated working conditions.
Dude, this guy would lick Hassan's chair. Who are you fucking kidding?
For those who
he would like suck it up. He would
work for them.
In China, they do stuff that like you can't get done here. And they're great at it. They're the best at it. The conditions are good. And if you try to do what you do in China here, they're great at it. They're the best at it. The conditions.
Forced labor still haunts China's Xinjiang report finds. Findings will raise pressure on Western lawmakers to restrict imports
are good.
from the region.
And if you try to do what you do in China here, if people think clothing is expensive, try making it in America. I mean, like a hoodie like this, if you made it in America, first of all, I just got to say.
I mean, I can tell you right now, I work with unionized domestic manufacturers, and finding like garment production with those standards has been probably the most difficult part of the process.
You may not.
Oh wait, so you brought it. Then you played a clip of Hassan saying what he does is really fucking difficult. Okay, cool.
Able to, and if you do, the hoodie like this is going to run hundreds.
Oh, okay, so that's what's stopping them.
Making it cost more?
Lies, because according to Ethan Klein, a man who's been in the merch business since 2017, by the way, a US manufactured hoodie will run you hundreds. So,
do you understand that there's like a profit margin that they're trying to hit here, right? And it's going to scale upward. They're not going to take a smaller cut to reach the margin that they're looking for, right? Because it's a brand. It's not like YouTube merchandise, right? There's employees and people that are being paid here for this. So that like, if it becomes worth $100 more, that's going to reflect in the final price, and then you're going to cry even more about how overpriced the merch is, right?
I was wrong. Hassan's merch brand is actually a socialist organization. They spend $350 making these.
Yeah, he probably takes a much smaller cut because it's Hassan. It's not Teddy Fresh, Gila Klein, and all the other people associated with it.
Hoodies and sell them for $35 at a 90% loss.
I'm a capitalist, bro. I love capitalism, dude. It's my favorite thing. It's like a kink, really.
In all seriousness, Ethan and Gila's profit margins would go down if they stopped working with their current Chinese manufacturers.
Oh!
So they're just not going to do that.
No, because they would make it more expensive here. Like what?
What's going to happen is Ethan will continue sitting on his high horse, and he's going to continue criticizing others for the exact...
The profit margins are going to be the same. It's just going to cost more money for the consumer to buy it.
Exact same things that he consciously chooses to do.
The most obvious signs would include use of words associated with unions or union-led movements like living wage or
Dude, if your argument is that his merch is overpriced, why would you argue for him to bring it to America? It's going to be more money.
Living wage. If anyone mentions living wage, report them. Grievance. Living wage. What the That's not a union word. That's someone who wants a living wage. Okay, moving on to the next crime here. Stealing designs from a smaller designer.
Finally. We're going to go through the tried and true one that everyone else already caught.
Our favorite.
Are very familiar with stealing designs. One indicator of a fast fashion brand is the fact that they often steal design.
Even worse.
In my last video, this time around,
I'm the best there is. American winning machine.
First things first, I found the alleged H3H3 Productions Pinterest account. You can find this. This picture here is a screenshot of what I believe to be Ethan's Instagram feed, because as you can see here, this was his old profile picture. Also, if you look through Ethan's Instagram feed, because as our employees who allegedly work there directly claimed that they steal designs off of Pinterest way before the Pinterest account became public knowledge that they saved this design from
Guys, he finally found a good argument. It was one of the ones that everyone's been using for years.
Isn't actually theirs.
Agree.
Regardless, they absolutely, positively, still to this day steal designs from other companies. For example, Stila Klein recently posted this picture in denim teddy theft overalls, and as you can see here, this is almost the exact same product that Tommy Hilfiger was selling in the 90s, almost 30 years ago. Then we have these pants, which are just outright hideous, which they also most likely...
I like how he's adding in that they're ugly, as if that actually engages with his argument at all whatsoever.
...the design of, and that's verified by the fact that the branding is in almost the exact same location in these nearly identical pants. Then we have this one, which is obviously a very, very simple design, but it's also an undeniable inch-for-inch copy of Supreme hoodies and beanies.
Wait. He just acknowledged Supreme exists. Is his brain able to comprehend how much they charge their clothes for? Wait, does he knows that what Hypebeast clothing is too, so he knows that people charge high prices.
Go on for days here, or making a video, or one.
Okay,
what Teddy
we've done this like 1,000 times. We know.
So here's his hoodie. It's a little lighter.
We know
now,
this.
argument.
We can get out of this section,
He
right?
personally.
I'm just seeing if there's any more on the Teddy Steele shit. We already know.
Retracted that as soon as I said it, right? What you heard. I said we've corrected the error and understand.
Okay, he shows that they addressed
that Teddy Fresh has plagiarized over the years, but because I'm a nice guy, I will show some restraint and not do that.
Oh, thank God, you're not going to make us watch another 30 minutes.
From a knitting book, but I can't imagine being so creatively uninspired that I have to steal.
Is it just me? Or is that just what a stegosaurus looks like? I don't know, maybe if you stretch it out. Is it? I guess. No, I see it.
Directly from a knitting book, but they did admit to stealing the design from that book, and then they decided to release a collaboration with Gary Kennedy, the man that they stole from. I will admit that it's great that they corrected the error, but if you're a multi-million...
The thing is, right, I don't think Ethan and Hila Klein are typically the ones that are designing... Like, I guess Hila's a designer, but you know they have, like, other designers that work there, right? Like, obviously they've taken shit in the past. I don't know.
Margins to pay designers.
You're acting like this is like a personal decision every single time.
To produce original clothing. So it's inexcusable to still be stealing designs till this day, and it's even more inexcusable for Ethan to ever criticize any other fashion or merch brand.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I was with him until that last sentence.
And it's even more inexcusable for Ethan to ever criticize any other fashion or merch brand.
He can't ever criticize any other fashion or merch brand ever, like for any reason. But like he's barred. It has been decided that Ethan is now no longer able to criticize any brand ever.
I am against fast fashion. It's very bad for the world. And usually they steal their designs too from other people.
It's her company. It's designed by Hila herself. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure they fired somebody last time who did one of the other designs. I'm almost entirely possible that Hila doesn't do all of them herself.
H3H3 has been accused of
stealing
some designs from.
Really? I don't think so.
So regardless of whether or not they even steal designs, Teddy Fresh is a complete scam in my opinion. Every single aspect about this business, from the way they get customers in the door, to the way that the clothes are produced, to the products themselves, to the blatant hypocrisy of the owners, is absolutely atrocious. And most importantly, their pricing goes to show exactly how delusional and disconnected from reality Ethan and Hila are
Maybe
nowadays.
I'm remembering that wrong in my own defense, but I looked that up and it looks like they're saying Hila does it, but I could have sworn that they had other people working there that did it.
I think
By the way, I just want to establish
from the way they get customers in the door to complete scam in my opinion.
In this point, he says, in my opinion, when he says scam, but for the whole crypto stuff, he just said scam. So I'm assuming when he says, in my opinion, scam is a subjective term. So he's calling them scammers here because he thought he sold it in the crypto thing, so he can call them scammers in other places. I'm almost positive he just thinks they're scammers for the crypto thing, and that this is where that subjectivity comes in. Because technically they're selling merchandise, the merchandise is getting there, but they're scammers because they don't do it because their prices are too expensive, their merch is too ugly, they've stolen designs in the past. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying here.
Every single aspect.
You've never seen a Stegosaurus IRL? Bro, I've been to Jurassic Park.
About this business, from the way they get customers in the door, to the way that the clothes are produced, to the products themselves, to the blatant hypocrisy of the owners, is absolutely atrocious. And most importantly, their pricing goes to show exactly how delusional and disconnected from reality Ethan and Hila are nowadays. I think part of the appeal of these two back in the day was how normal they appeared to be, and now Hila Klein is busy shilling $120 sweaters and telling people 35 is too cheap.
Like, I don't think there's any problem with her having expensive fucking clothing at her clothing brand. Like, is there any issue with her having a $120 sweatshirt?
For a t-shirt.
She's making a fashion brand. It's not an affordable fucking... She's not Shaquille O'Neal selling his shoes for cheap so kids can afford them in school. I don't think there's any problem with that.
This really, from your perspective, I'm going to ask you seriously. Is this good merch?
It's very good. 35 is too cheap. 35 is too cheap.
It's too cheap?
Yeah.
Yo, is this person fucking rich? Yes. If you're comfortable publicly saying 35 is too cheap for a
Is this guy poor? Like, what's happening right now?
Shirt that's been made in China, you're no longer living in the same reality as the rest of us.
Oh,
boy.
That is so delusional.
And speaking of delusional, Ethan tries to do this straw man argument where he pretends like people only call him greedy because of his identity.
I feel like people make that characterization against me because I'm Jewish. Let me explain. If you compare me to any other creator, I'm just as money driven as any of them. But for some...
When it comes to politics, Ethan Klein is one of the...
Bro, that was definitely the music he used in that cutaway before he fucking edited it out, bro. There's no way that fits too good.
Biggest frauds in
bro, there's like a cut that show me the King of Nothing director's cut, okay, because that's in it.
All of America, and I think that's quite ironic because he often uses the term grifter as an insult to the people that he doesn't like.
Simple hates me. He's a total grifter. I think she's actually a grifter, like in the true sense. Grifter, pseudo guru, Russell Brand. You know, right? When grifter is one of the best paying jobs in the world. But I feel like he's such a grifter. You fucking grifter, scam artist, openly racist loser. This is what really makes me think Charlie Kirk is a straight up grifter that doesn't even believe what he says.
And what makes Ethan such a grifter in terms of politics is the fact that a big part of his come up on YouTube was making content that could be classified as anti-SJW, where he would essentially just clown on irrational people for being irrational. You have to understand, in 2016, things were very, very different than they are now.
And better, some would say. I don't think you, though.
Making anti-SJW content was by far the most profitable.
It was still, like, also very funny and enjoyable
in the day. So, Ethan, being the man of principle that he is, decided to hop on the trend.
I feel like this video perfect.
Or he just thought that was the case and wanted to make fun of people who were cringe. Because, like, making fun of Anita Sarkeesian and the woman who screamed at the humongous guy was just funny. Maybe it wasn't like a conscious decision. I explained this earlier in the stream that he made anti-SJW content, but at least I gave the qualifier. It might not be intentional, because that was just like really cringy shit people made fun of. That was humor back then, was making fun of losers online. It still very much is, but now they come from all walks of life.
Encapsulates how...
Wait, was that Nick playing the music over it, or did KON really have the audio levels that fucked? You know, that was real.
Crazy, the social...
No, that was 100% real. That was... He was just like, yeah, dude, and then he just like cut himself off with the really loud bar mitzvah music. That was him.
Justice Warrior has gotten, how sensitive these people are.
You want my game? Yeah, sure.
Every time Nick plays the music, that he unmutes it, and then King of Nothing's music sounds similar. Wait, what? No, I'm kidding, jackasses! No, totally not just a normal reaction to a funny video.
She's the one who uploaded this video.
And what made those videos stand out back in the day was the fact that Ethan wasn't hateful at all when he made those videos. It wasn't some attack on the left or liberalism. He made jokes about insane people. Okay. Nowadays, I am masking your extremism with
as jokes to probe the limit of what they can get away with saying.
So, Ethan, are you masking your...
That's him.
...extremist joke?
Look, when I change the volume,
using Ethan's own words, we can immediately disprove that false narrative.
Extremists, it's a well-known tactic where they mask really extremist things as jokes to probe the limit of...
He's playing because he's talking about dog whistling. Is he playing? Is that bar mitzvah music in the background?
What they can...
Is that's the joke?
Get away with saying.
So, Ethan, are you masking your extremism with jokes, or is the audience only expected to recognize your genuine stances when it aligns with your interests?
The joke defense doesn't work. Ever.
Keep in mind, this is the same guy who previously went out of his way to criticize Leafy for making a joke that was exactly like the type of jokes that he makes nowadays.
Bye-bye Pokemon, haha. Someone says someone needs to Pokemon, and it has 1,400 likes. That doesn't seem very funny. That to me seems like extraordinarily f***ed up. And Leafy responded, HDR Recon Scope. I don't know, when I saw this, I was...
Yeah, this is an egregious clip. It's obvious that he's much more vindictive towards people he doesn't like, when I'm just vindictive toward everyone.
Does anyone really think this is funny or cool?
Yes, I think it's funny.
I mean, it's kind of horrific.
I'm so glad that he's not like this anymore. I'm so happy that he's reformed.
Irresponsible and disgusting.
He probably still agrees with all these positions, but I'm not going to ask him because I like that he's reformed.
So, according to Ethan, when Leafy makes jokes that involve the death of those that he doesn't like, it's irresponsible and disgusting. But how is that any worse than Ethan saying to millions of people to go erase an entire convention center with thousands of real human beings inside of it? It's not.
God, I agree with it, but can you make it sound any gayer? Can you put a filter on that makes it sound any more gay than you just did, please? Like, holy shit, dude. Is anyone else just, like, rolling their eyes? Like, even if I agree with him, his arguments still sound bad.
It's almost the exact same joke. Death of person I don't like equals funny. But apparently, it's only an innocent joke when Ethan does it.
Once again, the biggest fucking...
hypocrite. Just, I mean, it's beyond hypocrisy. It's just plain sociopathy. It's pure. He stands for literally nothing.
And what shocks me the most about Ethan's far left grift that he does nowadays is that, as I mentioned earlier, Ethan actually used to be someone that the YouTube community could trust for reasonable takes on divisive issues.
We're all Americans, and wanting Trump to do a bad job is like being on an airplane with a bunch of people you dislike and hoping the pilot does a bad job.
Dude, he's like, dude, but can you believe that Ethan had like a different take about this 15 years ago? I'm joking about the timeline, by the way. That's actually a joke if you're watching this. I know you're not really good with those. I actually know that this clip isn't 15 years old. That's part of the satire of the statement that I'm making, in case King of Nothing is watching right now and he's struggling. He's in the middle of crafting a meticulous response video being like, Nicholas said this clip came from 15 years ago. Now, the joke is also that I'm extending my explanation of this because I think that you're retarded. So if I extend the explanation, the bit goes on longer, and then people it makes me look like that I think that you're even more pathetic than you actually are. That's actually the bit. It's a double entendre meta joke.
So it crashes and kills everyone on board. And even though I didn't personally vote for Trump, I'm rooting for him.
Being a normal person when it came to politics actually became a part of his brand to a certain extent. Like in 2016, when Casey Neistat made a video about how every YouTuber needed to tell their fans to vote for a particular candidate, Ethan was the first one to make a rebuttal.
So if your favorite YouTuber says things like, I don't like to talk politics on my channel, or I'm not going to reveal who I'm voting for, call them out.
I think kind of the opposite of what he's saying. Don't fucking listen to me. Don't listen to Casey. I'm just a YouTuber. How does that qualify me to tell you who to vote for? Who to fucking elect as president?
But Ethan has gone from being nuanced, open-minded, and rational to a walking NPC who just parrots the opinions of a team.
See, it feels like this whole section of the video is written by someone who doesn't drink the Soylent of the guy who wrote the last fucking 45 minutes. It just, the video feels at odds with itself. It's got a script writer of different people with different ideologies that are providing like different opinions that don't really gel and match up. And it just seems like an awkward video.
Monetary gain, which adds no value to actual political discourse. I want to make this clear, being a partisan hack, right or left, takes no skill, no courage, and it is the perfect formula to fall into what's called audience capture.
Here is a message from our subreddit with peace and love. Attention men and some women of the H3 subreddit, stop referring to women as females. Now, I had never, I don't know what, for whatever reason, I guess I'm guilty of saying females up until recently. I stopped. I started saying women.
Crypto fascist dudes,
Ethan is so audience captured that he would make Mussolini proud. Obviously, the word female is not in any way derogatory. I didn't have to censor it for a reason, just like any other word.
Yeah, he's pandering to his shitty audience. Agreed.
Depends on how you use it.
So you say you're a man. You identify as a man.
I do identify as a man.
Why are you dressed as a female?
It's like my character. It's my job. It's like a drag queen, like man dressed as drag, because I appreciate art and the aesthetic.
You're a man in drag.
That's how I look at it.
But despite this fact being irrefutably true, Ethan finds himself constantly walking on eggshells for his audience, which is a clear-cut case of audience capture.
Wait, I'm sorry. What do you mean? He has to walk on eggshells because fucking losers like you cry every time he makes a joke. You're the reason he has to walk on eggshells. You've sounded like a fucking SJW this entire video. What are you talking about? Every time this guy has a funny bit on, you're like, actually, Ethan Klein isn't very mature. And now you're shitting on him because he fucking has audience capture? You're the audience. You suck.
Work. And because he's gotten so lost in the sauce in this audience capture, I think he's forgotten the key to happiness in life.
Literally not watching this guy's videos.
The key to happiness in life is stop caring what short-haired fat bitches think. I promise you, your life will be happier and better if the second a girl with short hair...
Dude, you have to give people an opportunity to do the things you want from them. It's like, dude, I criticize Ethan Klein for doing X, Y, and Z, and when he fixed those things, I criticize Ethan Klein for fucking changing his position. It's like, well, what did you want him to do? You just hate him. You don't want him to do anything differently. You want him to be the exact same person every day so you can farm him for more content and make another definitive Ethan Ethan Klein video in 6 years. So every time he does something good, you have to sit here and pretend he didn't do something good, or he only did it because you criticized him, so he can't actually grow. He has to be stuck in a perpetual state of nothingness where he's unable to move in any positive direction because he makes us money. That's what happened.
Who's overweight says anything at all, you just block it out. If they tweet, you should have your hair length and weight on your Twitter, and then you should be able to mute based on hair length and weight.
I don't know what's
and
so
you will
funny.
be
It's just
so
gospel.
fucking happy in your life if you stop thinking, because that's the opinions that drive you crazy. Why would you say that? How could you have that opinion? Your opinion is problematic. You get my haircut. We got the same. If we got the same haircut, you don't need to say nothing to me.
In all seriousness, the problem with being audience,
like, a lot of this video is like, he's a hypocrite. Why? Because he said something 7 years ago, and now he's different. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've covered it. We know, man. And but then it's like, well, then he changed that thing that he said 7 years ago, and now he's more similar to that. Now he's a hypocrite because he said something different 5 years ago or whatever. And I like the thing better from 7 years ago, but I'm criticizing him because he's a hypocrite still. It's just like, oh, okay, cool. There's just no winning. You can't win this if you're Ethan.
Captured,
there's no path for redemption for a person that makes everyone a lot of money.
Is the fact that over time you lose who you truly are internally.
And the thing is, I don't necessarily, I keep saying this, like, I don't necessarily like Ethan now. I think he's been doing a lot of funny shit, and I've been really enjoying his content for that reason in the past year or so. But it's just like every person who goes after Ethan, from Vosh responding to the drama poorly, to all the people he's been debating recently, to Hassan Piker, it's just everybody who's been making content on Ethan is like infinitely worse than Ethan in every conceivable way. And I absolutely hate them. So now it's like, I feel like I'm standing Ethan here, because comparison to King of Nothing Hassan Piker, and then who else did he debate last year or whatever, like, objectively Ethan is better than all of them.
Look at this from Ethan's perspective. His audience dictates a change that he needs to make, and he complies, not out of personal conviction, but in order to avoid alienating his audience. And now, imagine doing that same cycle consistently over the course of 5 years.
Honestly, when I see stuff like this, I
can't believe he's consistent in stuff that we knew was grifting 4 years ago. I can't believe he's not consistent in it. I can't believe he's traversed back from places that we thought he was grifting in the first place.
I see is someone who honestly is trying really hard to appease and entertain an audience that just wants them to be more and more extreme. Mm-hmm. That, like, they don't even realize how fucked up the things that they're doing are anymore.
I see it as a feedback loop.
Yeah.
The audience
Yeah.
demands him to get more extreme, and he can never walk anything back or they'll turn on them.
Yeah.
So it's like they get worse and worse
It's
and
a
worse. It's
bad
spiral.
cycle, dude.
Oh, the irony.
A perfect example of Ethan being audience captured would be his reluctance to correct his very obvious homophobia while also
God, no, this is the section I've been told about. Right? Is this it? Oh my god, bro. Oh, fuck me.
And being audience
Fuck me, dude. That's why that section was there. We have to go back to drinking Soylent piss.
Captured would be his reluctance to correct his very obvious homophobia while also pretending to be an ally to the LGBTQ community. For example, in 2022, Ethan started making fun of James Charles for allegedly wearing a diaper.
He has some anal leaking. Now, we were saying, well, if he's getting blasted in the ass hard enough, potentially, you may need to wear a diaper. And a lot of you will say, like, okay, we've had a debate, like, I don't think vaginas increase in size from sex, but assholes actually do. If you have a lot of anal sex, you can actually blast open your anus.
Did that exact same joke for like 15 minutes, by the way. It's really not that funny, but Ethan's audience gave him...
Bro, this guy is the dawn of comedy, dude. Holy shit. The fucking master of chuckles. Alright? The fucking... I don't know, dude. The commander of ha-has. This guy is literally just like the only person who's allowed to explain humor ever. I'm so happy, dude. This is so fucking fun. I'm
a lot of pushback
for them.
them.
Loving that I decided to fucking do this with my Saturday afternoon.
Jokes about James, and one of his fans even called in to confront him for his homophobia.
You can't always tell like who's the top, who's the bottom. Do you find it offensive if I say by being like, oh, he's probably a bottom? Is that the problem? Absolutely. It's offensive. Because it is. Saying the bottom in particular, I think is probably a bit troublesome because it kind of it starts to kind of the game already. You have to deal with certain assumptions about femininity and masculinity. I mean, I'm sure you understand that. I'm not going to throw out the whole. I mean, it is funny though. I think the problem is that the term power bottom is very funny to me, and sometimes you know these alpha men give power bottom vibes.
Yeah, the joke is that being a bottom is a bad or funny thing, and the main issue here is the fact that the type of person—
It is a funny thing. Being a bottom is a funny thing.
Who make—
Just to be clear.
These jokes isn't woke like Ethan pretends to be. Ethan is acting like someone who he truly isn't, and as a result of that, he's attracting people to his—
Do you think that gay people don't make jokes like this? Do you think that like the trans people don't make jokes like this? Because I mean, I see this everywhere I go. What are you talking about? Like every one of these communities that I have to watch, like anytime we have to cover Demon Mama, they all make jokes like this, right? Every time you watch Tipster and you watch all of his friends, they're all making jokes like this. Why are you offended on everyone else's behalf?
Audience that are not anything like him, then he has the audacity to get offended by the fact that he's knowingly attracted people to his audience who get easily offended.
Y'all really need some LGBTQT.
Why? What did I say
wrong? Shut up.
What did I say wrong?
Shut up.
Colin, if you have a problem with my character,
You got it right. I mean, you literally got it right.
What a power bottom was.
Yeah. Shut up.
I think some of y'all are just too sensitive. I feel like, you know, if you're watching this show and you're perpetually offended by things I'm saying, you may want to just stop watching, like genuinely.
Chris DiStefano is an
What's wrong with that? Like the thing is, you're saying all this stuff and you play him a clip saying like, if you're perpetually offended by everything I say, then stop watching me. So like, well, how else is he supposed to address that problem? Oh, because he's attracted them in the past and he doesn't want them anymore and now it's bad? Oh god, kill me now. I don't understand these fucking people, dude. Where's the firebending scroll? I need the firebending scroll.
Comedian unlike Ethan, and he makes similar types of jokes, and you will never in a million years see his audience calling him out or getting offended by those jokes, because Chris set the expectation for what people are gonna get from him.
Wow, okay, Ethan didn't do that, so what's the problem? Like, why is this an exposed video topic? What are you gonna tie this to?
He follows through with that
Go
expectation.
to an elemental shrine? I'm on one. It says fire, right? Is this building not a fire shrine on the map?
Can I say something to you, Nick?
Nothing against
I really like you.
the gay community
Why?
at all. Nothing against. I
Well-
support and like the gays.
Well-
but I am not gay. I'm not gay.
You can't argue that Ethan is audience captured and then play a clip of him saying to unsubscribe. I mean, the thing is, I think... Oh, firebending, cool. I think that he is, like, but, like, I just don't think this video is explaining it well. Fuck me, dude.
I do, but I'm not gay, but I am a Democrat, so I don't know.
He's audience captured in a way that people have left and burned him after he's, like, done this. But, again, I don't know, dude. It seems like he's constantly doing things that upsets his audience. It doesn't really strike me as someone who's captured.
But you're
Because they're mostly gay.
Democrats?
Yeah.
What do you think the percentage of Democrats that are gay?
I thought 100%. All of them? Like somebody.
Bobby's a Dem.
What?
Wait, what
Bob's
is
a
this
Dem.
clip?
Yeah, but Bob's gay. He told me he's gay.
There is not a single true fan of Chris's on this planet that was offended by that joke. And also, Chris doesn't joke police anyone else, so there's no valid reason to joke police him. Ethan, on the other hand, joke polices others and sets the expectation that he runs a PC podcast, then he turns around and laughs at gay people for being gay.
My then wife decided that she didn't want.
So he's homophobic? Like, all you're saying is that he's like a hypocrite here. When does he become homophobic? Like, when does he hate gay people?
To be married anymore.
Yeah, dude, you fucking suck. Who's surprised, man? You suck. You're a douche. You're an asshole. You're hateful. You're a bigot. And you probably think about dudes when you have sex with her, and so you go soft when you have sex with your wife. You can't perform for her because you're not attracted to women, which is cool, but you are also homophobic, which is what's ironic about that.
He is weaponizing the fact—
So is it that he's a homophobic because that's his definition of homophobia and that he's a hypocrite? Or is he homophobic because he's homophobic?
that Steven Crowder is gay in this hypothetical case scenario and using that as an insult against him, and he justifies it in his mind because Steven is a conservative. The thing is, if you're an ally like Ethan pretends to be, you would never in a million years weaponize someone's sexuality as an insult against them.
This guy sucks so much. Like, he's... Why does he argue this like the gayest possible way, dude? Jesus Christ.
Even in a hypothetical scenario. That is the definition of
all he had to do was point out the hypocrisy. Instead, he accuses him of homophobia for jokes. Yeah, it's just like, it just does not land at all.
Homophobic. And as the real fans of the channel know, I play both sides, so I always come out on top, and no one can play the self-righteous liberal douchebag better than I can.
I am so far left, I'm spinning in circles, you
This is just a theory, but I think part of what motivated Ethan to get into his far-left grift is that when he started frenemies with Trisha Paytas, he gained an entire—
Wait, you think the far-left grift started at Trisha Paytas? That's when you think this started?
entirely new audience.
That was after, dude. He had the whole arc already. It was over by that point. What are you talking about?
Our audience, it's kind of crazy. I never expected it, but like it's predominantly women.
That's great.
It's 60% women, 40% men. But before we were 90% men.
Yeah.
And so we lost a lot of our.
If anything, since then he's been the opposite. He's been not the opposite. He's not been like a right wing channel, but the fucking grift seems to have slowed down.
The male viewers.
And if you notice, he only started pretending to care about the LGBTQ community around the same time that Frenemies came out. In fact, he actually used to be pretty explicitly transphobic to Trisha after she came out as
I'm done, bro. I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy.
transgender in 2019.
I wanted to basically apologize to Trisha Paytas, who.
How could you be transphobic to Trisha Paytas? Please tell me. Please tell me how you could be transphobic to Trisha Paytas. Please fucking tell me.
Is such a sweet, genuine person, and I just really, I wanted to, first of all, apologize for saying that she looked like she was at an open casket funeral, like she was the corpse inside of a casket. That's not true. That's just not what I meant. Oh, you're so beautiful. You're such a queen.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not fucking doing this shit. When people say, like, do you assume my gender? Yes, I assume your gender based on predominantly your voice in these online interactions, because this doesn't happen in real life. If you're getting a pronoun wrong in real life, usually the person just says, hey, no, my pronouns are this, and the conversation ends. But in a predominantly online setting, like, voice training is the #1 trans trait. If you sound like a dude, I'm probably just going to go with he, him until you've told me otherwise. That's generally how it goes. If a person literally dresses like a woman, fucking pulls their fucking tits out and shit like that, it makes no fucking, and just goes, I'm trans now, these are my pronouns. Someone as notorious as Trisha Paytas, who's literally one of the biggest trolls of all time, right? I'm sorry. Dude, fuck you. Literally, fuck you. There's no way, bro. There's no fucking way that this is like a legitimate argument in your video.
And I also wanted to apologize for saying that you have like a 5 to 10 inch engorged that's bigger than my dick. I mean, that would basically make you a guy. That would basically mean you had a pee. Well, I guess I'm kind of confused.
Oh, this is so fucking painful.
Because you said you're trans. I don't know.
This Ethan clip is actually genuinely funny too. That's the part that makes it so annoying for me.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to offend you. I know that.
He didn't do this to Blair White. Okay, he didn't do this to fucking Keffels. This is not Ethan's response to Keffels. If it was, there'd be much more to criticize. He's doing this to fucking Trisha Paytas, dude. Come on. Come on. There needs to stop being the archetype of trans women who don't do any voice training, stop washing their hair, and look like they haven't showered in months and go, this is my long hair, I'm a woman. Okay, like, you have to do a little bit more than that. I think that's like the entry-level point. Yeah, we are gatekeeping it. 100%, yes. You can't just, like, yeah, no, that's not being respected. Yeah.
Sorry for saying that you're not trans. Man, even though you have like cup F jugs that are always on display, and that would make you, I don't know, but gender's all in the mind anyway, and I shouldn't even go there.
He's obviously transphobic, and
But after Frenemies came out, he suddenly started pretending to be an ally.
Which is so good. That is so good.
Civil rights.
I'm an ally.
Champion.
I am an ally.
Ethan Klein.
He's not, though, and most people can clearly see through how fake his political positions are, which is exactly why even most liberals—
You just described Rose Malay. I didn't even know Rose Malay was trans until like the second year they were around.
can see right through the guy.
This person says, I feel you. People in the sub seem to think the only ultra-conservative Alpha Bro Peterson fanboys that don't like Ethan. I'll tell you, I have very liberal friends who is a fallen fan despite having completely liberal political views. Some people just don't like Ethan.
Again, I don't follow the guy.
And then this person, I found that there are many people who stopped watching when he said various homophobic racist or whatever else he may have said. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I run into more people like that than the gym bros. See, that breaks my heart,
And just to correct the record here, some people have this perception that Ethan was some sort of red-pilled Republican manosphere guy, but then he got corrupted. That's not true. He has always clearly stated that he was left-leaning. So that proves that a majority of his old fans did.
Oh, so he said he was left-leaning, therefore he was left-leaning. Like, I don't disagree with you, but that's such a reductionist way of viewing it. Yeah, you know, Sargon always said that he was a traditional liberal or something like that. Fuck
not care at all that he was a liberal, and that's not why he lost so many subscribers. When it came to politics,
dude, Mouthy Buddha said that he didn't hate Jews, so it can't be proven. I just hate everyone.
I would assume people liked him because he was offering something unique that wasn't just spewing off the positions of a team, but because he's an extremist who's trying to pander to an extremist audience now, he has to try and describe that as a bad thing.
I used to be this enlightened centrist around the time we started the podcast. I used to appeal to the same kind of men that they're appealing to now. And I can't speak for them, but what it did to me is it kind of started warping me and changing me to cater to them until I came to the point where I realized that I was encouraging and fostering a community of really horrible people.
First of all, if anyone ever says...
he plays all the clips where Ethan, like, directly explains every single thing he's saying, and then he acts like he has no idea why Ethan is doing this in every section of the video. It's, like, so fucking retarded.
Enlightened centrist in a way that indicates that's a bad thing, that is a huge red flag, because that person most likely has a severe case of political brain rot, and they're most likely either alt-right or far left. And I'm starting to realize that that's actually a good thing.
I think mass psychosis is...
Oh, Hassan viewers? Hassan viewers didn't even come up in this conversation, which I think is pretty weird. Whatever.
Good. And other people
But again,
don't.
that's so far after all of this happened. We're like years after. I don't know.
But I think there's something nice about a group of people who believe things no matter what the facts are. It's good to have a group of people completely impervious to any logic or outside information. I think it's good.
I know this might be a surprise to some, but there are some people out there who aren't addicted to Twitter who couldn't possibly care less about the 5,000th partisan left versus right debate, and not everyone is interested in being in that state of mind 24/7.
What's going on in Washington? How much does that affect your day-to-day existence? It's very little. But for some people, it becomes an enormous portion of the real estate of their mind. It takes over most of their day-to-day consciousness, where they're consumed with it, and it becomes a thing they're cheering for or they're rooting against, and then your life revolves on something that you have very little power over.
So if you can, at the very least, just take a second to even try and understand why someone would want to be a centrist or apolitical in today's political climate. I'm sorry to say it, but you most likely have a very unhealthy obsession with politics, and that's how you end up like Ethan.
But it's like, nobody's even talking about any real issues.
I don't understand any of dude, this is lost on me.
Just accusing each other of actually
I don't know what
being
the fuck this section of the video proves. I don't even know why I'm listening to it. I have no idea why this is here.
Like, has this gone too far?
This is why there should be like a cap on videos. You shouldn't be able to reach this point. This video should have been over already. We're an hour and 43 minutes in. I won't do this to anyone ever. I'm so sorry that you've been put through this.
Conservatives want to fuck kids, straight up. Boom.
Conservatives want to groom their children, both literally in the way that you mentioned, like they want to
fuck them.
do the child grooming rapes.
They want to fuck the kids.
They do. 100%.
Ethan also tries to do this thing where he pretends...
So when he plays a clip like that, like it's a 50-50 toss-up on whether he's going to agree with it afterwards. That's the problem with this fucking video. Like, I don't know if he's playing that as like, oh, this is the worst clip I ever heard in my life, or a clip where he's like, yeah, dude, he knows the right path. Like, I don't. It's infuriating.
It's like he's not a hypocrite.
I never know what the next sentence is going to be in a video like this
because he's
just so ideologically lost.
Just changing.
But sometimes
he keeps playing all of Ethan's jokes straight. Yeah, he does it the entire video. There's no form of satire. Every joke will be played at face value, and there are no repercussions for that in like instance.
The crit is just a man in the process.
55%, half of the chat thinks this guy should be sued into poverty.
Of changing, and I don't think that it's ever too late to change for the better.
Now, obviously, it's totally fine and normal to change your opinions over time.
Oh, fuck, this guy can't say that an hour and 40 minutes into this video. There's no way. There's no fucking
However,
way.
when people have financial incentives to change their opinions, the opinions need to be viewed under a different light. A perfect example of this was when Sneeko changed his opinion on Andrew Tate.
I got the Bugatti, I got the jet. It's true, but no. Of course he hates us. Of course, but it's just an amazing.
How are we
I got a jet.
comparing
I got
Ethan
it.
See, this one, I don't know, man.
Sneeko?
Like these self-help dudes are just are too full of themselves. Like, why
How
are you
are we
yelling about your
comparing
jet on the
Ethan
podcast?
Klein
A few
and
moments
Sneeko?
later.
People will text me like, "Oh, so you just think like you just like have money?
Isn't this
and
Nicholas
you think
DeOrio
you're
guy
so
like
good
one of
looking
those
and smart
crypto
and
fascist
Yeah,
dudes too?
apparently I am. Holy shit, dude. I'm on whatever side this guy's not.
Oh, yo, you think you're the man, right? And I'm like, yeah,
Bruh.
yeah, I do.
The first clip is from before Tate blew up, the second clip is from after. And guess what Sneeko did after Tate blew up? He literally became the dollar store version of Andrew Tate and modeled his entire life after the guy for more than a year.
Stop calling me Taco Tate. Stop
Are you
calling
gonna
me Taco
say
Tate.
that
That's
Ethan
offensive.
did that with Hassan
That's
Piker?
racist, actually.
Please
Bro, anyone who
don't.
says that, you cannot be in my stream anymore. I don't.
Please
fuck with you.
don't say
Hope you
that.
think
Should be
you're
chopstick tape.
Please don't.
So, did Sneeko truly change his opinion over time? No. Just like Ethan, he grifted his way to the top of his team.
What does the G in Top G stand for? Top grifter. Where else does Nico learn his tricks from?
W joke.
And I'm bringing up Sneeko specifically because these guys are two sides of the same coin.
What?
They both used to be well-respected individuals.
Wait, there's no
who
comparison.
clearly thought
He's
for
just
themselves.
like Ethan's a grifter, and Sneeko's the biggest grifter of all time, who fucking grifted this entire fucking situation with like Andrew Tate, and like copied his entire personality. And it's like also Ethan is left now. Wait, there's no comparison. That was it. And then he's just like, yeah, they're exactly the same. This guy is like totally like he's turbo autistic, bro.
And they both actually had a lot of success doing so, but they both ended up taking the easy way out.
Dude, wow, these guys both suck. They're exactly the same.
And they sold out to their
It's
teams
insane,
for
dude.
monetary gain.
This show is about rational
I was waiting for the comparison, and it never came.
thought. It's about cutting through the bullshit. Okay, whether you're on the left or the right. This is not a politically affiliated show, and it never has been. We're about cutting through the bullshit and getting to the heart of something.
My channel and a lot of you who I think relate to me, you're always on the come up. You're always thinking about getting
Dude,
more
he found 2 clips of them, and he's like, fuck it, dude, they're the same person.
money,
Wow, look at this. They have the same life philosophies. There's nothing different here.
power, respect.
2 sides of the same coin. Wow, my brain is sure big.
You want to move up in the world. And anybody who's really trying to move up is wasting their time involving themselves in politics.
And look, I'm sure these guys are making more money than they ever were back then, but money does not mean anything if you have to sell your
I
soul
thought you
to
just
get it.
sat here and told us for like 40 minutes about how he's not allowed to make offensive jokes because he's lefty now, and now you're just getting, oh, fuck me.
And for those viewers out there who do value authenticity and integrity in those which they...
I want to shave your head. If I see you at VidCon, I'm going to shave your head. I don't care. I'm going to shave your head. I don't even care if you have hair. Right? I'm going to shave your fucking head.
choose to support in their free time, it's impossible to follow or support someone like Ethan or Sneeko because they're
DeOrio
now
guy like one
both
of those
extremely
crypto
radicalized,
fascist,
and they've
dudes,
both
too?
previously admitted on video
Oh my God.
that they know that
I'm not doing this tonight. Maybe tomorrow. I'll talk about that in a minute.
that's wrong.
Also, how am I radicalized?
Isn't this
How
Nicholas
does he
DeOrio
think
guy
you've
like one of those
migrated to the
fucking
opposite side of the
crypto
political
fascist
spectrum?
dudes
Yeah,
too?
You've always said the same stuff, and we've always been
No
transparent
fucking way.
about it.
I think so.
We have.
I mean, I've been a lot more open about it, like, obviously, in the past year.
Maturing and becoming a grown-up and an adult, you obviously start to talk more about politics.
There's a massive difference between politics and culture war BS, and a majority of the time, Ethan's political commentary is nothing but culture war crap.
Something has caught the world's eye that we must debate here on this stage. Does Governor Andrew Cuomo have a nipple piercing?
If I ever have to stoop this low for content, I'd rather just go back to shilling
It's
you.
just a joke! You fucking autist! It's a joke!
cars again. When you're this obsessed with culture war topics to the point where you're a 40-year-old straight man talking about another man's nipple,
it's a joke!
At one point or another, you are going to lose your mind.
There are all sorts of interdimensional forces in the universe in multi-dimensions. So there's like bad aliens that are trying to manipulate our development.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Because a high level, exactly.
Ethan is actually so radicalized nowadays that he even went on to make an entire show strictly about the culture war with the Alex Jones of the left, Hassan Piker.
What is the leftovers? Listen, I've had enough of you guys complaining that you don't want me to talk about politics, so I went and made a whole fucking show about it. But the spirit of this...
This is the Dark Viper video, 14 pages of Ethan Klein. I feel like this is going to be the video people... Like, Ethan's going to point to this for the rest of time, saying that every single video about him is bad faith. Look at this King of Nothing video. It's literally the Dark Viper of the fucking Ethan Klein shit. It's so fucking insulting to be fucking shouted out in the description of this. Holy fuck, dude. It's like actually insane. It's like psychotic.
Show is not serious policy debate. It is bringing righteous justice to these shitbags. That's it.
Dude, it's 36 chapters! Yeah, dude.
Just clowning on idiots.
Okay, so you're literally creating the liberal version of Louder with Crowder? Way to own those reactionary fascists, guys. Let's see how that turned out after one major geopolitical conflict.
We're going to discuss everything, but I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue, and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that, and I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely
Dude, it's playing Ethan standing up for himself and shitting on Hassan and like taking fucking the reins of his own life and playing that as a bad thing. This is being played as like as an L for Ethan when this is like the only good thing he'd done up to this point.
not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Shit,
People are saying
dude.
rip leftovers.
This is like a good thing. All of these are good things.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Yeah, probably. It's not going to happen.
If you don't know Hassan Piker, God bless your heart, I'm going to cover him soon, but just the fact that Ethan went out of his way to start a podcast with Hassan should tell us everything you need to know about how disingenuous Ethan's political grift is nowadays. Hassan's entire career revolves around the fact that he preaches socialism from his $9 trillion LA mansion, and his full-time job is literally just stealing the work of others, aka exploiting the working class, while also sitting on his ass and claiming to be an on-the-ground journalist.
If it's between me going live and giving you 10 hours of on-the-ground, 10 hours of reporting from the ground.
Yes, I watched Willie's video too.
At least, we can all admit that if Hassan was someone that Ethan disliked in any possible way, he would tear the man apart at every single opportunity for exactly what I just said. Yet, Ethan went on to start an entire culture war podcast with this absolute fraud, and we have to ask ourselves, why did he do that?
Money, 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 motherfucker.
Leftovers was literally the left-wing equivalent of Andrew.
Dude, every single possible decision he's made is like, okay, cool.
Tate and Alex Jones co-hosting InfoWars. Repetitive, partisan culture war nonsense that sucks to watch for the average person out there who doesn't have political.
Why does it suck to watch for the average person out there? Can you please tell me? Like, I don't even like this show. It's impossible. You're making me defend fucking Leftovers, but it's literally just your opinion being stated as fact. There are plenty of people who watch this show. I don't know why. I don't understand it, but they did, and they enjoyed it. So what's the fucking problem?
Brain rot. Yet, this guy has the audacity to ask how he's radicalized.
Someone should
crypto fascist. America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Another thing which I find to be incredibly hypocritical about Ethan's political grift is the fact that Ethan and his two companies accepted about $500,000 worth of PPP loans during the pandemic, which were then forgiven by the government. Now, if you didn't know, Ethan is one of the wealthiest YouTubers on the entire platform.
We're rich now.
You are bougie as fuck.
Then
You're
complaining about the government for leaving that open for these people to take. I don't know, man.
bougie as I think you're the richest person I know off YouTube.
Which is good for him, but I find this to be incredibly hypocritical because he often pretends to advocate for social programs for the working class.
I'm talking about stuff like universal health care. I don't think that people should have to pay for insulin. You know, I don't think people should be incarcerated.
So he can't take PPP loans if he thinks that there should be universal health care?
For nonviolent crimes. I don't think that prisons should be owned by private companies would be profiting off prisons. I think universities should be free or damn near close. You know what I mean? Yeah. I believe that that there should be like a universal basic income from people who, as we automate the world more and more,
there should be universal basic income. But you took PPP loans, you fucking fakes.
It's just only natural that there's gonna be less jobs. I think what I'm interested in is like the welfare of everybody in the country, and especially the people on the bottom side, because they're the ones that are gonna need the most help coming up. You know what I mean?
On the surface, it sounds commendable, right? But based on his actions, he doesn't actually care
Wait, why
about...
does it sound commendable? I'm hold on. All right, never mind.
Any of that at all. You see, PPP...
Every left thing that he says, he's like, on the surface, this is good. And it's just like, never mind.
Loans were funded primarily by taxpayer money, and once those loans were forgiven, the taxpayers were once again left to cover those costs of that loan forgiveness through the taxes that we pay. So that literally means that taxpayers funded his loans initially, and then we also covered the cost of that loan again through our taxes when the loans were forgiven. And although in the grand scheme of things, $500,000 obviously isn't a lot to the federal government, the fact of the matter is, every single person living in the US today has less money in their bank accounts because of
Ethan Klein,
multimillionaires like Ethan who unnecessarily accepted these loans, which were then forgiven. And regardless of the taxpayer aspect of it, this guy was literally a full-time podcaster at that time. It's not that expensive to host a podcast, and if it is...
I don't even think this is that bad of an argument. He just sounds like a he's doing it. I just, dude, it's so hard to listen to this fucking video. I just can't. I can't do this. I don't think I'm gonna get through this fucking video, guys. I'm at the point where even like slightly rational arguments are sending me through the wall.
That expensive for anyone to run an online podcast, that's a choice, not a requirement. Plus, there's the fact that Ethan's income actually skyrocketed during the pandemic, because obviously more people were online watching more ads. And in addition to the extra ad revenue they made during the pandemic, the more eyeballs the show gets, the more Teddy Trash makes. So Ethan's pockets were not
Sorry, my internalized homophobia came out. Someone in chat notified me that he was gay. I'm kidding.
Negatively impacted in any possible way, shape, or form from the pandemic. And I'm no economics expert, but to the best of my knowledge, nobody needs a loan to make more money. So if you want to advocate for social programs, I can certainly appreciate the compassion. More power to you. I am not here to debate policy, but what you can't do is publicly take money directly from the working class twice, then turn around and verbally pretend to advocate for the same people that you stole from.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I understand what he's trying to say, but why can't you... Can you tell me why you can't be for universal health care if you've taken these loans? Like, is there a real... Like, is there a justifiable reason why you can't support universal health care when you've taken... Like, just as a basic human right? Isn't that the argument? Isn't the argument that, like, universal health care should be a human right, therefore I would be for it, right? If I'm him. I don't think that's necessarily for the working class. That's just your belief on healthcare, right? Am I like totally off here? Just because like socialists say it, therefore you can't justify that because you've done something that only a true capitalist would do? Is that like the argument that's being made here? I feel like he's right, but I feel like he's not, and it's driving me insane.
When we all know for a fact you didn't need any of that money, then 9 months later, buy a
It's because you have no money, Nick. How could you have money and support universal health care?
$100,000 Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
He's not right. You know, it doesn't make sense.
That is just disgusting.
You are just...
Like, he's right in the fact that Ethan's hypocritical for taking that money, but it's not for those reasons. He keeps finding, like, this strain to pull from, and then using that to make a grandiose statement that's not actually accurate. It's the same thing he did before with, like, Ethan Klein can never criticize clothing brands again. Why? Why does this instance mean he can never criticize clothing brands again?
Just fucking rotten inside, bro. Vile, man.
And speaking of vile, Ethan is also racist, in my personal opinion. Which is obviously very hypocritical, given the fact that he cries about anti-Semitism at every possible turn, even when his own friends say something positive about Jewish people.
I like the stereotypes of, like, their noses. I would like my son to have Moses' nose. It looks so nice. It's nice and big, and I like it. But in a good way. I'm being so serious. Don't I say I love your nose?
Yeah, I mean that is a deeply anti-Semitic trope.
But I love the nose. I do.
Ethan's worried that Trish is doing a bit right now and pretending she loves Jewish people as something that's going to blow back on his career for sure in this clip. That's 100% what I'm looking at here.
I love
But
it.
there isn't
mine
really
is like a frog.
Jewish nose.
Mine looks like a little rabbit, a little frog, not a rabbit. Rabbits are cute. Mine is a frog.
I don't think that there really is
I also think he's probably personally offended that she's saying this directly to him as well.
Jewish nose.
You don't have one.
Exactly.
Okay.
So like that's an anti-Semitic trope.
You say this is a comedy podcast?
I thought so, but apparently that's an anti-Semitic trope.
There's dozens of clips I have saved showing what I believe to be Ethan being racist.
Is this argument
going to
be that Ethan hates
a few of
Jews?
the examples for brevity.
You know what's crazy? I grew up in the suburbs of
We open with that. Is Ethan going to hate Jews in this clip? That's going to be crazy, dude. If Ethan gets exposed for hating Jews, honestly, this video is going to be peak. Where's Toph? Is she not here? This is actually so bad. This is so mad right now. I came all the way here and Toph isn't here. And I can't get the fucking... No fucking way. No fucking way, dude.
Los Angeles, Ventura.
Yes.
And I grew up, I don't think I've ever known a black person.
Really?
What? I know it's fucked up, but I've never been in a situation in my life where I've been in close proximity with black people. I've never known a black person.
Are you being serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Like all through elementary school, high school?
No, I swear to God.
This guy grew up in California, not Utah, so...
I grew up in New York. There were 2 black kids in my graduating class. What's your point? I'm literally on Long Island in New York, in one of like the... there's so much multicultural shit where I live, right? There were 2 black kids in my graduating class in high school. Is that really that big of a stretch?
To me, that sounds like a choice he's made. And
yeah, it's a choice. I made sure they didn't come to school with me.
And even if he did hypothetically grow up in Utah, YouTubers are, in general, incredibly
Even if he did hypothetically grow up in Utah?
And even if he did hypothetically grow up in Utah, YouTubers are, in general, incredibly diverse. So for him to be a fully grown adult with white hair who's never known someone who has skin that's a different color is, at the very least, a huge red flag.
Why? Why is that a red flag?
They're like these huge black dudes and they're all strapped. They were all black. There was like 10. I'm just saying, every single one of them was black.
Okay.
It's like he's got all the clips and he has no idea why people make fun of Ethan. It's actually infuriating, this fucking video.
I don't even pay attention to color or anything.
If there's 8 dudes on security and they're all black, I think that's worth noting.
I just noticed their suit. They were all wearing suits.
They were all wearing suits, yeah. No, they were super professional.
That was nice.
And, I mean, they were all like 6'5", black dudes. Yeah, that's terrifying. Is a 6'5" black dude scare you more than a 6'5" white dude?
No. Is it supposed to?
Well,
I mean, it's the height maybe that will scare you.
Yeah. How do I get out of this? Get me out of this.
What he's doing here is projecting his internalized racism onto others. He thinks that because he's personally racist in his own mind, that others think the same way.
Is a 6'5" black dude scare you more than a 6'5" white dude?
If I were to take 8
Get me out of here!
6'5" guys from Iceland who are all jacked, wearing all black, and strapped, they would still be scary. The situation he's describing being scary is just not in...
Dude, this guy, 100% if he was in New York City and there was a fucking black people, like a black family walking down the road, not even a family, sorry, if there were 2 black guys walking on the right side of the road in New York City at night and he was on the fucking right side of the road, this guy would cross the fucking street. This guy would jaywalk. This guy would jump into oncoming traffic to avoid the black people. You could hear it in his voice, dude.
Any way exclusive to a specific skin color.
I don't remember the context, but I think what I was trying to do was highlight my...
Dude, King of Nothing would fly across the intersection to get away from the black people.
I was almost trying to admit how I racially profile, like how I feel like people do that. Obviously, that came off bad. I mean, yeah, it's bad. But I think I was just trying to own to the fact that I do racially profile.
When Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the 2022 Grammys...
He censored the slap!
Ethan claimed that it wasn't possible to defend Will...
I'm done, bro. This whole thing's about grifting. He censored the slap.
Because he was embodying the stereotype of an angry black man.
A lot of black women feel like it's reifying stereotypes about us being loud and masculine, aggressive and ratchet and things like that are just not great because we have to combat those stereotypes every day.
A few minutes later.
If you're worried about stereotypes, I've heard black comedians and actors and activists acknowledge there's this trope about like the violent black man, right? He can't control his temper.
Definitely.
He's a violent black man, and it's that they say that this is a harmful stereotype. So how the can people defend Will, who seems to be embodying that stereotype? Like you're changing out one stereotype
Jesus, that's a brutal take.
for another.
How can you defend Will? He's a human being who is universally loved and appreciated by almost the entirety of the US population for about 30.
Bro. This guy is a Will Smith enjoyer. Oh my god.
30 years before he made one terrible mistake publicly.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
It literally boils down to the fact that humans sometimes get angry.
This guy just glazed Will Smith right in the middle of the fucking room right now. You guys feel uncomfortable?
Sometimes humans do stupid things after 30 years of being close to perfection. If you want
close to perfection.
Want to criticize him for that mistake, you're more than welcome to do that. But what you can't do is deduce the entirety of someone's career to a stereotype based on one singular incident. If that's the game we're playing, why don't we all just judge Ethan only by his extensive...
Kanklemore just sent me something. I'm actually interested to see this. I skimmed a little bit of it just now. So Teddy Fresh has an ethics and sustainability page on their fucking website. I'm sorry, we're going all the way back. Newsletter. What is this shit? Get out of here. At Teddy Fresh, it is essential that all of our partners pass a stringent audit to ensure all of our facilities are abiding by and surpassing the global standard set for ethical labor practices. These third-party auditors include RAP, SMETA, F-Form, I don't know what the fuck these things are. They certify there is no child labor or unfair labor practices. Our goal is to ensure all partners share values for social compliance, sustainability, accountability, and transparency. So apparently they work with 3 independent groups to ensure that there's no unfair labor practices going on in their jobs. We're always focused on making high quality products for betterment. Okay, cool. Jesus Christ, dude.
History with doing blackface, because just like every other non-racist person, Ethan has also done that as well.
Someone in chat, I highly doubt that was the only reason Ethan gave to not defend Will Smith. This video is super bad faith. Well, I know, I'm sure he's just like, listen, I like Will Smith as much as the next guy, but the black people have the warrior gene.
Blackface? I mean,
that's what he's saying. He's like, dude, no, you don't understand. He has the warrior gene. You can't support him.
People would say blackface is just a joke, right?
Wow, man.
I mean, it's just a joke. Jokes are cool.
Now, obviously he was trying to be edgy, and he thought doing this provocative video with a charcoal face mask would get him views. But I did some digging, and I found this now deleted tweet from
You did some digging and found one of the most posted screenshots in the history of Ethan Klein videos and tweets. I did some digging, guys, and I found this very specific screenshot everyone has used.
Years ago, before Ethan dropped his blackface video, which reads, "When she says she only dates black guys."
Dude, this is crazy. It's like he's seen it for the very first time.
Which is interesting, to say the least. Again, there are so many more examples of this behavior that I have saved.
Dude, he's done some research. He's watched several videos on the subject.
That I could maybe revisit at a later date.
That guy's dead.
Holding
Not that guy. The other guy.
what looks like a phallic object.
See, that was me mixing up 2 black... No, I'm kidding.
A little 8-year-old girl and a big, giant black man looking in on her, man. It's like Blackzilla. This guy, he's got a weird
right?
We've done this. Yes, we know this.
I'm working on it. I have prejudices. I think most people have prejudices that I'm aware of and working on and stuff like
sure.
that,
Okay.
Not racist. I don't think so. I can even admit that, at times I think and do racist.
Have prejudices, then in the very next sentence you admit to thinking and doing racist things, then you are just racist. There's not really much of a nuanced discussion to be had.
Kanklemore, I know that one of those orgs had problems with their vetting process, but that's no way reflective of Ethan and Neela's effort to do ethical business. Yeah, 100%. They're working with 3 fucking organizations. I totally agree.
Here. And as someone who has personally had to deal with actual racism throughout almost every step of his career online, he turns around and is openly racist to another group of people, which one is incredibly...
What the fuck?
century.
I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
75 years later.
Is a 6'5" black dude scary more than a 6'5" white dude?
Out of the house.
So with all of
out of the fucking house.
That being
Get out of
said,
here.
Has Ethan genuinely shifted his
What
perspective
the fuck is this video,
over the years, or is this all just strategic
Literally Mama Maxing.
alignments
Martin Luther King
with shifting norms? Well, if you look at Ethan honestly and objectively, it's nothing but strategic alignment. He criticized cancel culture and far-left extremists back in the day when it was more popular to do so.
I don't even understand this concept that seems to be almost entirely prevalent on the extreme left side, where they protest conservative, or not even conservative, people they disagree with, and they shut it down.
Yep.
To the point where, like what happened to you can't even give the speech. And to me, that just seems like you're amplifying their message. Like it happened recently with Milo. He went to Berkeley and these people rioted and shut down. And I don't personally agree with a lot of stuff that he says, but by going there and shutting him down, giving him all these headlines and stuff, you're just gonna have more people listening to him the second time around.
Then, as soon as it was no longer financially rewarding,
or he just doesn't agree with those talking points anymore,
for him to follow that same ideology, he instantly went on to become the far-left extremist.
Usually on reality shows, like if you watch the back.
Okay, dude, this is like 45 minutes to make the most surface level Ethan critique of my entire fucking career. Holy shit, we get it! What is this?
But they do this to almost every post on the subreddit.
And they ban people on their Reddit. I don't care. Yeah, people block people on Twitter.
Spread misinformation, that I'm
What else
arrogant,
is here?
that
I want to
cannot
get through this, dude.
handle criticism, and that I've used people.
That sounds fantastic. In fact, he's gotten exponentially worse at almost all of those things, and it's been almost 2,000 days since then.
Words are seriously wind, like out actually living.
You churning out quantity over quality content that clearly lacks the spark, charisma, or real
dude. Fuck me, dude. I can't.
Lack of
I can't repeat myself 40
substance
times.
vacantly fine over the past few years. He can finally.
Dude, it's 2024. We're still bashing him for having a podcast.
Drop the act, and his true self might even show itself again. Whatever that true self even is at this point. It's a choice between continuing with a formula that will at one point or another lose steam aside from the core fan base, or venturing into the unknown and risking everything he's built.
It's a lose-lose. He got himself into the worst situation.
Isn't Ethan doing better than ever? Yeah, he's been literally on like the up and up and up arc for the last year.
Through pure ego, and I'm just telling you, everyone's gonna hate his guts with peace and love.
If Ethan went back, this guy would cry. Yeah, 100%.
Also, I'm pretty sure he's actually just a really shitty guy, and as more people turn on him, there's gonna be lots of like hit pieces that are gonna come out, ex-significant others, ex-employees, shady business dealings. It's all gonna come out as people dislike him more and more, especially the conservatives. And I'm just telling you, man, this is it. This is the end of a good guy, Ethan Klein.
Because no matter what in the world he does or says, he's put himself in a position where he has to continue to go live 4 days a week for 4 hours a day, and because he's so fake and so hateful, he's just gonna continue to expose himself more than I or anyone else ever could.
You can't fake it. You can't fake anything because the camera catches every lie. Which is why I tell my clients, it is better to be yourself than pretend to be something you're not.
You see, in this beautiful world that we happen to live in, there are good guys and there are bad guys. Obviously, it's not always black and white, and most people fall into the gray. However, given the amount of evidence in this case scenario, I think it's more than
This is one of the bad guys. Not for any reason other than the fact that I hate them and they suck and you should hate them too.
fair to say that Ethan falls into the bad guy category. But Ethan isn't your typical bad guy. Ethan is the bad guy who acts like the good guy, the wolf in sheep's clothing. And that, my friend, is—
You're the bad guy who makes bad videos because you're a bad guy.
the most dangerous type of individual.
And you make me watch them for 4 hours? Kill me.
In this world. That's the type of man that will steal, cheat, and lie his way to the top. And
I feel so fucking retarded having watched this. I'm probably at a similar intellectual level as King of Nothing.
once he's there, he'll do and say just about anything to stay. Manipulating narratives, exploiting vulnerabilities, lying on video, making fun of the dead, weaponizing childhood trauma. It's all nothing but evil under the guise of virtue. So, although I typically approach criticism with a mindset of empathy,
this is the exception.
Oh
I hate this bastard. Not even far more than a little bit. He's the worst human being any of you will ever meet. You get within a mile of his presence. Human being any of you will ever meet. He's the worst human being any of you will ever meet.
You called him as bad of a crypto scammer as Logan Paul. Your whole video is that he's a racist, homophobic Nazi that scams his audience and is completely morally bankrupt. and you're saying that he's like the grifting equivalent of Sneeko, and then you at 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 53 seconds to go in the video, have the audacity to write hyperbole on the screen. Let's keep going.
You get within a mile of his presence. Wrap your arms around yourself to protect your soul. He is Cain.
As I've always said, when someone shows you who they are, you should believe them. And Ethan has been exposing himself for who he truly is behind the facade since 2016. The signs have always been there, and people still gave him the benefit of the doubt.
And I think he's been given a pretty fair shake in the grand scheme of things. People have certainly afforded him much more charitability than he gave to people like Jake Paul or any of the other creators who he lambasted back in the day on his own channel.
Even today, the most common way I see people refer to him is just as a hypocrite. Ethan isn't just a hypocrite.
Did you just step out of a fucking time portal? What are you talking about?
That is a very charitable understatement.
I mean, hypocrisy doesn't even describe what you are.
He is a hypocrite, he's a liar.
Yeah, he's a hypocrite. This video doesn't really explain it well, though.
He's a scammer, he's racist, he's homophobic, he's a grifter, and most importantly, he's certainly not any better than any of the people he criticizes or tries to cancel. Whether it's Leafy, Colleen Ballinger, David Dobrik, Keem, Vosh, he is just as bad, if not worse, than all those people. So, Colleen Ballinger, David Dobrik, Keem, Vosh.
Did I miss a section of this video? I'm shocked that he didn't play the Vosh clip and then post that that Ethan posted a picture of his son's ass on Twitter or something crazy like that.
He is just as bad, if not worse, than all those people. So what I'm saying...
I'm shocked. I feel like that's like bound to be in this video.
...is that if you look at the totality of his behavior, like I obviously have, the man is absolutely indefensible.
Listen, I've never been on this side of an argument where I'm so clearly right, and it's not even debatable. Like, it's actually quite amazing to me.
Yeah, he put like one creep on there, and then somebody who's like looking at illustrated child porn.
To be in this position, to just come out here with no humility and say, I'm fucking right, and you are wrong.
Obviously, hindsight is 2020. Nobody could have predicted what's happened to Ethan over the past few years and how bad it's truly gotten. But when I look at the way he acts now and how comfortable he is outright lying about things which are verifiably false on video, it does make me question whether or not Ethan was ever even that cool, rational guy that he originally presented himself as.
Dude, you don't think that guy was cool. I watched 2 hours and 10 minutes of your thought process. There's no fucking way that you liked that old Ethan Klein.
On the H3H3 Productions channel. Or was it just a carefully curated facade to fit in with the times? The truth is, as always, yours to decide. One thing's for certain, the flame that used to drive what made the original H3H3 content so special has now been completely extinguished.
He's literally like at the peak of his career since 2020. Like he's actually like doing crazy right now. All of his, like he's in so many dramas that have been good in the last 6 months.
By what Ethan has become. Ethan, if you're watching this, I just have one last message for you.
Love yourself. That's all I gotta say.
He ends the video playing fucking low tier god.
If you look in the mirror and hate yourself, love yourself. Yes, you should love yourself now. Yes. You should.
Love yourself, because you're the only person you're stuck with for the rest of your life. So why not, right? If you like this video, I know you'll love this one about Ethan's friend, iDubbbz. He's had one of the worst downfalls in all of YouTube.
God help me if that video sucks. I'm not watching it. I don't care. So he like tagged me in this. People are telling me I knew about that. I put up what this is like what I said on Twitter about it. Now that we've done all this, let me just go through it. So this was my first tweet saying, Ethan lawsuit threat is cringe. We didn't even watch that, but Ethan was like threatening to sue him. I think it was jovially, maybe not, but we'll find out. And then, because I genuinely, he was correctly upset about how insane that video was. That 400,000 people have watched this fucking video. 421,000 people, 15,000 likes. The comments at the time of, like, prior to Ethan's thing were fairly positive. Now it's a lot of, stupidest video ever, no concept of humor, cancerous, bad, 2 hours of my life gone. Now everyone hates this video, by the way. Good, I'd say, but at this point I was like, I don't know where I go with this, and then I posted that like King of Nothing made a bizarre crypto scammer argument. I think this was delusional. Now Ethan's threatening legal action. What the fuck is this disclaimer? We went through all this basically while we were watching the video. But then the next day I woke up. There's a reason why I didn't tweet about it at that moment, but the next day I just woke up. I was like, fuck this. King of Nothing's video is terrible. I'd only seen the NFT segment. My take was that he should just cut it out. Now I've seen the QT Cinderella segment. I think he should just take down the whole video. I'm frankly embarrassed to be shouted out in the video's description. This video compares Ethan Klein selling ironic NFT collections to Logan Paul doing an entire crypto scam with the Dink Doink token. It's just a misunderstanding of not only satire in general, but what an NFT even is. How can you compare fans willingly bidding on Ethan's parody NFT, raising the value, to Logan misleading his audience in a get-rich-quick scheme? That's beyond me. Content creators just selling NFTs, even unironically, are not a fucking Logan Paul level event. It feels like the weird, although the video falls off a fucking cliff the second the Gokunaru talking points end. Once we're through the near decade of old, exhausted Leafy and PewDiePie arguments, we start moral effing about Ethan shitting on QT Cinderella. So we're through that point. I think at somewhere along the line of this drama, Bo Blacks gave like the now deleted tweet that I should have screenshotted before I went on here, where he defended him. I didn't think Bo Blacks would delete that. Let me just pull up my Discord, and we have it. So this was tweet number 1. King of Nothing told me that he specifically compared the promotion of Ethan's NFTs. I think I have a screenshot. If Smiggle sent it to me. That's not the one I needed, Smiggle. You fucker. You fucking idiot. You dumb shitter. Yeah, it's the second tweet. Thank you, asshole. You little small, low IQ, degenerate moron. I'm just kidding. We love Smaggle here. Let's see. King of Nothing told me that he was specifically comparing the promotion of Ethan's NFTs to Logan talking about Dink Doink, pointing out that both of them sold worthless code NFT crypto as a joke to their fans to make money off of them, and then in his opinion that's scamming your fans. That's a retarded fucking take. I don't know why he would jump out there. And then Bo Black says that he actually feels like it was more of a rip-off, that he ripped off the audience. In Bo Black's defense, he also just wrote me something really funny, and that directly impacts now how I'm going to read the rest of this conversation. But Bo Black sent me this fucking thing, and he's like, I think it's ripping off. And I'm like, no, it's not ripping off! Again, in Bo Black's defense, I said that it was a bid. It was a fucking bid. And then in reality of the situation, it was only that the main one was a bid. The others were sold at floor level 1 Ethereum. I don't know if you can even charge less than 1 Ethereum. I don't know how that works. So I'm not going to make a claim as a matter of fact, but they were charged at 1 Ethereum, and then the big one sold for 33.1 Ethereum. So the reality is that his fans dictated how much that would be, like the main one would be. And that's probably the one that Ethan, if Ethan only profited off the ones with him, that's most of his profit. The rest are the show people.
Can I say something to you, Nick?
Because each member of the show had their own NFT. So I don't know if AB's money went to AB or they pooled the final cost and then they split it. Because the majority of the money that Ethan had made came from the NFT that was bidded on, the one that he specifically would have gotten. Depending on how they split it, depends on how the other people got that money as well. So my argument was, King of Nothing is a complete idiot who doesn't understand jokes. I stand by that. Nothing is a better response than translating and then delete everything associated with this. So I guess Bo Blacks took my word a little bit more. I meant that King of Nothing should delete everything, but Bo Blacks did. Engaging in NFT sales is not inherently a scam because they're often discussed alongside crypto. The bar being set is remarkably low and you end up tripping and hitting your own friends with it. Pointing out that people like Ricky have invested, been paid to be in Stone Toss's NFTs. And I know that was flown off to other friends of mine that didn't end up going in with it, but I don't think Ricky's a crypto scammer because of that. The King of Nothing scam is not a subjective term. Words mean things. So yeah, that's really the main thing. I guess he tried to reach out to me privately, and I'm not going to talk to him privately about this for other reasons that are not really exclusive to the nature of his video. I'm just not invested in that private discourse. If he wants to talk about it publicly, please do. Please explain it, and please just take it down. It's not worth getting sued over a bad video, as fucked as that is to say. Even if he's not going to sue you, have some self-respect and take it down. That video is one of the worst I've ever seen in my entire life. So that's my review. Yeah.